Chapter 201 The Growth of Shishui and Red 2 Master. Wait a moment, I and Watergate will tell them separately, and we will set off, Juxina said happily, and after finishing speaking, he walked directly towards the remaining 4 of Konoha's troops. At this time, the 4 remaining members of Konoha's troops were simply entangled. Originally speaking, after they had settled the enemy at Prachinam and Jixinai, they should hurry over and wait for instructions. But Wang Ran's sudden appearance made them somewhat uncertain. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Juxin and Wang Ran is unusual. Now Wang Ran, Juxinai and Watergate are clearly reminiscent of the past. People like myself have passed. What if they bother others? Besides, the war has progressed to this extent, and the strong men of Konoha village, they all remember it in their minds. However, looking at Konoha's powerhouses, there is absolutely no such person as Wang Ran. And Wang Ran was obviously not a ninja of the rookie chicken, so it was certain that Wang Ran was definitely not Konoha's ninja. In case Wang Ran had a bit of an invisible deal with Juxinai and Prachinam, then did his rookie chickens in the past be to give away their heads? Therefore, in various entanglements, the 4 of them did not take a step in the end, but just stood there and waited for the big guys to finish. Now, the 4 of them saw Jixinai suddenly walking towards them, and Watergate was following behind them, and they also understood that the chat between the 2 and Wang Ran was over. After 2 steps hurriedly, the 4 greeted Jixinai and Buffing Shuiman. Looking at the 4 people who looked admiring, Kushina couldn't help but cock the corners of his mouth. Ahem, guys, Jixinai and I have other tasks. I will trouble you to clean up the battlefield. Looking at Jixinai, who was grinning at the corner of his mouth, Watergate said helplessly. He knew how much Juxinai liked the look of others' worship and approval. If you wait for Juxinai to converge and speak, it will definitely take a lot of time. In this regard, Juxinai did not show any unexpected dissatisfaction. Obviously, this is not the first time they have encountered this kind of thing. Don't worry, Lord Watergate. We will leave the rest of the matter to us to ensure that there will be no mistakes, the 4 quickly promised. After speaking, the 4 of them did not stop, and immediately began to clean the battlefield. Juxinai nodded in satisfaction, then pulled the Watergate, and he would be in front of Wang Ran. Master, the arrangement is finished. Let's go, Juxinai said happily. At this moment, she seemed to see the surprise expression that brought to and Hong when she saw the king. Wang Ran also had no ink marks, nodded and motioned for the 2 to lead the way. In this way, the 3 of them headed towards the border of the Earth country. The ninja world is huge. But for ninjas who are super fast, distance is never a problem. For example, now, with a distance of more than 100 miles, the 3 of them did not take too long before they arrived. Along the way, the 3 also met a lot of Iwayuki ninjas. Moreover, as their journey progresses, the probability of encountering Iwayuki ninja is increasing. From this point, it is not difficult to guess that they are approaching a very important place for the Team Yannian. Of course, although I met a lot of Iwayuki defensive ninjas along the way, these are simply meaningless to Mizuman and Kushina. Whether it's Watergate's Flying Thunder God's Art or Kushina's 9-tailed Chakra Mode, these hapless ninjas can't be solved in an instant. Finally, as the 3 of them continued to deepen, Wang Ran also saw the figures of Taitu and Hong. But what surprised Wang Ran was that the group of people carrying the soil at this time was really fighting. Needless to say, it must be from Yannian. Faced with this situation, the first reaction of Prachinam and Juxinai was to go up and help. However, Wang Ran could see their thoughts at a glance. So before they could do anything, Wang Ran directly stopped them. Just kidding, one of the purposes of Wang Ran's visit is to observe the strength of Daitu and Hong. The battle in front of me was like a timely rain. Only under the battle of life and death can one see to the greatest extent where the limit of a person's strength lies. Otherwise, even if Wang Ran does it himself, it is impossible to know where a person's limits are. And these 4 Shangren who were fighting with Daitu and others were simply the best candidates. With a similar strength, it is impossible to form one-sided suppression situation, and it is easy to see how a person's strength comes from. At this time, if Juxin and Prachinam were allowed to enter the arena, Wang Ran's brain was purely blunt. Why do they let them go up there? And Juxinai and Shuiman also understood Wang Ran's meaning in an instant, so after Wang Ran stopped them, they took their patience, hid their figures, and watched with peace of mind. Of course, Wang Ran would not hide it. What are you doing, sneaky? Isn't he fragrant who is upright? Therefore, Wang Ran directly used illusion techniques to make himself being invisible. Perceiving Wang Ran's sudden disappearance, Juxinai and Watergate, who were hidden, couldn't help but flash in shock. You know, they are not ordinary Shangren, but they have truly entered the threshold of the shadow class. But this is the case. I still can't find Wang Ran's methods. Only by experiencing this kind of thing can I understand the horror. Regardless of what Juxinai and Watergate thought, Wang Ran was watching it with relish anyway. Yannian's 4 upper ninjas, with Soil to hold 1, Hong holds 1, Kakashi holds 1, Lin and Asma work together to hold 1. In this way, the battlefield is invisibly divided into 4 small battlefields. Of course, it doesn't mean that everyone beats you. I beat mine without interfering with each other. New bike www.xspeech.vip. Between the 2 teammates, there is still a tacit cooperation. For example, help Lin from time to time with Soil to reduce her stress. For another example, now, Hong and Daita have successfully merged together again. Magic, tree bound to kill. As the red hands continued to seal, an illusion directly shrouded the opponent's magic leeches with Soil. And the magic leeches, because they didn't pay attention to the red for a while, they were trapped in place by the illusion. Naturally, I won't miss such a good opportunity to bring the Soil. The chakras in the body are running, the muscles of the whole body are tightened, and the Soil is directly rushed to the devil. At this time, the demon leech felt his body entangled by the trees, and his heart shrank. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. The girl opposite is a master illusionist. However, he, who has been on the battlefield, will not panic because of this. In this case, the more flustered, the easier it is to make mistakes, thus missing the best time to break free. Chapter 202 Growth with Soil and Red 3. Even if it is only a second delay on the battlefield, the consequences are unimaginable. Mozzie knew that he didn't even have a second now. If he couldn't break free quickly, then waiting for his end would definitely not be too good. With a cruel heart, the leeches bit his own tongue directly. This is the fastest and most effective way to break free from illusion. Sure enough, accompanied by the salty smell and severe pain, the magic leeches broke free almost the second after being hit by the illusion. In the final analysis, even though Zai Ryong has reached the strength of Shangren, he did not use the fairy mode, and was unable to produce an overwhelming advantage over other Shangren, especially the magic leeches. The strength of the old brand is forbearance. However, Hong is not fighting alone with Demon Leech. Hong's opponent is Dashi, and the main opponent of the magic leeches, but with Soil. In this situation, the magic leeches were trapped by the red illusion, which was enough to change the situation. Sure enough, just when the magic leeches broke free from the red illusion, the Soil had already rushed to the front of the magic leeches. Following an elbow lift with Soil, a blow to the heart of the elbow came towards the chest of the devil. In the panic, the demon leech could only bend and protect his heart with his arms. However, compared to just breaking free from the illusion, there is no time to gather chakras leeches. This blow with Soil can be described as exhausted. Therefore, even if the demon leech made a protective response in the first time, the violent impact still caused him to spit out a bit of blood. With a crisp sound, the long knife used by the leeches to block him broke into 2 halves. Moreover, the arm bone of the left arm that resisted the most prestigious force broke apart under this impact. The demon leeches that flew out, the left arm was completely unable to exert force, and it swayed softly on his side. And his broken knife was lying alone on the ground not far away. Mole covered his chest with his right hand, trying to take a breath. The attack of Zishui just now not only had a strong impact, but also a strange chakra, which directly rushed into the body of the devil. Although it was blocked by rushing, this penetrating chakra weakened a lot. But the remaining chakra, after all, had an impact on his internal organs. Ninjas are a high attack and low imitation profession. Except for a few people, most ninjas are not too high in physical fitness, especially internal organs, which are very fragile organs, are even more so. Therefore, the blow of Shishui also caused him a lot of internal injuries. The mouthful of blood just now spewed out after the internal organs received a shock and couldn't hold back it. After being injured, the leeches could not even condense a large number of chakras to fight back. However, he has already experienced the hardening of the battlefield, and he will not miss this opportunity. As the demon leeches flew upside down, the hands with the Soil did not relax, directly forming the seal, and a powerful fireball technique emerged. After landing, the demon leeches hadn't breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was swarthy, looking at the arrogant fireball technique that was flying towards him. Even at a short distance, he can still feel the temperature of the surrounding air rising rapidly. He hasn't forgotten that this oil is a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and that bright double hook jade writing wheel is not a decoration. Therefore, he has no doubt about the power of the fire escape with Soil. Enduring the pain of the body, the leeches quickly withdrew and retreated. At the same time, using the movable right hand, the difficult any-handed seal. He is not the kind of peerless genius. Although the operation of any-handed knot printing can barely be done, but at this speed. Anyway, if it is a serious battle, this speed can only be set to wait for death. However, this time the magic leeches were just for defense. He drew back and dodged, and Jai-in could accept it even if he was slower. Sure enough, before the tyrant fireball with the soil touched the devil leeches, the devil's ninjutsu was ready to escape. Tilubai. In an instant, an earthen wall rose from the ground and crossed in front of the demon leeches. After blocking the ninjutsu with soil, the magic leeches did not relax. He knew that he had lost most of his resistance. If you continue to fight with the soil, it won't be long before you are finished. At that time, Iwashinobu, who had a slight advantage, would immediately fall into the disadvantage. However, they can't go if they want to go now. Except for Sumashi, who suppressed the two middle-in little ghosts, the others did not have the upper hand, and could only say that they were evenly matched. Feeling the gloomy demon leeches on the way forward, it is almost eager to cry. At first, I was very excited when I saw the team of these 5 little ghosts. After all, they are little ghosts. They must be soft persimmons. Although there is a Kakashi who is more famous, it is just a 5-man team led by Shinin. As for the soil and red, after all, they have grown up in the past 2 years, and they have been following Juxinai's missions. There is still a big gap between their reputation and Kakashi. This is also one of the important reasons why the soil is not pleasing to Kakashi. After all, it doesn't matter if I can be in the same team with Lin. But I still love showing off mainly because of his cold personality and not being very conscious of the soil. This is simply angering the soil. Therefore, the Yannian Foreman group was very excited at first. Only one is forbearance, and the 4 of them can still be solved easily. And this Shangren is still a famous genius, and his future achievements are simply limitless. This vote can hardly be earned. However, no one thought that the 2 unspoken ghosts, Taitu and Hong, were all Shangren. Moreover, it was still the kind that Shangrenly was more difficult to deal with, which made the 4 demon leeches very uncomfortable. They really don't understand it. Konoha has no problem with a genius like Kakashi. They can understand. But you come out 3 at a time and you are still in the same team, which is not justified. Yes, Konoha is a genius, but a genius can't be so silly. If there are so many geniuses in Yannian village, I can't say not to be on the battlefield, but at least they must be separated and one person should have 2 bodyguards. As a result, Konoha did it, sent 3 dead geniuses directly behind enemy lines and sent them to the land of Earth to perform their missions. Sure enough, thinking about Konoha's big ninja village, the heart is black. If they want to know that this horrible team made up of little ghosts is so scary, they will not do anything directly. At the very least, call more people. I'm all right now. I've been entangled directly by others, and I can't go even if I want to. Of course, if you let them know that there are also Bo Feng Shui men and Juxin AI who are of the same this time, it is estimated that the mentality will burst directly. Chapter 203 Growth with Soil and Red 4. Since it is impossible to evacuate, Milk's hope now lies on Sumazi, who is facing Lin and Asma. Lin and Asma are still ordinary people after all. Although they can barely be called geniuses, there is still a big gap between Kakashi, Daito and others. Therefore, as Shinobu, Sumazi easily suppressed the 2. As long as Sumazi solves both Lin and Asma next, the problem will be solved. At the very least, one can easily retreat. As for the leeches themselves, just postpone for a while. However, the idea is good, but reality always teaches people a lesson. At this time, Daito, although he was performing ninjutsu, he exchanged glances with Hong. The 2 who have performed tasks together for many years have long formed a tacit understanding. Therefore, at the end of the ninjutsu with soil, Hong directly exchanged targets with Shishui. In the face of severely wounded leeches, Red Illusion is the best choice. As for Dashi, even though he understood their intentions, he couldn't stop him. After all, the soil has rushed towards him at this moment. Facing the obstacle of the soil, he has no way to go to support the demon leeches. Leech, be careful of the red-eyed girl. In desperation, Dashi had no choice but to roar to remind the demon leeches. Hearing Dashi's voice, the leeches visibly frowned. As the earth flow wall obscured the sight of the demon leeches at this moment did not find their current opponents, and turned red. However, because of Dashi's reminder, the leeches were a little more vigilant. But is this useful? With the collapse of the earth flow wall, red also appeared in the sight of the demon leeches. Magic, tree bound to kill. Unlike the embarrassing red in the original work, the red at this time has already changed greatly in strength. Therefore, even though the magic leeches had been extremely vigilant, When faced with the illusion that Hong was still preparing for, he still inevitably fell into it. This time, it was different from the previous technique that Red used to interfere with the leeches. Although they are all the same technique, this time the Red is displayed with all my best. Even in the heyday of the magic leeches, it is difficult to break free quickly, not to mention that he is now seriously injured. Therefore, as soon as the leeches appeared, the whole person was stiff in place. Feeling the tighter limbs being imprisoned, the leeches bit his tongue again. However, this time he did not break free. Feeling that he was still in the illusion, the cheek's face instantly sank. At this time, the magic leeches had only one thought in his mind. The facts were exactly as he expected, and the illusionist Zai Hong disappeared in an instant after seeing the illusion. In the next moment, Zai Ryong's body appeared behind the devil leeches. Magic tree-bound killing is originally a combination of illusion and instantaneous technique. Although the instantaneous body technique is used, there will be a momentary stiffness of the body. But if the enemy is all illusioned, is this still a problem? The physique in the original book is not too good. Zai Ryong can make this technique superb. Now under Wang Ran's request, Zai Ryong has not left her own physical skills training. Her current physical fitness is not much different from the physical fitness after adulthood in the original book. Therefore, the time of Yurong's body stiffness after using the instantaneous technique has been greatly shortened. In addition, the magic leeches were already deeply trapped in illusion, and Yurong was not worried at all. As the body's stiff state passed, Yurong's kunai in his hand instantly shot. Without a trace of sympathy, kunai in Zai Ryong's hand slashed the devil's neck fiercely. As a large amount of blood spewed out, the magic leeches also broke free from the illusion. Although this break free is passive. Feeling the fading physical strength, the eyes of the magic leech were filled with unwillingness. From the day he became a ninja, he knew that he would die sooner or later. However, he did not expect that he would die in the hands of a teenager. Finally, as the magic leech's eyes lost light, his body also fell to the ground because it lost its strength. Dashi, who was fighting with the soil, looked at the demon leeches falling in a pool of blood, and gave a fierce sip. As a companion for many years, the sacrifice of the magic leeches naturally made him very heartbroken. However, compared to the heartache, the situation at this time made him the most uncomfortable. Originally, they were not considered to have an absolute advantage, but with the serious injuries of the devil leeches, they fell into a disadvantage. Originally, after Dashi reminded the magic leeches to be careful, he also expected the magic leeches to hold on for a while, at least until Sumashi killed Lin and Asma. As a result, the magic leeches were really not able to give him any strength, and they were killed as soon as he was awakened. This makes the family that is not wealthy. Cough cough, which makes the Yan Yin's Hong who is already in a disadvantaged situation even worse. And unlike the grief in Dashi's heart, Wang Ran, who was watching the battle at this time, was full of surprises. With Wang Ran's eyesight, it was easy to see the strength of Daito from the battle between Daito and I Weinin, not to mention anything else, just the Bajikan with soil inside, which brought Wang Ran a big surprise. Judging from the performance of bringing soil, the progress of his Neji Bajikan practice has far exceeded Wang Ran's imagination. After all, the talent of bringing earth is not superior to physical skills, so Wang Ran's expectation of earthing at the beginning was more about using other Dao skills after he opened the kaleidoscope. Let them practice physical skills, more to improve their physical fitness. But now, the progress of bringing the soil is no less than that of Juxinai. Although due to physical fitness, there is still a big gap between the power of the soiled Inabajikan and Juxinai. But is this the key? Wang Ran was very sure that if the soil and Juxinai were on the same level, the progress of the soil would even surpass that of Juxinai. Juxinai is a talented person with physical skills. From this alone, it can be seen that bringing the soil has definitely made an unimaginable effort. As for Red, Wang Ran also felt very surprised. The overall strength of the current Red is almost equal to the strength of adulthood in the original book. Regardless of the level of illusion skills or physical fitness, the extent of progress has reached Wang Ran's expectations. What's more, the combination of soil and Red is simply perfect. Together, the strength of Dashi and Demon Leech is not worse than the strength of the soil and the Red, and even stronger. However, with the cooperation of the soil and the Red, the strength of the two people of Dashi and the magic leeches was not fully realized. Especially the magic leeches, they just belch in confusion. Chapter 204 Growth with Soil and Red 5. Therefore, Wang Ran can only use the word satisfaction to describe the performance of the soil and Red. However, Although the performance of the two surprised Wang Ran, the two of Taito and Hong did not know. The two at this time was still in a fierce fighting state. Although the two combined their efforts to kill the demon leeches, Iwainin still had 3 upper-level combat power. Therefore, there is still no slack in the soil and red at this moment. After solving the red of the devil leeches, without a pause, he directly cast an illusion technique on the big rock that was fighting with the soil. But Dashi is not stupid. Knowing that the enemy is good at illusion, he still has to look at him eagerly. He couldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, even though Hong used the illusion technique, the Dashi at this time was not hit. In this regard, Hong Daito only feels a little regretful. Dashi, who had escaped a trick, knew that this was not the way to go. He is only one person. It is impossible to fight with Taito and Hong for a long time. If this continues, it won't take long before he will be planted into the hands of the two little ghosts, Taito and Hong. Therefore, some special measures must be adopted at this time to recover the disadvantages of the side as much as possible. Thinking of this, Dashi didn't hesitate, and pulled away and distanced himself from the two of them. Secret technique, camouflage invisibility technique. As the distance drew away, Dashi's figure disappeared into the dirt and red eyes. Upon seeing this, the Xuangu writing wheel in the eyes with the earth turned around involuntarily, trying to catch the figure of Dashi. However, even with Xuangui's writing round eyes, Dashi still could not be detected at this time. This shocked the earth involuntarily. Although the observing ability of Shilunyan was not as good as that of a blank eye, it also gave Yuaka's people far more insight than ordinary people. But now, he couldn't even find any clues about the location of the big stone. Dashi's performance made Wang Ran's eyes bright. This ninjutsu of Dashi is really interesting. The use of light refraction creates an illusion of invisibility. Just like a chameleon, it is difficult for ordinary people to find flaws. Then, hide in the blind spot of the opponent's vision, and launch a fatal blow at the critical moment. Just like at this moment, Dashi is quietly moving behind the soil. I have to say that this trick has a great advantage. If you can master it proficiently, you can indeed complete the task of defeating the strong with the weak. However, this technique also has its own shortcomings. This technique has greatly improved the requirements for timing. If you can't grasp the timing, then you can't kill the enemy without saying, even your own life may get in. If it is singled out, this technique will indeed have an extraordinary effect. But in the melee, or even an etomoni, the effect of this technique will be greatly weakened. This is also the reason why Dashi did not choose to use this technique. If it weren't for there is really no other way, Dashi wouldn't risk using this technique. Because, when using this technique, Dashi cannot mobilize chakra to defend itself at will. And facing two people at once, the possibility that Dashi himself will be exposed will greatly increase. In this case, the slightest carelessness of Dashi will be killed on the spot. However, it was clear that the soil at this time did not notice the dangerous approach. Wang Ran didn't intend to intervene, because at this time, the soil and red were obviously not at the point of desperation. Turning points can happen all the time. On the battlefield, the soil that did not notice the trace of the boulder, gently shook his head at Zai Ryong, indicating that he had not found the trace of the boulder. This made Zai Ryong feel a little dignified, and the enemies hidden in the dark were far more terrifying than those on the bright side. If the soil did not notice the trace of Dashi, then it can only show that Dashi is not as simple as hiding his body. Among them, there must be some use of chakra. Thinking of this, Zai Ryong did not dare to waste time. Delay one more second, and the situation on the battlefield will change by one more second. Zai Ryong stretched out her right hand, and gently touched her forehead with her fingers. Then, Zai Ryong gently closed her eyes and used chakra to maximize her perception. The art of perception. With the release of chakra, the surrounding environment instantly appeared like a three-dimensional model in Zai Ryong's mind. Zai Ryong earnestly sensed the changes around her. As long as there was something wrong, she could find out in time. I have to say that this time Dashi is really unlucky. Originally, if he were to change to a ninja who was not good at perception and could not perceive ninjutsu, he would be able to achieve his goal. However, his opponent is a ninja who is proficient in illusion arts and has certain perceptual ability like Ryong. It's like a mouse hitting a cat, and there is nowhere to hide it. Sure enough, just when Dashi was about to make a sneak attack on the soil, the fluctuation of chakra on his body also exposed his existence. Zai Ryong's eyes opened sharply, and without hesitation, he flew towards the dirt behind him. At the same time, Zai Ryong shouted, behind her. The tacit understanding between bringing earth and red had long been cultivated. At the moment when he saw Hong throw kunai in this direction, Bring Earth understood that Dashi was definitely in this direction. In conjunction with Shang Zai Ryong, the soiled waste directly exerted force and turned around without hesitation. Then, with a punch, the air slammed into the front. At this time, Dashi felt like a dog in his heart. I was just ready to do it, and I was discovered. However, time will not give Dashi too much time to react. He knew how heavy a fist was with dirt. There is not much difference between his current state and the magic leeches just now. The magic leeches were hit by Zashui and almost returned to the west. If you hit yourself like this, then you don't need to fight at all. Therefore, without any hesitation, Dashi directly gave up the attack on the soil. As soon as his waist turned, Dashi dodged the attack with dirt dangerously, and red kunai, in the final analysis, is just an addition. Even Hong himself had never thought about what kind of harm such a small kunai could bring to Dashi. After evading the big rock that brought the soil attack, without a trace of hesitation, he pulled away and evacuated from the place in an instant, hiding his figure. And the right leg had already accumulated strength and was ready to kick out the dirt, but could only vent this strength silently. Chapter 205 Growth with Soil and Red 6. Bringing the soil is simply annoying now. He is not afraid of the enemy in him head. What he hates most is the inability to catch or touch the attack like Dashi. But Dashi doesn't care about the mood of bringing the soil. Now they are in a disadvantaged position. If they don't take some extraordinary measures, are they going to die? His current requirements are not high, as long as he can hold the soil and red. Therefore, after turning into stealth, Dashi didn't intend to launch an attack. He just wanted to deter both Taito and Hong so that they would not act rashly. Taito and Hong are no rookies who have just entered the battlefield. Although they are still young, their minds about Dashi are the same as Ming Jinja. Bring the soil, you go to help Kakashi and the others, and quickly settle the battle. I will hold him. Hong spoke calmly. At this moment, she still closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings. Are you okay by yourself? He turned his head and asked. Hong didn't say much, but just nodded, indicating that he was fine. Well, then I will show kindness and help the arrogant guy Kakashi. The corner of his mouth with dirt grinned, and he was very happy to be able to crush Kakashi on the issue of strength. This time Kakashi was going to owe himself an adult. After finishing talking, Daito did not stay in place, but ran directly in the direction of Kakashi. As for the big rock hiding in the dark, when he saw the soil wanted to leave, he immediately became a little anxious. He doesn't want to take the soil to help others, otherwise, his own side will definitely deal with more difficult. So, at the moment when he took the soil to start, the big stone also moved. But how could Hong give Dashi this opportunity? I have been perceiving the red around me carefully, and I found Dashi the moment he just left. Therefore, Hong did not hesitate, and directly blocked the way of Dashi. Looking at the red standing in front of him, Dashi was also helpless. He has been fighting Hong for a while, and he knows very well that he can't ask Hong to entangle him in a short time. Moreover, because Hong has excellent perception ability, his camouflage stealth technique is not threatening to Hong. However, things have to be done before we know the results. Dashi did not give up his purpose because of Red's interception. Taking out a handful of Kyuwu directly, Dashi wanted to use his powerful explosive ability to forcefully break through Hong's side. Because he knew that as a ninja phantom, Hong couldn't compare with his physical fitness. However, how could Hong let Dashi's plan succeed so easily? Therefore, facing the impact of the big stone, Hong squatted directly on the ground. Illusory, Sanjisura. In an instant, the dashing boulder saw countless petals falling from the sky. He knew very well that this was an illusion. However, things like illusion are not something you can break free after knowing that you are hit. For example, the current Dashi, he knew very well that he had fallen into an illusion. However, his body still couldn't help but froze in place for a moment. Moreover, in his eyes, Zai Ryong's figure was also lost. Although he didn't know how he was involved in the illusion, but the years of his ninja career, Dashi did not panic. Since you can't see it, just close your eyes and use your body to tell yourself the answer. Thinking of this, Dashi closed his eyes directly, and Zai Ryong also discovered the movement of Dashi at this moment. From here, Zai Ryong could easily determine that Dashi had been hit by her own illusion. Of course, even without this eye-closing action, Zai Ryong is still very confident, because this technique is one of the secret techniques of their Xiri clan. As long as the enemy sees any part of the caster's body, they will be forcibly dragged into the illusion. This is why Dashi did not look at Zai Ryong's eyes, hands and other main ways to perform illusions, but still fell into the illusion. To be honest, Yurong admires Dashi's courage very much. However, admire to admire, Zai Ryong will not give up such a good offensive opportunity. Therefore, Zai Ryong, who was half squatting on the ground, immediately activated the illusion technique. The second half of Sanjisura, the whole person, like a bolt of lightning, flew out fiercely from the spot. The Kyuwu in his hand, at this time, Under the speed and blessing of Zai Ryong, it pierced towards the big stone like an unbreakable artifact. Although Dashi closed his eyes at this time, his other perceptions seemed to be enlarged. Feeling the threat of death, Dashi directly followed the instinctive reaction of his body. Bend, kick. All of this was completed in an instant. Under Yurong's surprised eyes, Dashi escaped this attack unscathed. Moreover, he hit his own wrist. Zai Ryong, who flew out, felt the pain from his wrist, frowning involuntarily. As he was attacked, the illusion just now stopped naturally. She didn't expect that Dashi could still do this step. As expected to be an elite ninja from my way in, if you change to an ordinary ninja, in such a situation, there is no need to resist. However, although Oishi avoided this attack, Hong did not feel a pity. Because my purpose has been achieved. During the time that was just delayed, Daita had successfully rushed to Kakashi's front, and together with him, he dealt with the last Iwane Shinobu, the Firelight. Of course, Dashi saw all this. He knew that his abacus was lost. Some of the self that Zai Ryong blocked, after all, did not stop bringing the soil. Now the situation is very critical. I can only hope that a miracle will happen. Dashi stared at Zai Ryong closely. Taking advantage of Zai Ryong's slight injury, Dashi rushed up again, trying to take advantage of Hong's wrist injury and use powerful physical skills to kill Zai Ryong. If this step can be achieved, then the situation of Iwashinobu will be opened instantly. The remaining ninjas, relying on the cooperation of Firelight and their camouflage invisibility skills, were not afraid. However, Zai Ryong was not a fool. Looking at the Dashi who wanted to fight her own physical skills, Zai Ryong didn't even hesitate to pull away from the Dashi. Then he used illusion to constantly fight with Dashi, and Zai Ryong's thoughts coincided with Dashi. It's all siege. But no. Zai Ryong wanted to drag them to Taita to solve the battle and besiege the boulder together. Therefore, under the impetus of Zai Ryong's idea, her fight with Dashi was the most harmonious on the entire battlefield. Chapter 206 Chidori. The two of you have one move, I have one style, and they fight back and forth. Dashi didn't break through, and Hong didn't bother to exert force. But as soon as Dashi wanted to break through, Hong wouldn't keep his hands, so he just tried to wait. Therefore, Dashi is now in a deadlock. I want to break through, but I can't break through. I want to concentrate on fighting Hong. Hong won't fight him. Now Dashi can only expect Hyuguang and Sumazi to be stronger. Regardless of Oishi's thoughts, on the battlefield at this time, the scale of victory has completely tilted towards Konoha. The man who went to help bring the soil, as soon as he rushed in front of the fire, it was a punch. In the face of the attack with soil, Hyuguang did not evade, and directly repelled Kakashi with one kick, and then punched the soil as well. The fire is not lost. It is Yanian's elite ninja. Although he can figure out the way of the Inabujikan with soil, he successfully repelled the soil with his powerful physical skills. Compared to the dirt that had stepped back a few steps, Hyuguang just couldn't help taking a step back, even though his arms couldn't help shaking at this time. The belt soil that was repelled by the firelight did not rush to attack, but retreated to Kakashi's side. Staring at a serious flame, he said to Kakashi without any partiality with his soiled head, "Hey, Kakashi, you are a bit better with your opponent." "Nonsense. If it wasn't strong, I would have solved him long ago." Kakashi squinted slightly, gasping slightly. He had to fight just now, which consumed a lot of his energy. Although the strength of Kakashi and others is not weak, but age is their biggest weakness. They are too young, and their physical patience is still quite different from that of adults. Facing Kakashi was not too friendly. Taita did not mind. He had seen Kakashi when he was more unfriendly, let alone now. Therefore, I was accustomed to bringing dirt, and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "Hey, Kakashi, although your opponent is slightly stronger. However, the opponent I solved first, should you admit that I am better than you?" Kakashi squinted at the dirt, and it was not a day or two to fight with him, so he directly ignored the narcissistic transformation of the dirt. Shouting an idiot in a low voice, Kakashi did not hesitate, grabbed the white teeth short knife, and ran towards the flame. Hearing Kakashi scolded himself, brought the soil and couldn't help but want to get angry. Kakashi is like this on weekdays, always choosing to ignore him and let him be angry all his life. However, when Kakashi saw Kakashi directly attacking the fire, the body with the soil honestly moved towards the fire and assisted Kakashi in the attack. However, the strength of Hyuguang exceeded the expectations of bringing the soil too much. Although it was facing the siege of Kakashi and Daito, the firelight was still able to barely support it. As the battle continued, his face with soil became more serious. From the battle of this short period of time, Bring Earth clearly felt that the strength of the firelight was definitely much stronger than the magic leech. After all, although the magic leeches are strong, they are stronger than the soil. But the firelight was able to barely block the combined attack of him and Kakashi. It is also difficult for Kakashi to hold the flames for so long. No wonder I was a little panting just now, and brought the soil to think that Kakashi had done something bad recently. It's empty, it seems to be a misunderstanding. After fighting with the fire for a while, Kakashi and Daito glanced at each other. There is no way to quickly win the flames in a close fight. Although the Inubajikan with soil is very strong, but the flame after a loss is not hard to fight with soil. In the face of an attack with soil, the fire is mainly to hide. Although this made it more difficult for Hyuuguang himself to deal with the two of Zoryu and Kakashi, it also isolated the possibility of Hyuuguang himself making mistakes because of the weird chakra of Zoryu. Daito and Kakashi looked at each other with a lot of content. Although this continues, they will sooner or later seize the weakness of the fire. However, the situation of Izuma and Lin is clearly not so good now. Daito and Kakashi can wait, but Lin of Izuma can't. Therefore, both Daito and Kakashi at this moment conveyed the message of wanting to solve the battle quickly from their eyes. Bring dirt, help me by 10 seconds, I will solve him. Kakashi gritted his teeth and said solemnly to the soil. After hearing the words, he asked with some doubts, do you want to use the newly developed technique? Are you sure? Upon hearing this, Kakashi replied with a solemn expression, it's that technique. As for whether you are sure, there is no better way now anyway. What if it succeeds? After taking the soil, he was silent for a while, and did not make a rebuttal. Indeed, there seems to be no other way now. I can only give it a try. If it succeeds, it is naturally excellent, and he can hurry up to support his favorite Lin. Even if it fails, there seems to be no loss. Therefore, Bring the Soil did not hesitate, but nodded heavily, and then directly wrapped in the flames. When Kakashi saw this, he did not pretend. So he retreated a lot of distance. That technique requires a lot of time to prepare, and it needs a long enough distance to perform it. And Hyuuguang, seeing Kakashi withdraw from the battle, also guessed that Kakashi was ready to use a big move. Regarding Kakashi, the kid who had just dragged him for so long, the fire did not dare to underestimate it. Therefore, seeing this situation, Hyuuguang wanted to rush to interrupt him. However, bringing soil is not a display. Although the strength of bringing the soil is not as good as the fire, it is easy to stop the fire and prevent him from interfering with Kakashi. Although I was a little tired, I didn't care about taking soil for 10 seconds. Kakashi, who had evacuated from the place, did not pay attention to the battlefield. At this time, Kakashi, who had put away his white teeth and short blade, had all turned his attention to his body. Zip Wu, Shen, Wu, Mao. As Kakashi's hands slowly form the seal, the chakra in his body is spinning like crazy. Finally, as soon as dozens of handprints were connected, Kakashi finally stopped the seal. At this time, the chakra in his body was already spinning like crazy. And with the operation of chakra on his right hand, a dazzling thunder light began to slowly condense. At the same time, if you can see through, you can see a large number of thunder attribute chakras, which are stimulating Kakashi's body cells crazily. With the passage of time every second, the expected 10 seconds finally passed. Chapter 207 accompanied 3 Magatama, and as 10 seconds passed, the thunder light on Kakashi's right hand was condensed into a substantive, intermittent thunder sound, constantly coming. Without stopping, Kakashi's right hand was directly inserted into the ground. Bring dirt. Get out of the way, Kakashi yelled at Daito, and then went straight to the fire without stopping. The speed is so fast that it has completely exceeded his previous speed. At the same time, as Kakashi moved, his right hand deep into the ground also burst into a lot of humming sounds. Like thousands of startling birds, loud and noisy. But with soil, the moment he heard Kakashi's shout, he pulled away and evacuated from the place. Chidori. With the evacuation of the soil, Kakashi arrived in front of Hyuuguang in the next second. The right hand has also been stretched out, and the violent energy in the hand seems to tear the space. Firelight felt Kakashi's amazing speed and the terrifying energy fluctuations in his hand, and was also shocked. If he is hit, the chance of survival is really too small. However, Kakashi's technique is ultimately flawed. Kakashi is a genius. He is just an ordinary person without blood inheritance. Although the technique of Chidori is powerful, it needs the blessing of extremely fast speed. Although Kakashi used the chakra with the thunder attribute to stimulate his own cells, so that he had extremely fast speed. However, under this extremely strong speed, there are huge hidden dangers. That is, Kakashi does not have a dynamic vision that matches it. In this situation, Kakashi's vision during the attack was all blurred. This also means that Kakashi has no way of timing the attack. If there is no problem dealing with ordinary ninjas, but dealing with the super powerful ninja like Hokage, it would be a bit powerless. Sure enough, because of the inability to grasp the timing, Kakashi's attack was too early. And Hokage also seized this opportunity and dodged directly, cleverly avoiding this attack. At the same time, a relaxed smile appeared on Hokage's face. There is no way to go to heaven and no way to hell. Just now, I thought what Nirvana would be this time, but this is the result. Although it is very powerful, the accuracy is too bad. Who do you look down on with such accuracy? But when the belt soil that it just evacuated saw the flames avoiding Kakashi's attack, his heart was shocked. A bad sound came to mind. Sure enough, in the next second, the firelight directly waved kunai in his hand and slashed towards Kakashi's face. Kakashi could no longer escape, and even if Kakashi survived this attack, he would be seriously injured. People would have fear of death, and since Tsukumo Hajiki committed suicide, Kakashi's fear of death has become more serious. Facing the fear of death, Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes. At this time, taking soil, looking at Kakashi, who was about to die, the Hokage in his eyes couldn't help turning. The body, also under subconscious control, slammed into Kakashi fiercely. Boom! With a cautious impact, Kakashi was directly knocked away from the place by the soil. And kunai in Hyoguang's hand also pierced the soil back fiercely. Kakashi stared blankly at the dirt in front of him. Didn't he hate himself? Why did he desperately save himself? Why? Kakashi looked at the soil in disbelief. His body was trembling, and there was a tremor in his voice. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, raised his head, looked at Kakashi's unbelievable face, and said freely, "Why? I don't know why. I obviously hate you so much, but the body subconsciously came to save you. Maybe, this is the forbearance of Senior Shamu. A ninja who can't complete the mission is a waste, but if you don't cherish a ninja with your partner, you are not as good as a waste. Although you hate it, we are companions." Companion. Hearing the words with dirt, Kakashi was stunned, and kept muttering the word companion. Although the surface is very touching, but the fire can ignore these. Seeing that Jaidu was about to die, and there were so many words, Hyoguang sneered directly. "Little devil, I didn't expect you to be quite great. You don't even need your own life for your companions. In this regard, I can't compare to you. However, this world is not suitable for people with your personality, so it should be over. I will send you out of this gloomy world." With that, Hyoguang directly drew out the kunai who had pierced into the earth, preparing to understand the life of the earth. "That's not necessarily. You should leave this world." As soon as the sound of the fire fell, the soil roared out. At this moment, the goo in his eyes was turning crazily, so fast that he could hardly see the specific shape, just like a black circle. Finally, as the turning speed of the goo jade slowed down, the writing wheel eyes with soil also evolved from 2 jade to 3 jade. A large number of chakras burst out from the body with the soil, and the full sense of strength made the soil at this time full of confidence. He has become stronger again, and not even a little bit. Without a trace of hesitation, bringing the soil turned around and punched the fire fiercely. At this time, the flames did not expect that the soil could even fight back. Therefore, in the face of the attack with soil, he did not make effective resistance at all. He was still holding the Kyuwu who had just pierced the body with the soil in his hand, and the fire was directly hit by the heavy fist with the soil. The strong impact directly caused Hyoguang's body to fly out. Moreover, a mouthful of blood was spurted. Although due to the protection of chakra, the firelight ended up better than the magic leeches, but he still suffered serious injuries. Of course, this was mainly caused by the chakra that brought soil into his body. However, although the firelight's fate was much better than the magic leeches at this time, but bringing the soil would not let him go so easily. Without staying in place, the figure directly followed the flame and flew out. The speed completely surpassed the self just now, and it was not a temporary improvement like Kakashi. This is the incomprehensible part of the blood succession boundary, and it is not clear at all where this ascending power comes from. Then, one punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, one blow after another, bringing the soil did not give the firelight a chance to react. Finally, in the hands of the earth carrying power with great strength, Hyoguang did not hold on for too long after all. As the final blow of the soil fell, Hyoguang's body also fell to the ground. Chapter 208 No comparison, no harm. This is the characteristic of an ordinary ninja. As a representative of a high attack and low imitation profession, although the strength of the firelight is not weaker than the ground after the breakthrough. However, because of the carelessness of the moment, the soil took the opportunity and was directly killed by the soil. Huo Guang's arrogant strength has not been shown at all. Looking at the light falling to the ground, he brought the soil and stood in place, breathing heavily. I didn't respond to the fire just now. Although the fire was successfully killed, this does not mean that the injury that Daita suffered just now is completely harmless. On the contrary, because of the strong strength of Huo Guang, the soil did not dare to relax at all. For fear of an oversight, the fire will find a chance to escape. In that case, the sacrifice he made just now was wasted. Therefore, the soil brought just now was basically the wound in his body that was forcibly suppressed, and he endured pain and fire to fight. Now, as the body relaxes, taking soil can no longer suppress his injury. Panting heavily, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi had already come back to his senses at this time. Looking at the soil with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, Kakashi ran to the soil with a little panic and supported him. Take soil, are you okay? Kakashi asked with some concern. From his complicated expression, it could be seen that his mood at this time was extremely restless. The soil which was held by Kakashi, broke away from Kakashi's support with a little effort. Kakashi, I'm fine, you go and help Lin. Daito said anxiously to Kakashi, not even paying attention to the blood wiping the corners of his mouth. With the dirt, Kakashi subconsciously looked in the direction of Lin and Asuma. At this time, Lin and Asuma had been forced into danger by Tsumazi. Asuma's body even had a lot of wounds. Although they were all minor injuries, they also made Asuma's state weaker and weaker. Hurry up, what are you doing in a daze? Seeing Kakashi still stunned in the same place, he urged the soil a little anxiously. When Kakashi heard the words, he also recovered. Forcibly suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, Kakashi directly pulled out the white-tooth short blade and attacked Tsumazi. Although Kakashi is not in a transition right now, Tsumazi is just a special kind of forbearance. Although he can push Lin and Asuma into danger, there is still a certain gap in overall strength compared with Kakashi. Therefore, with the assistance of Kakashi, Lin and Asuma, who were still in extreme disadvantage, suddenly turned around. Iwajin's special Kamen Ozumozi was directly hit by Kakashi's flagwood swordsmanship. Coupled with the interference from Shanglin and Asuma from time to time, it didn't take long before Tsumazi stepped into the footsteps of the leeches and firelight, and Kakashi slashed his throat. With Tsumazi's death, Daido also let out a long sigh of relief. In this way, there will be no accidents. However, just as his body relaxed, the corners of his mouth with dirt grinned. With the relaxed movement, the soil was pulled into the wound again, causing the slightly solidified wound to seep out of blood. Lin, go and help bring the soil to heal his injuries. He is injured. After killing Tsumaji with a knife, Kakashi said directly to Lin. The soil is injured. Lin also exclaimed anxiously when she heard Kakashi's anxious voice. You know, Kakashi can be so anxious, it means that the soil injury is definitely not minor. Lin didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly ran towards Jaidu. Seeing Lin running towards herself, she brought the corners of her mouth that was grinning from the pain, and put it back, and then showed a bright smile. The speed of the face change is simply jaw-dropping. Take soil, I heard Kakashi say you were injured. Where is it serious? Lin trotted all the way to the side of Chuo, and asked anxiously in her voice. Compared to the anxious Lin, bringing the soil is very optimistic. Reaching out and scratching the back of his head, he said with a big smile, it's okay Lin, all minor injuries. Soon. However, Lin wouldn't listen to the dirt here. Before Zida finished speaking, Lin walked directly behind Zida and looked at his wound. Upon entering the eyes, Lin was immediately taken aback. The wound was very deep, and Huo Guang had just pierced the whole body of Q-Wu with soil. Moreover, because of the soil and the wound on his body was directly torn open. Fortunately, the luck with the soil was not bad, and Huo Guang's stabbing just now didn't hurt his internal organs. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, Lin would not be able to save the soil that he held for so long. However, Rao is so, and the injury at this time with the soil is not light. Lin was very fortunate that she chose to learn medical ninjutsu, otherwise she would definitely be weak for many days if she only used gauze and medicine to stop bleeding. Not daring to hesitate, a green chakra appeared in Lin's hands instantly. As Lin covered her hands on the wound with soil, the wound with soil that was still leaking blood began to heal slowly. Feeling the gentleness and comfort coming from his back, his face with dirt couldn't help but smile. Especially when he tilted his head and saw Lin concentrated on treating her injury, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't close. Lin is so virtuous. Take the soil subconsciously spoke. It's just that Lin, who was concentrating on bringing the soil to heal her injuries at this time, did not hear what the soil was saying, so she asked, What are you talking about? Ah, that, I said thank you, Lin. Daito said awkwardly. His cheeks turned red involuntarily. It's okay to bring soil. Lin squinted her eyes and said with a smile at the soil. Sure enough, in the face of Yu and Lin, every time it comes to a critical moment, she will be terribly embarrassed to bring the soil. This made Wang Ran, who was peeking on the side, shook his head helplessly. In this way, when can I take the soil and hug the beauty? Even Watergate and Jixin, now helpless, especially Jixin, the senior sister, was extremely anxious about the disappointment of her junior brother. Of course, Taita didn't know that his performance just now was all seen by Wang Ran, Watergate, and Jixin, three powerful perverted guys. At this time, the soil is still immersed in Lin's gentleness, unable to extricate herself. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, that is, injury does not seem to be all bad things. At the very least, you can enjoy Lin's gentle treatment. Of course, Asma looks pitiful compared to taking soil. Everyone is injured, although the soil is a bit heavier, but at any rate we must respect my Sarutobi-Asma's feelings. Chapter 209 End of battle. You bring soil to heal your wounds first, I have no problem. But you have to greet me anyway, haven't you seen my blood still bleeding? Besides, you seem to be my teammate, right? My Sarutobi-Asma, don't you want face? Of course. Sarutobi-Asma's broken thoughts did not get any actual performance from everyone. Even Kakashi, who was standing next to him, ignored the wounds on his body. After all, I just endured it. It's not normal to have a few minor injuries. As long as the injuries aren't too serious, I can solve them casually. Therefore, after seeing that Taito received Lin's treatment, Kakashi pulled away and left the place to help Sairyong hit the boulder. Asma was left alone, and silently took out gauze to bandage the wound. With the bleak atmosphere, the whole person's movements are skillful and distressing. Kakashi, who broke into the battlefield of Rid and Dashi, didn't talk nonsense at all, and hit Dashi with a knife. Dashi was about to break his heart at this time. There were 4 good people, and now he was the only one left. However, if you let him sit and wait for death, he can't do it. Therefore, facing the knife cut by Kakashi, Dashi launched a fierce counterattack. The battle with Hong's health just now didn't make Dashi consume much energy at all. In addition, Kakashi was really consumed just now, so Kakashi fell into a disadvantage as soon as he played against it. Looking at Kakashi, who was suppressed by Dashi, Yuri Hong also changed her health tactics just now. The illusion was fully activated, and Dashi was directly controlled in place. Naturally, Kakashi would not miss such a good opportunity and slashed directly at the boulder. Feeling the threat of death, Dashi also broke free from the illusion. But it is impossible to avoid Kakashi's attack completely. The Dashi, who tried his best, only caused this fatal knife to leave a long wound on his chest. But it wasn't over yet. The big stone that dodged a blow immediately felt the killing intent coming from behind him. Boom! Without a chance to react, Dashi was directly knocked out, and a blood spurted out from his mouth. What followed was the smiling face of Daito. Of course, if you look closely, you will find that the soiled facial muscles are twitching unnaturally. Naturally, this is not because the soil cannot bear to be cruel, but because it hurts. After Lin's treatment, his injury was only initially healed and no more bleeding. However, if you exercise vigorously, the wound will still be pulled and painful. Even if you are not careful, it is not impossible that the wound will open again. Hey, Kakashi, it's up to me to take action at the critical moment. Looking at the big stone, who fell on the ground and vented a lot, he said with a bit of stinky fart. But Kakashi just glanced at the soil, and he immediately returned to his previous facial paralysis, without taking care of the soil at all. Kakashi walked directly to Dashi and delivered the final blow to the elite ninja in Yanyin. However, judging from the flashing eyes of Kakashi, his heart has changed a lot at this time. But now I don't know how to bring the soil. Looking at Kakashi, who directly ignored him, his face with the soil went black. Kakashi, this guy is really annoying as always. As for the excuse that I saved Kakashi's life just now, I couldn't do it with soil. In other words, he has always thought that what he did just now was justified. Take soil, you broke through again. Before the earth carrying occurred, the red voice came into the earth carrying ears. Hearing this, Otis' grievance disappeared instantly. Haha, okay. Daito touched his head and said humbly in his mouth, it's just that his brilliant face clearly says come and praise me. And speaking red, looking at the 3 jade writing round eyes dripping around in the earthy eyes, my heart is full of complexity. Obviously everyone is a teacher together, and the things they learn are similar. As a result, after such a long time, now he has made the least progress and has the worst strength. Even the youngest Shisui, his strength surpassed himself early. Now, even the belt soil that was not much different from his own strength has already left himself far behind. Even if it is difficult for the ninja to progress, it is too unreasonable. When did he become the tail of a crane? Of course, if this idea of Red is known to people in the ninja world, it will probably cause public outrage. When did the teenage Shanglin also be the tail of the crane? Hong, who was depressed, directly ignored the narcissism of bringing the soil, and began to figure out his next training plan. This performance directly made the belt depressed. It's like pretending to be forced. Why is it so difficult? Fortunately, some careful and gentle Lin came to congratulate and comfort him. With a few operations, you can directly let the earth-hearted flowers bloom. With the end of the battle, Watergate and Juxin also walked out of the dark. Mr. Watergate, senior sister. With the appearance of the two, the people who were still chatting and resting just yelled directly, "You are very good, but we are not the only ones here this time." Seeing the impact of some embarrassing task, Ms. Human and Juxina smiled and nodded and said, "Anyone else?" Seeing the appearance of the two, everyone asked suspiciously. As everyone's voice fell, Wang Ran also showed his body shape. "Master." Seeing Wang Ran who suddenly appeared, he shouted with Di and Hong in surprise. Then, the two rushed towards Wang Ran straight. Until they reached Wang Ran's, the two stopped their steps. Looking at the two people who had grown to his chest, Wang Ran stretched out his hands and touched their heads. "Master, Master, did you see our fight just now? Isn't it very strong?" Feeling the temperature above his head, Zhao Wangran, who was a little proud of the earth, asked. Even though Zai Ryong didn't speak, she could tell from her expectant eyes that she was also looking forward to Wang Ran's answer. Seeing the eagerness in the eyes of the two, Wang Ran slowly smiled. "Performance, it's wonderful. You two's progress, but I look at it differently, especially with soil. It is not easy for an Ajibajikan to be able to cultivate to this point. What I want in the end is that the cooperation of the two of you can really be said to be seamless." Hearing Wang Ran's recognition and praise, Taitu and Hong all smiled joyfully. Especially with soil, he is not very talented in physical skills. It is not a simple matter to cultivate an Ajibajikan to this point. Chapter 210 Guide Kakashi. In the past few years, God knows how much effort he put in to achieve this step. To put it bluntly, even if compared with Metki, who specializes in physical art, the effort put into physical art with soil is not much different. After all, unlike Metki, he still needs to practice ninjutsu. After so many years of hard work, now that Wang Ran's recognition has been obtained, the heart with the soil is very proud. After communicating with Taitu and Hong for a while, Wang Ran cast his gaze on Kakashi. I have to say that Kakashi's talent is really high. Even under the exploration of the system, Kakashi has an level talent. Although he is a person who is favored by fate, Naruto world is only a relatively low-level world after all, so level talent is really not very common. Although Wang Ran has encountered many level talents, don't forget those ordinary people who don't have much talent. Wang Ran traveled through most of the world of shinobi, and the number of people he explored was not 10,000 but 8,000. However, these people have very few level talents, let alone level talents. The reason why Hagaki Kakashi was jokingly called Hagaki 5 Kai and Chakra unit of measurement, in the final analysis, was because he transplanted the earthy writing wheel eyes. Although there is a copy of the ninja's title, it has to be said that the help that the writing round eye brings to Kakashi is far from the negative effect. Since Kakashi transplanted Shaolin Yan, he has given up his practice of swordsmanship for many years. In addition, because the writing wheel is constantly consuming the chakra in his body, his attainments in ninjutsu are greatly suppressed. After all, as a ninjutsu type ninja, isn't it a mage in plain terms? Don't talk about anything else. At least you can't lack the skills of blue release. But Kakashi, basically put a big trick, it will be blue. Therefore, in order to ensure that he is not fighting strength, Kakashi's fighting method is basically a combination of various small skills, which is completely based on tactics to win. This also led to the fact that Kakashi was able to fight vigorously with anyone, and his reputation spread like wildfire. In this way, Kakashi can eventually grow into a movie-class powerhouse, enough to see Kakashi's talent. But the situation is different now. Kakashi did not lose an eye, nor did he sacrifice with dirt. Therefore, the name of the copy ninja has disappeared before it was born. As for Kakashi, who is dedicated to swordsmanship and thunderdance, no one can say which step he can grow in the future. After all, Kakashi itself has a strong talent for fighting, plus there is no shortage of blues. Even if Kakashi is directly promoted to the film-level powerhouse in a few years, Wang Ran will not be surprised. Besides, as the son of Tsukumo Hokage, Kakashi can be considered a member of Zangman. Therefore, Wang Ran decided to push Kakashi. Although Kakashi had already worshipped Watergate as a master, the two had no fate of master and apprentice. However, recruiting him into Zangman, together with Wang Ran's disciples, and waiting for Wang Ran to leave, guarding the Zangman that developed the Hokage world is also a good choice. Hokage Kakashi. It's been a long time since I saw you. Are you Shumo's son? Wang Ran looked at Kakashi, who was standing beside the Watergate, and said, with little words. Kakashi was taken aback. He did meet Wang Ran, but he never expected Wang Ran to say hello to himself. After all, the difference between the identities of the two is too great. Even his teacher Bo Feng Shuiman is a junior in front of Wang Ran, let alone him. Moreover, the most important thing is that Wang Ran even mentioned Haki Shumao. From Wang Ran's tone, it is not difficult to tell that he and Tsukumo Hokage are very familiar. But Kakashi never heard Tsukumo Hokage mention that he knew Wang Ran. However, the stupefaction is only a momentary matter. Kakashi reacted quickly and said to Wang Ran quickly, it's been a long time since I saw you, senior. My father is indeed Tsukumo Hokage. Did my father know you before you were alive? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Wang Ran nodded gently. Although the two did not know each other before Tsukumo Hokage's suicide. But after Tsukumo Hokage's suicide, the two became too familiar with each other. You can say that, Shuima and I are really familiar with each other. Hearing Wang Ran's affirmation, the younger ninjas and the others didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Even Kakashi just thought that it was Haki Tsukumo who hadn't told him. But the two adults, Prajanam and Jixinai, are full of question marks. They are very familiar with Hokage Shumao. When did Wang Ran meet Hokage Shumao? If I remember correctly, they have met once, right? However, although they were puzzled in their hearts, Mizuman and Jixina didn't say much. Since Wang Ran said that he and Shumo Hagaki were acquainted, the two naturally knew each other. Now Wang Ran didn't mean to explain to them, so they wouldn't ask much. After all, this is not an important thing. It's just a small thing. Tsukumo Hokage has been dead for so many years, and it doesn't make sense anymore. The thunder ninjutsu trick you used just now is called Chidori, isn't it? The power is pretty good, but if you use it, it's too bad. Wang Ran analyzed towards Kakashi. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Kakashi understood in an instant. Wang Ran pointed out himself intentionally. Wang Ran's advice from a ninja of this level is very precious. Therefore, Kakashi became serious in an instant, nodded heavily, and asked, it's true. This move was developed by Teacher Watergate. Although it is powerful, it requires high-speed movement to exert its power, so I can't grasp the timing of the move at all. I don't know if seniors know any solution? The Watergate on the side also nodded when he heard this. He had experience in developing Helix Pill, and he was very ready to guide Kakashi to develop his own ninjutsu. Although the development direction of Helix Maru and Chidori is different, one is the change in the shape of the chakra and the other is the change in the nature of the chakra. However, a lot of experience between the two is figured out. What's more, Watergate has also studied a lot of information on the changes in the nature of chakras in recent years. Looking at Kakashi with a serious look, Wang Ran nodded gently. The Chidori ninjutsu is suitable for you and it is suitable, but it is indeed not suitable for you. It's not for you because you don't have super dynamic vision, so it is difficult to capture the enemy's dynamics when attacking at high speed. But the ninja's fault tolerance rate is too low. Once you miss a hit and make a mistake, you will experience the consequences. Chapter 211 Solicit. After all, not every time someone can save you. Hearing what Wang Ran said, the soil on the side stood up in an instant, as if to say, yes, it was Kakashi who was saved by my uncle. Come and praise me. It is a pity that his actions did not attract Anun's attention at all. Now everyone's attention is focused on Wang Ran. They also want to know what kind of advice Wang Ran will give Kakashi. Poor Bring the soil directly served as a background board and was ignored by everyone. Kakashi, the protagonist at this time, nodded seriously after hearing what Wang Ran said. He does know all of these, but knowing it is useless, there must be a solution. Wang Ran didn't sell too much, leaving Kakashi to wait. After talking about the reasons, the solution was directly given. It is suitable for you because this technique is an incomplete technique. In other words, there is still a lot of room for improvement in this technique. A large part of the reason why you want to use the extremely rapid speed to cast this technique is that you have only changed the nature of this technique, not the form. You insert your hand into the ground, use the extremely fast speed and the friction between your palm and the ground, and add morphological changes to the changes in the nature of the Chidori. This has resulted in the Chidori having such a powerful force. If you can complete the double change of chakras form and nature at one time when you first perform ninjutsu, then even if you don't have the ultimate speed, it will produce extremely powerful power. After listening to Wang Ran's words, both Kakashi and Watergate nodded. As the developers of this technique, both of them understand that this technique still has room for promotion. However, whether it is a change in form or nature, they have a solution. But when it comes to fusing the two together, this is a bit of a blind spot in the knowledge of the two. The development of the Watergate of the spiral pill is also more than one attempt to combine morphological changes with changes in properties. But obviously, it failed. However, despite the difficulties, Kakashi and Watergate did not mean to give up. Whether it is Chidori or Helix Maru, they are among the best in A-level ninjutsu. Even if it can't be improved, it is a rare ninjutsu. What's more, they still have a lot of time to study in the future. It is more challenging if it is more difficult. However, before the improvement of Chidori is completed, it is better to use this technique as little as possible. This thought came to Kakashi and Watergate. Looking at the thoughtful Kakashi, Wang Ran smiled lightly, and then said, "Of course, there is an easier way, without improving Chidori." Kakashi was shocked and asked quickly, "Senior, what is the solution?" Wang Ran smiled, "Easy. Change your eyes. Just find an eye-like blood follower that always has super dynamic vision, and just change it. However, I don't recommend this method." Seeing Wang Ran's mischievous smile, everyone felt a little black on their heads. Obviously he is a respected predecessor, why do he always give a slap in the face from time to time? Change your eyes, isn't this a bullshit? It doesn't matter whether the blood inheritance can be obtained, it is obtained. The side effects after transplantation are not acceptable to ordinary people. Senior, don't be joking, you'll still develop ninjutsu honestly, Kakashi said helplessly, let alone Wang Ran not recommending this method. Even if Wang Ran recommended it, he would not choose this method. Seeing that Kakashi refused the proposal without hesitation, Wang Ran also shrugged indifferently. He was just kidding. Even if Kakashi really moved, he wouldn't let Kakashi succeed. You can decide for yourself, but I can give you a choice. How about joining our Tibetan gate? If you can cultivate into the fairy mode, even if you don't improve the Chidori, you can easily use it with the perception of natural energy. Wang Ran said towards Kakashi, and as soon as he uttered these words, everyone present was stunned. You know, all the ninjas who have joined Zangman in the ninja world, except for the White Sparrow, are Wang Ran's disciples. Hardly. Wang Ran intends to accept Kakashi as his disciple. This is a great thing for Kakashi. At this moment, Sarutobi's was sour again. Usually Sarutobi Risen regrets it at home, saying that he should have asked Wang Ran to take Asma to him. If this is the case, how can Asma be able to mix with Shangnin's strength by virtue of Zangman's unique cultivation method and secret technique? Not to mention others, even Yurong, a phantom ninja, has the strength of ninjutsu. Asma, a ninjutsu cultivator, can't improve his strength faster than Hong, right? Facing Wang Ran's solicitation, Kakashi hesitated now. He also thought that Wang Ran wanted to accept him as an apprentice. To be honest, Kakashi is very excited now. Wang Ran, what a fairy is that? The apprentices he collected from Konoha had all reached the upper end of strength. Even if they broke out with all their strength, they might not be Anon's opponent. You know, when Taito and others were apprentices, he was already in the end. But now, with this result, where did he put the face of Konoha's first genius? But can you say that his talent is not good? Of course not. If he was given the cultivation method and secret technique in Zangman, his strength would definitely improve rapidly. So, facing Wang Ran's olive branch, Kakashi was moved. But now he has officially apprenticed to Bofeng Shuiman, and Bofeng Shuiman is very good to him. He does not want to betray Bofeng Shuiman because of the so-called secret techniques and cultivation methods. Now Kakashi is very entangled, and rationally tells him to quickly agree to Wang Ran's kindness. This is a golden opportunity. As long as you agree, you will soon be able to use powerful strength. But feelings also told him that he could not betray Bofeng Shuiman. If he chose Wang Ran, although Bofeng Shuiman would bless him, he would definitely have a little bump in his heart. Looking at Kakashi, who has been tangled, Bofeng Shuiman clearly knows what Kakashi is tangling. He really wants Kakashi to have a good future, and this time can be said to be the best opportunity. Following Wang Ran, Kakashi's progress must be much faster than following him. Therefore, seeing Kakashi's tangled expression, Bofeng Shuiman's heart was instantly anxious. For fear that Wang Ran would not be happy to see Kakashi's performance, Bofeng Shuiman quickly said, "Senior, Kakashi is definitely willing to choose to be your disciple. Chapter 212 Wang Ranzim and Mr. Watergate. When Kakashi heard Bo Feng Shuiman's words, he immediately wanted to explain something anxiously. After complicated mental struggles, his reason has been suppressed by his feelings, and he is not ready to switch to the court. However, before he could finish his explanation, he was directly interrupted by Bo Feng Shuiman. Okay Kakashi, that's good. Bo Feng Mizuno narrowed his eyes and said to Kakashi with a smile, without any discomfort at all. Kakashi looked at the appearance of Bo Feng Shuiman, suddenly not knowing how to speak. On the contrary, it was Wang Ran, who heard Bo Feng Shuiman's words and said in a little surprise, "Apprentice." However, he quickly reacted. It seems that it was Mizuman who had a wrong idea, too. Except for Bike, all the ninjas who joined Tibet are their own disciples. But they don't know the identity of the white bird, so they can tell the past if they understand it wrong. However, in their hearts, is Wang Ran such a person? Competing for someone else's lover, Wang Ran can't do this kind of thing. Wang Ran pretended to be angry and said, "Apprentice, who said that I want to accept Kakashi as a disciple? I am an elder. If I go to grab the apprentice of the Watergate, where can I stand here? Is it possible that in your eyes, I am such a person?" Following Wang Ran's angry words, everyone was taken aback. However, they reacted in an instant, and the Wave Watergate quickly explained in surprise, "No, senior, of course I don't mean that. But if Kakashi doesn't worship you as a teacher, how can I join Zangman?" Wang Ran looked at the nervous Bo Feng Shuiman with a funny expression on his face. The golden flash that can make the ninja world daming ding ding. The next 4 generations of Hokage is so nervous, and he is the only one to be a scorpion. I understand your thoughts, but who said that only by worshipping me as a teacher can you join the Tibetan Gate? I am the sect master. I want to accept whoever enters the Tibetan Gate. Wang Ran looked at Bo Feng Shuiman with a smile and said, his words also made Kakashi's eyes, who were still tangled just now, light up instantly. In this case, wouldn't he be able to visit the Tibetan Gate without changing the gate? Senior, are you serious? Kakashi looked at Wang Ran in surprise, and asked expectantly. Wang Ran nodded. Naturally it is true. Senior, I am willing to join Zangman. As soon as Wang Ran's words fell, Kakashi couldn't wait to say. Seeing Kakashi's performance, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Very well. After your mission this time is over, I will give you an introductory travel ceremony. Initiation ceremony? What initiation ceremony? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Juxin and the others thought in surprise. The so-called initiation ceremony is naturally part of the future development of Zangman planned by Wang Ran. When Wang Ran first inherited the system, it was completely that the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, and he had not considered anything at all. Rolling up his sleeves was doing it. He hadn't even considered what kind of sect resident or sect development. Even the so-called door rules of Zangman were created by his brain. To put it bluntly, when he first started, even accepting disciples was a reward for the system. Jianzong sect, being a sect master or something, has no initiative at all, let alone any experience. To be honest, sometimes Wang Ran always thinks, why is his system so salty? Look at other people's homes and publish tasks every day. If you can't complete it, you will punish the others. As a result, when I got here, I looked like it on the first day, but after that it was completely a tool system. Except for giving himself a reward when accepting disciples, he didn't take the initiative to bubbling at all. What messes up to Wang Ran himself? It is not a hint at all. If it weren't for the scarcity of this stuff, Wang Ran would have almost ignored the fact that he still had a system. Returning to the topic, as time went on, Wang Ran also began to pay attention to the issues related to the development of a sect. After years of precipitation, Wang Ran had already seen his heart clearly. He is no longer the little teacher who just passed through. He has now identified with his identity as the master of the Tibetan Gate. His future path is bound to be impossible to be confined to a small Naruto world. As his strength increases, one day he will go to a more advanced world. However, if at that time, the Tibetan Gate is still the same as it is now, it will not take long for the Tibetan Gate to be immersed in the wheel of history again. Because he is not sure if he can return to this world again after he arrives in another world. If not, then what is the difference between his Tibetan Gate and the glorious one in countless epochs? So, what is the value of one's own existence? Is it to make this sect, which has been silent for countless epochs, once again a flash in the pan? This is not the answer that Wang Ran wants to hand over to himself. Since God has given him a chance to prove himself, he naturally has to work hard to do his best. Therefore, in order to develop this sect that was born from the ninja world because of oneself. Even if he no longer likes to follow the rules and troubles, he still needs to plan some rules and things. Take Kakashi's case as an example. If Wang Ran is still the same as before, it must be that Kakashi will teach him Taoism immediately after agreeing. However, the drawbacks of this are too great, not to mention whether Kakashi will spread the Taoism out. Just to talk about the introductory process of such a simple matter, it is difficult for people to feel a sense of identity. But if there is an initiation ceremony, this situation will change a lot, and the new ninja will have a lot of identity in his heart. Therefore, since he was able to advance to the 6th Dao and had plenty of time, Wang Ran began to plan these things in his heart. After so long of calculations, he also had a general plan in his mind. This time he traveled through the world of ninja. In addition to comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, he also had plans to find a place as the sect residence. It just so happened that this incident happened to happen today, and Wang Ran started to prepare his own plan along the way. Wang Ran did not intend to tell a few people about this. Therefore, although everyone showed a puzzled expression, Wang Ran still did not explain anything. Okay, senior. Seeing that Wang Ran didn't mean to explain, Kakashi asked more. Well, even though you haven't formally joined Zangman yet, you can still be considered as a member of Zangman. You can call me the master in the future. Hearing that Kakashi was still calling himself senior, Wang Ran shook his head and said to him. Chapter 213 Good things are in pairs. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Kakashi paused for a while, adjusted his mentality, and then spoke again. Yes, the master. When Wang Ran heard Kakashi change his words, he nodded gently. As a master with soil, Bo Feng Shuiman saw that the ending was set, and his face also showed a smile. Kakashi is still his apprentice, and at the same time he has entered the Tibetan gate. This is a happy situation for everyone. Hey, master, are you too partial? Just when Bo Feng Shuiman was immersed in the beauty of the ending, a complaint came suddenly. The familiar voice filled Bo Feng Shuiman's head with question marks. Wang Ran also looked at Juxinai, who was complaining with a puzzled face. Eccentric? When was he eccentric? Master, you didn't tell me such a thing earlier. Juxina looked at Wang Ran, and said pitifully. What is it? Wang Ran asked in astonishment. He was really puzzled. What is the situation with Juxinai? It's just that you can join our Zangman without apprenticeship. Juxina looked at Wang Ran seriously and said. Wang Ran admitted that he was dumbfounded at this moment. What's the use of telling you? Is it possible that you still want to deny me as a master, and then rejoin the Tibetan gate? Sure enough, they all talk about a woman's heart, a needle on the seabed. He really couldn't guess Juxinai's thoughts. No, Juxinai, why do you want to know this? As my disciple, you are a member of Zangman? Wang Ran raised his brows and asked suspiciously. Yes, I am from Zangman, but Waterman is not. Juxinai said. Wang Ran's expression instantly turned weird when he said this. Well, Kortha, you still want to recruit Watergate? No wonder I am partial. It turns out that I didn't take care of your little boyfriend. But, don't you know that if Watergate really joins Zangman, then his Naruto position will probably be gone? Master, don't you know that Watergate's strength is too slow to improve? If this continues, he can't compete with Hokage with me. Before Wang Ran could speak, Juxina continued. What Juxina said was from his heart. When she hadn't been apprentice at the beginning, Watergate's strength was far stronger than her. But now, if she exerts her full strength, she can definitely defeat Bo Feng Shuiman easily. Therefore, Juxinai's current idea is to let Bo Feng Shuiman join Zangman, so that the speed of his strength improvement will increase a lot. After all, Bo Feng Shuiman is his own boyfriend, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Although Juxinai is careless, she is also a sensible person. Before, she thought that only Wang Ran's disciples could join Zangman and learn Taoism. Therefore, even though he had the intention to let Bo Feng Shuiman join Zangman, because Shuiman had already come by his teacher, Juxinai never mentioned it. Now, knowing that even if he is not a disciple of Wang Ran, he can join Zangman, Juxinai's mind is naturally active in an instant. Of course, Juxinai wouldn't admit that she was a little bit ugly, thinking that she disliked Bo Feng Shuiman's fairy model. If she had to tell her about the shortcomings of the Toad Immortal mode, it would be that the Toad Immortal mode lasted too short, and the power was not as powerful as the Tibetan-specific Immortal mode. After all, my boyfriend, I want to spoil him, not to hurt his heart. With Juxinai's exit this time, even Bo Feng Shuiman, who was still lying down with his gun, was stunned. What is meant by slow progress in his strength? How many have you seen in your 20s? Senior, don't listen to Kushina's nonsense. What about you? Did I make a mistake? Bo Feng Shuiman scratched his head in embarrassment, trying to explain something, but when he could finish speaking, he was directly sent back by Duke Sinai. Facing Duke Sinai's violent suppression, Bo Feng Shuiman was very unwilling to admit it. After all, she is her own wife, so she should be counseled. The most important thing is that there is no way without counseling. Compared to Duke Sinai, his strength improvement is indeed a bit slow. Bo Feng Shuiman, who was already in a disadvantaged position, became even lower in the family as Duke Sinai's fighting power surpassed him. Wang Ran looked at Bo Feng Shuiman and Duke Sinai helplessly. He always felt that they were sprinkling dog food on purpose. Didn't you see, those little guys who are standing aside in adolescence, their eyes are almost straightened with envy. John Cena, it's not that I disagree. If Ms. Human really wants to join Zhangman, nothing else. His identity as Zhangman's son-in-law will be enough. But, looking at Jixin and Bo Feng Shuiman, Wang Ran slowly said. As Wang Ran spoke in front of him, Duke Sinai's face was already smiling. Even Bo Feng Shuiman is no exception, with a surprised look on his face. Don't even look at him, just telling Wang Ran not to listen to Duke Sinai talking nonsense. But that was because he didn't want to embarrass Duke Sinai and Wang Ran. After all, if Wang Ran didn't have such an idea, he would be embarrassed if he refused. And Wang Ran would be embarrassed if he didn't refuse. This kind of thing is very unwilling to see Watergate, so he would say that sentence. However, how could he not yearn for Zhangman in his heart? He is a ninja, and a ninja with extraordinary talents and strength. So, how could he not pursue a higher realm? As Duke Sinai's boyfriend, he knows how terrifying Duke Sinai's progress is. And not only that, but he also knew how terrifying the secret techniques that Wang Ran taught Duke Sinai were. If it wasn't because he had successfully learned the second generation of Hokage's Flying Thunder God art, he would be almost helpless in front of Kushina. Although Bo Feng Shuiman didn't say anything, but as a man, his strength was so much weaker than his own woman, Bo Feng Shuiman's heart still had a little bump. Of course, he didn't mind anything, he was just a little dissatisfied with the progress of his practice in his heart. So, now that Wang Ran suddenly said that he could join Zhangman, how could he not feel excited? But everything is afraid of a turning point. No, as Wang Ran couldn't speak, the hearts of Juxin and Bo Feng Shuiman instantly picked up. However, if Watergate wants to join Zhangman, then he must give up his dream. I don't think Watergate will make such a decision, so I have never mentioned it. As Wang Ran's voice fell, the gripping hearts of Juxinai and Washuiman sank sharply, and their brows were also tightly locked together. Chapter 214 Bofeng enters Tibet. What is Bofeng? Watergate's dream is to become Hokage. Regardless of what Konoha said, everyone has the hope of becoming Hokage. But this is just a scene. Just listen to it. If you want to become Hokage, your background is a barrier you can't get past. Whether it is 1 generation, 2 generations or the current 3 generations, which one is not the root Zhengmai or Hong? Even the future 5 generations, 6th generations, and 7th generations are absolutely rooted in the Red Hokage series. No one can deny this. Although the delivery of Naruto has only been carried out to the 3rd generation, it is not difficult to see this rule from the current 4th generation Naruto candidates. Neither Bo Feng Shuimen nor Jixin are stupid. Of course they clearly know this. Of course, as a disciple of Jiraiya, Bo Feng Shuiman is also a member of the Hokage family. If it continues to develop, the position of Hokage may not be without his place. But if Bo Feng Shuiman joins Zhangman, he would be branded by Wang Ran. Even if Bo Feng Shuiman is loyal to Konoha, Konoha's senior officials will not rest assured and pass the position of Hokage to Bo Feng Shuiman. Therefore, if Bo Feng Shuiman joins Zhangman, then he will give up his greatest advantage personally and block a piece of Kishin stone for his future. In this case, if Bo Feng Watergate wants to become Hokage, the difficulty is naturally conceivable. Master, why does Senior Watergate joining Zhangman mean giving up their dreams? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Taitu and Hong both asked with some doubts, especially with the soil. He admires Bo Feng Shuiman, a senior who is strong, gentle, and dreams the same as his own. This world is not black and white. Just listen to some words. You will know the specific reasons later. Wang Ran shook his head lightly, without explaining too much to the two of them. The two are not old now, even if they want to compete for the 4th generation of Hokage. It is impossible. Therefore, the identity issue has little to do with them. What's more, if the 4th generation of Meme Hokage is still a wave of water, then maybe Konoha will really be like what they described in the future. Oh, hearing that Wang Ran didn't mean to answer, Bringtu and Hong nodded slightly, and didn't ask much. Ha ha ha, senior, who said that if I join Zhangman, I must give up my dream. At this moment, the fluctuating Watergate, who was still silent and tangled just now, suddenly said with a smile. As the saying goes, children only make choices, and of course adults choose all of them. And Bo Feng Shuiman's words also directly raised Wang Ran's brows. Indeed, this is not a single choice question. But if you want to choose, the difficulty is not that high. It is impossible for Wang Ran to help Bo Feng Shuiman compete for the position of Naruto, so it is only possible for Bo Feng Shuiman to change the ideas of Konoha's senior management. After all, the position of Naruto is not something you can do if you are strong. If the high level and the public disagree, then you have no hope. Thinking of this, Wang Ran smiled and said, "Indeed, you can choose between two options, but do you know how difficult this path will be? Human thoughts are the hardest thing to speculate and change." Hearing this, Bo Feng Shuiman's face did not show a retreat expression, but a confident and determined look. Indeed, this road is difficult, but what does it matter? He believes he can do it, not for anything else. Just because he is called Bo Feng Shuiman Senior, I understand. But I have the confidence to do all this. After all, I am not working alone. There are many people who support me by my side. As he said, Bo Feng Shuiman looked at Jixin next to him, and then looked at Kakashi, Daito and others. Hearing Bo Feng Shuiman's words, Jixin's eyes lit up while looking at him. The Bo Feng Shuiman at this time is really very manly. At first, it was because of Bo Feng Shuiman's strong confidence that he was deeply attracted. He was still struggling just now, although he wanted to let Watergate join Zangman. But if Prajanam's dream were to be shattered in this way, then she really didn't know what to say. As a result, now, don't worry, Watergate has already given the answer. The appearance of Bo Feng Shuiman made Jixin I believe that he could do what he said without any doubt. Therefore, when the words of the Bo Feng Shuiman fell, Kushina directly patted his chest and said, "Yes, please don't worry, Master. Although I and Prajanam are competitors, if anyone dares to embarrass him because of his identity as a Zangman in Prajanam, I will let them know about the flower." Why is it so red? Of course, even though Kushina said that she and Watergate were competitors, she had long known that she could not become Hokage, let alone a ninja who came to Konoha when he was a teenager. His personality alone is not suitable for becoming Naruto. She keeps saying this now, nothing more than a stiff mouth. Therefore, if Watergate needs help in the future, she will definitely do her best. Yes, Senior Watergate is not alone, we will definitely support him. Although he is also my competitor, but I am still young after all, so I can barely be a 5th generation Hokage, and the 4th generation will give it to Senior Watergate. And as Jixin finished speaking, Daito and others also said one after another. Although they don't know exactly what the situation is, this does not prevent them from making a choice. Hearing the voices of Bo Feng Shuiman, his face was filled with a smile of satisfaction. Under such circumstances, even if the road ahead is difficult, he will not be afraid. As for Wang Ran, seeing everyone's performance, he also gave a sullen laugh. "Well, since you have already thought about Prajanam, what reason do I have to refuse?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, the smile on Bo Feng Shuiman's face became more intense. Without pause, Bo Feng Shuiman bowed deeply to Wang Ran directly, and at the same time asked, "Senior, Konoha ninja Bo Feng Shuiman asked to join Zangman. Can?" Wang Ran didn't say much, just simply utter a word, and the matter can be concluded. "Thank you, Master." Bo Feng Shuiman did not hesitate, and directly changed his name to Wang Ran. The apprentice also watched it, and the doorman accepted it. So as Bo Feng Shuiman got up, Wang Ran directly said, "It's been a lot of time just now. Don't you still have a task? Go ahead. When the war is over, I will help you hold an initiation ceremony." Chapter 215 Shenwu Bridge. "No, Master, are you leaving again?" He looked at Wang Ran with a tangled expression. Although he admired Wang Ran's fluttering whereabouts really hurt him. Not only him, but even Hong and Jixin were helpless. Although they are Wang Ran's disciples, speaking of it, they really haven't been with Wang Ran for too long. But that's it. They relied on Wang Ran's teachings to increase their strength so quickly. If it wasn't for someone who knew it, who would believe it? Regarding this, Wang Ran said that he was also very helpless. At the beginning, he was for the little rewards of the system, in order to quickly improve his strength, so of course how to be honest and efficient. After all, disciples with good talents are so easy to find. As for now, he wanted to find a place as the sect residence, and naturally he would not stay in one place for too long. Besides, they are to perform tasks. What are they doing? Watching them perform tasks and play? Okay, don't complain. I was really not thinking about it well before. When this war is over, I will hold the introductory ceremony for you. You usually come to the sect to practice. Wang Ran said apologetically, although his teaching was still effective. From the perspective of personally teaching his disciples, he did not do enough. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Juxinei's eyes lit up with dirt and red. Listening to what Wang Ran said, it seems that this or other initiation ceremony still has their share. Although I don't know what it is, it feels very compelling. And to go to the sect to practice, doesn't it mean that you can accept Wang Ran's personal guidance? Now their strength has improved so fast, then at that time, their progress will not fly out of the sky. Therefore, when Wang Ran said this, the eyes of the people in Sangman seemed to be afire. With Soil even more excited, he patted his chest and said, "Master, don't worry, we will definitely end the war as soon as possible." In response, Wang Ran just nodded with a chuckle. Although Taito was a little bit suspicious of talking big, but he didn't believe it. According to the development of the world line itself, the war will not last long. Moreover, now with Wang Ran's random entry, this timeline will definitely be shortened. After bidding farewell to a few people, Wang Ran took the lead and left. The rest of Konoha also went to perform their tasks. Wang Ran walked very slowly. Although he needed to find a place for the sect, it was also very important to perceive the law and increase his strength. But before Wang Ran left, he felt a tremor of the earth. Turning to look into the distance, where is Bofeng Shuiman and others, going to perform the task? Direction is the No Bridge of God. Wang Ran whispered softly, but then he shook his head gently, not paying too much attention to it. Turned around again and walked slowly towards the distance. At this time, Bofeng Shuiman, Kashinai and the others, looking at the Shinwubai bridge that was blown into pieces in front of them, the body of Iwainin lying around in twos and threes, there was a trace of relief on their faces. As the only way for Yanin to invade Konoha, Shinwubai bridge is certainly not unprepared. There are several elite Shangren stationed here. However, in the eyes of Bofeng Shuimen and Juxinei, such defenses are a bit too weak. The two of them easily solved the Iwainin, and then they carried out blasting work on the mile-long bridge of the Shinwubai bridge. With the destruction of the Shinwubai bridge, Yanin also lost most of his ability to attack Konoha. You know, Yanin is a village that is good at violent soldiers. Although there are many ninjas, a large number of special ninjas can be born. But the quality of their soldiers can be described as worrying. The land itself is short of water, coupled with Yanin's policy of violent soldiers flow, so that a large number of ninjas cannot be carefully taught. As a result, a large number of bottom-level ninjas in Yanin village have no ability to step on the water to cross the river. After all, treading water is easy to say, but it is difficult to do unless you are a genius without careful guidance from your predecessors. If the Shinwubai bridge was still there, Yanin could count on a lot of troops to come and touch Konoha. However, with the destruction of the Shinsabai bridge, a large number of Yanin's bottom ninjas were isolated on this end of the bridge. In this way, Yanin's advantage disappeared. Of course, this is only part of their mission. After all, even if the Shinwubai bridge is destroyed, it can be restored with the power of Yanin village. However, if they maimed all the elite troops that Yanin sent to Konoha, will Yanin continue the war? This is also the reason why Konoha has ruled out such a strong team. Therefore, after destroying the Wubai bridge, Bofeng Watergate and Kushina looked at each other and led the team towards the Yanin battlefield. They had already solved a 100-person elite team before. As long as they were crippling Yanin on other battlefields on the front line, then their mission would be completed. The war between Iwain and Konoha can also come to an end. The battlefield was not far from the Shinwubai bridge, so when the Shinwubai bridge was destroyed, the strong explosion and vibration had caused Yanin's troops to notice the abnormality. They also ruled out the scouts and went to check the situation. However, how could Yanin's scouts catch up with the speed of Bofeng Shuiman, Juxin and others? Therefore, before the scouts had reached the Bridge of the Gods, Konoha's people had already lurked behind the Yanin ninjas. Kushina, you are waiting here with peace of mind. I will go back to the camp and report on the situation. You will wait until the Konoha troops launch an attack. Lurking behind the Yanin camp, Bofeng Shuiman whispered towards Juxinai. Hearing this, Juxina nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew. Taito and the others also lightly tapped their little heads, trying to hide their presence and breath. Upon seeing this, Bofeng Shuiman disappeared in place. Utilizing the traits of kunai that had been in Konoha's camp before, and the Haifeng Mizuman with space ninjutsu, he returned to Konoha's camp in an instant. In the discussion tent of the Konoha camp, a new generation of Konoha Pigdeer Butterfly group led by Narulukisa is looking solemnly at the map on the table. At the same time, there are also a lot of Konoha's strengths here who are waiting for Narushikage's order. As the new patriarch of the Nara clan, Nara Yakuza perfectly inherited the super powerful brain of the Nara clan. Therefore, he was appointed as the commander of the Yanin battlefield. Sure enough, his performance in these days has fully proved his ability. As the Konoha side, who was absolutely inferior in number, under the command of Nara Shikohisa, he abruptly resisted the attacks of the Wadaku side after another. Chapter 216 Juxina meets Laozi. However, this time since the meeting started, Nara Shikohisa did not say a word, but looked at the map on the table seriously. To be honest, this made everyone who had seen Nara Luca's superb tactics a long time ago, it was very depressing. I don't know what the problem is, it can make Nara Luca so serious that he doesn't say a word. Of course, Akudo Dingzu and Yamanaka Kuchi, both of which are the combination of pig, deer and butterfly, can easily find that Nara Luca's gaze has been placed behind the Wadaku camp, on the Godimbi Bridge, as if what are waiting for. Nara Luca is indeed waiting. He is waiting for the completion of the mission of the Wave of Wind and Water. As one of the most confidential missions, he alone knew about the entire Konoha camp. Today is the time for Bofeng Shuiman to complete the mission. As long as the mission is completed, they will be able to win the final victory in the Yanin battlefield. Therefore, he called many elite ninjas into the meeting room early in the morning and waited for orders. As time passed, the trait kunai placed in the Nara Shikuji bag suddenly emitted a chakra wave. Immediately, a figure appeared beside Nara Shikohisa. Watergate. Master Watergate. That's right, the person here is Bofeng Shuiman. With the appearance of Mizuman Nara, an expression of excitement flashed across Nara's face. Immediately, Nara Luca could not wait to ask, Watergate, the task is complete. Bofeng Shuiman smiled softly when he heard the words, "Ah, it's done, you can prepare for action." Well, hearing the affirmative reply, the excitement on Nara Luca's face could not be concealed. After tidying up his mentality, Nara Luca looked at the people in the tent and said seriously, Shangran has cut off the only way for the reinforcements of the Yanian troops, and the village has also sent elite ninjas to assist us. Now you immediately organize your subordinates and prepare for a general attack. Yes. Hearing this, Konoha's people said in unison without hesitation. After finishing speaking, he didn't make more stops, and took the order to prepare. Konoha's ninjas quickly got ready. Looking at the hundreds of ninjas standing in front of them, Nara Shikohisa as the commander, directly issued orders. Very well. After the battle begins for a while, if you have the traits of Kyuwu in your hands, throw Kyuwu towards Yanin first. Then, under the condition of protecting yourself as much as possible, effectively killing the enemy. Understand? Understand. A kind of Konoha ninja yelled in unison. At this moment, dozens of Konoha ninjas held the traits of kunai in the handshake tightly. They know very well what kind of strength Bofeng Shuiman can play with thanks to kunai in their hands. Very good. Launch an attack. As everyone's voice fell, Nara Shikohisa directly issued the order to attack. With Konoha ninjas shot, the battlefield quickly became chaotic. As Iwara who was under the attack, their commander didn't know what Konoha was mad. The strength of the two sides is not much different. Who knows, if it were not for Konoha's use of tactics, Yanian's strength would be higher than Konoha's side. Why would Konoha behave so irrationally? Although he didn't understand, he responded quickly. As Konoha ninja attacked, a large number of Iwanin also began to counterattack. However, he quickly understood why Konoha would make such a move. Because at the beginning of the battle, behind their camp, a phantom fox tens of meters high appeared. Looking at the nine tails behind the golden fox, the commander of the Yanin battlefield turned pale with fright. Although it is not clear why the nine tails became golden, this is a tail beast, where ordinary ninjas can resist. Moreover, it also appeared behind his camp, and it seemed that he could only ask for help. Commander Yanian looked nervously at the ninja with purple clothes and beard beside him, and asked nervously, "Old Master Zip, please stop Kyobai." Lao Zi snorted, "I said that the old man Noma can't beat him, and he can't beat one of the four villages. I wouldn't bother to control him unless he begged me." Although Ayaki was complaining, Lao Zi still had feelings for Yanian. So, while talking, Lao Zi walked towards Juxinai. As he got closer and closer to Juxinai, he also changed from a human form to an oversized orangutan. The four tails behind him slowly trembled. Nine-tailed, 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 nine, at this time on the battlefield to kill, suddenly felt a huge chakra coming, and then the four-tailed monkey king appeared in front of her. Seeing Lao Zi who had completely emptied the tail beast's body, Juxinai gave a surprised faint. And Lao Zi, looking at this golden nine-tailed tail, didn't even do it for the first time, but asked in confusion, "Hey, ask you a question. How did you look like this after you became a beast?" Regarding Lao Zi's problem, Juxinai told him a great deal. After all, everyone is a human being. With this alone, if it weren't for the village's hostility, they could all become friends. Well, as long as the negative factors of the tail beast chakra are removed, only pure chakra is left. Hearing what Juxinai said, Laozi had a black line in his spiritual space. What does it mean to remove negative factors? Is this such a simple thing? The little girl is not easy. Hey, little girl, how are we going to discuss something? Neither of us will take action, and let them solve it by themselves. Laozi looked at Juxin and asked, why are you Hey? My name is Juxinai, not Hey. Hearing Laozi's words, Juxinai unceremoniously challenged him. Then, Juxina continued to speak. Also, why don't you do anything? Are you threatening me? Laozi was very helpless for Juxinai's arrogance. This girl has a bad temper. Even if you are Kyuubi and strong, can you still prevent me from attacking Konoha's ninja? Besides, just a little girl, can she be stronger than his olds? Isn't it good for everyone to sit and chat? Why do you have to block yourself? Kushina, you can think about it. If I take the shot, your Konoha ninja will cause a lot of casualties. Laozi said helplessly, that is, after so many years of wandering, his mentality has stabilized a lot. If he was young, he wouldn't talk nonsense at first. Just do it and finish it. Chapter 217 Tibetan name. However, Juxinai didn't eat him at all, so he just said, stop talking big words, just let you have no resistance. Having said that, Juxinai didn't hesitate at all, and immediately started to amplify the trick. With Kushina's hands folded, the giant nine tails made the same action. Xianfa, seal, diamond blockade. In an instant, a large number of golden chains burst out from behind Kyuubi, and when Laozi didn't react, he was directly trapped in place. At this time, Laozi's face changed suddenly. Controlling the four tails, he can clearly feel that chakra has been sealed off and cannot escape. As the saying goes, the fox knows spells, no one can stop it. Laozi, in the four-tailed state, couldn't hold up even a single move under the nine tails who possessed the seal technique. The Whirlpool family? As the voice of Laozi's difference sounded, Juxinai nodded gently. Seeing this, Laozi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was under control, Kushina couldn't act anymore. After all, although the Vajra blockade of the Maelstrom clan is powerful, the biggest drawback of this technique is that the operator cannot move. I didn't expect to meet the survivors of the Maelstrom clan again, but what use is it for you to control me? Are you unable to act anymore? Laozi, who was relieved in his heart, said seriously to Kushina. In response, Juxinai laughed disdainfully. Don't compare me with ordinary vortex people. I'm a member of Zangman. Defer, forbidden spirit. With that, the chakra energy in Juxinai's body surged again. Laozi also felt that along the chains that fixed him, another wave of energy was constantly coming. This time, Laozi lost the composure he had just now, and his expression suddenly changed, because he could feel that the four-tailed Monkey King's chakra was constantly being sealed. No, not only the four-tailed chakra, but his own chakra is constantly being sealed. Finally, with the passage of time, the four-tailed Laozi directly restored his humanity. Moreover, with the appearance of Laozi's body, he could feel that all his body had been sealed. The seal was so strong that he could not perceive that he had ever existed chakra. Faced with this situation, Laozi's face twitched helplessly. Well, why are you so good? Because of the same human strength. But before Laozi to cow, his body was immediately grabbed by Juxinai. The sturdy Laozi looked like a little chicken in the palm of Nine Tails. Kushina grabbed Laozi, wrapped him with Nine-Tailed chakra on Nine-Tailed shoulder, and then went directly to Iwanin's troops. Commander Yanyan in the distance saw that Laozi was subdued after only a few breaths, and closed his eyes in pain. He knew that Yanyan was over this time. Sure enough, it reminded that the huge Kyuubi was like a war machine on the battlefield. Countless ninjas from Iwadaki, under the big hand of Kushina, turned into cold corpses. The only thing that can be compared with the number of enemies killed by Juxinai is the wave of wind and water that flashes on the battlefield. Laozi couldn't stand it anymore, although he had been away from the village for many years. But he just didn't approve of Onaki's ruling philosophy. He had no opinion on these younger generations in the village, and he could even say that he took good care of them. Therefore, facing the slaughtered Yanyan ninjas, Laozi could only divert his attention as much as possible. Uzumaki Kushina, do you think you are such a cruel girl? Laozi controlled his vision, staring at the vortex Kushina in the head of Nine Tails, not looking at the ground at all. Now the best way to divert attention is to chat. Can you spy on intelligence, by the way? Why not? Cut. How can there be no cruelty on the battlefield? If I don't do it, we Konoha don't know how many more people will be sacrificed. In that case, What does it matter if I am cruel? Facing Lao's question, Juxinai replied slightly coldly. However, although she was talking on her mouth, her hands were not slow at all. Hearing what Juxinai said, Laozi was silent for a moment. What Juxinai said was true, but Laozi adjusted his mentality soon, and said to Juxinai again, yes, but before you said that you are different from ordinary Uzumaki clan members, you are from Zangman. What does this mean? Are you not Konoha's ninja? Laozi asked very straightforwardly. If he were to switch to a ninja with a sleek mind, even if he was curious, he would certainly not ask so straightforwardly. But he is Laozi, and he takes care of his cultivation on weekdays. Where can he go to the art of communication? However, although Laozi asked bluntly, Juxinai still chose to answer him. One is because Laozi, like himself, has the same sense of recognition that Renzulai brings. 2, it's because Wang Ran didn't say to hide his identity. For such a proud identity, what reason does Juxinai have to hide? Yeah, I am Konoha ninja, but does this affect my identity as a Zangmenman? Juxinai looked down at Laozi and asked, his face was full of pride. At this moment, Laozi was silent. This is not the first time he has heard the name Zangman. The 3 chiefs of the ninjas hired by Onoki call themselves Zangman. Now, even Konoha's Renzulai was from Zangman. How sacred is this Tibetan gate? Why can it collect so many powerful people? Thinking of this, Laozi's body shuddered fiercely. This is not to fear the unknown of Zangman, but a sequely. The sequely of being beaten by another whirlpool survivor, Nagato. When Onoki wanted to hire Nagato and others, he was the first to oppose it. It just so happened that Junoki wanted to test the strength of Akatsuki's organization, and then he was so confused and sold by the old undead Onoki. Thinking of the scene where he was beaten by Nagato, Laozi's face twitched. The most important thing is that he still doesn't know how Nagato made the move. Anyway, I can't control my body and can only be beaten all the time. Even with the tail beastization, Nagato still burned back to the original prototype. Juxinai glanced at the trembling Laozi strangely, raised an eyebrow and asked, what's wrong with you? As a human's Yulai, you won't be afraid anymore. As he said, a smile appeared on Kushina's face, curiosity all over his face. Although Laozi was caught, he still glared at Kushina. Nonsense. When have I been afraid of Laozi? I just remembered one thing. Also, do you know Wang Ran? Chapter 218. The final voice of the battlefield. Do you know my master? Hearing Laozi's words, Juxinai said in surprise. You know, Wang Ran hasn't been generally loc these years, and Juxinai has basically never heard Wang Ran's name in the ninja world. Wang Ran is also your master? Laozi was even more surprised when he heard what Juxinai said, and didn't even answer the question immediately. However, Laozi is an excellent ninja after all. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Looking at Kushina with a complicated expression, Laozi said again, no, I don't know your master Wang Ran, I know him through the Xia organization. Hearing what Laozi said, Juxinai showed his original behavior. He knew the Xia organization. After all, it was founded by the 3 earliest disciples of Wang Ran. He just didn't know how Laozi got involved with the Xia organization. Oh, that's how it is, Juxinai replied, and stopped saying more, focusing on killing the enemy. Of course, Laozi, who was in a complicated mood at the moment, did not speak. All he was thinking about was the identity of Wang Ran. If he was just the master of the 3 leaders of Akatsuki's organization, he was actually the master of Konoha Renzulai. This is terrible. As the largest village in the ninja world, how could Konoha allow the people in his village to worship others as teachers, regardless of Wang Ran's own strength? Anyway, just looking at his disciples, none of them are compatible. So naturally there is no need to tell about his own strength. Simply guessing about Wang Ran's purpose is enough to rack people's brains. After all, no matter how you look at it, Wang Ran's purpose is definitely not simple. What is the purpose of this Tibetan gate? This Wang Ran, after training so many powerhouses. Laozi didn't know all of this, and even the entire Yanyan village had not collected this information. Compared with the known horror, the unknown is the most disturbing. At this moment, Laozi deeply felt that there was an invisible black hand behind the shinobi world, as if he was constantly contemplating something. And the owner of this black hand is this organization called Zangman. No, after the village redeemed himself, he had to make Hokage the old immortal and investigate the information of this Tibetan gate and Wang Ran. Laozi thought silently in her heart. As for Oyemu, the old immortal who didn't redeem him, haha, it depends on whether he dare to take refuge in Konoha. At this time, Wang Ran, who had already walked far, sneezed fiercely. Frowning and rubbing his brows, Wang Ran looked back subconsciously. With his realm, in the low-level world of Naruto world, it is already possible to achieve simple celestial and human induction. Therefore, when Laozi kept talking about Wang Ran in his heart, Wang Ran was already feeling a little bit. However, after all, Wang Ran's strength was just able to sense the laws of heaven and earth. So although he was aware of it, he did not reach the point where he could pinch his fingers. In addition, he didn't have much experience, so Wang Ran just glanced suspiciously in the direction where Laozi was. "Is it an illusion?" Wang Ran whispered, then shook his head and continued to move forward. No matter what it was, he didn't care much. The most important thing now is to find a suitable Zongman address for Zangman. Otherwise, if Wang Ran went to investigate it carefully, everything that Laozi thought would be investigated by Wang Ran anyway. Of course, if Wang Ran knew everything that Laozi thought, he would probably spew out old blood. The framed person didn't bring such framed. Wang Ran has been in the ninja world for so many years, has been practicing honestly, and has not participated in the struggle between the forces of the ninja world. Even if it's a bit careful, it's only recently. You said that he has changed so many tragedies in the shinobi world. Is it possible that there is still a problem with carrying forward his sect? Yes, there are indeed black hands in the ninja world. But that was done by Hokage. What about Wang Ran? Of course, because Wang Ran didn't take it to heart, Laozi's careful thoughts were fortunately hidden. Soon, Konoha and Iwain's battle ended. With the participation of both Shuiman and Juxinai, Yanin's party has an absolute advantage in numbers. However, they were quickly defeated. After paying a lot of the lives of Yanin ninjas and failing to get rescue from the village, the commander of Yanin finally closed his eyes with difficulty and blocked the pain in his eyes. Then he ordered his ninjas to surrender. At this point, the Yanin troops have completely declared their failure, and the surviving Yanin ninjas have all become Konoha's prisoners. Regarding this result, every Yanin ninja had a painful expression on his face, but they did not have the courage to resist. Looking at the blonde man with a gentle smile on the battlefield, and the red-haired woman who can be transformed into an eye-tailed woman, all Yanin ninjas are fears from their hearts. In that kind of irresistible attack, they have completely lost their combat effectiveness. Although the result was very painful for them, to be honest, at the moment when Yanin's commander issued the order to surrender, their hearts were relieved. They really don't want to face the two terrifying existences of both Feng Shui men and Juxinai. Different from the Iwara ninjas, every Konoha ninja couldn't help showing a joyful smile. Looking at both Feng Shui men and Juxinai's eyes, they all slowly worshipped. They have been stationed on this battlefield for too long. What a painful thing to keep watching the death of their comrades in arms. Simply, starting today, the Yanin battlefield is over. The loss of thousands of ninjas has already hurt the bones and muscles of Yanin village, who is fighting on the two lines. As long as Oyamu is not stupid, he will definitely not choose to continue the war. As the battle ended, several figures were also quietly evacuating here. They are ninjas sent by Wadaku to support them. Of course, they are not the only rescue forces. After all, not far from this place is a second line of defense of Yanin, where there are many Yanin ninjas. Although the rescue was sent out immediately after detecting that something was wrong, a large number of ninjas were blocked by the big river under the Bridge of the Gods. Except for Shangren, who needs to stay behind, only a few of them can be sent out. However, Konoha solved the battle too quickly. When they arrived, the battle was almost over. Facing the two godlike characters in the field, they knew very well that even if they joined the battle, they were just adding a dish to others. Therefore, a few of them were very wise not to do pencil novel www.qbxs.vip, but chose to slowly evacuate the battlefield. Chapter 219 Build a sect on the sea. Of course, the movements of these people were also felt by Nine-Tailed Ninetales. However, after a simple exchange, Konoha did not choose to keep them too. First, the outcome has been determined, and there is no need to increase the killing. Second, they also need people to pass the news here to Yanin village. Obviously, these few people are simply the best choice. The support ninjas of Iwadaki, who were regarded as toolmen, had no idea that their whereabouts had been exposed. With a sense of anxiety, these Yanin ninjas slowly evacuated a long way before they breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at each other, several people left this place of right and wrong without looking back. For the situation here, Dokijo must make a judgment as soon as possible. And with the departure of several Iwashinari, Nara Lukisa, who had arranged the task, walked in front of Haifeng Mizuman and Kuzina, looked at them and said, "Prajanam, Juxinai, will you rest in the camp for a few days or go back to the village?" Bo Feng Shui men and Juxinai both showed helpless smiles. "Rest? They also thought about it, but would the old man Saruto be his and be assured that his top combat power would not be used? Hey, Luju, don't talk about it. Done here. I guess I can rest for a long time. Watergate and I are in misfortune. The next task has already been arranged before we come. Wait, we have to lead the team to continue to support the battlefield of Water Country. Where can we take a break? Juxinai complained weakly. His words made the eyes of Gyudu not far away shine. Before he came, he didn't know that he would continue to cooperate with Bo Feng Shuiman's team. He was still sad about his upcoming separation from Lin. As a result, now, I don't use it at all. I can get along with Lin for so long, happy. Narashikahiza, who heard Kuzuna's words, only smiled helplessly. After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Haha, those who can do more work, since that's the case, I won't bother you. First go to clean the battlefield. Narashikaji smiled and said to the two, the joy of victory made him, who had always been lazy, also energized. Okay, by the way, that person from Yanin, Zula allows it. I have already set up the seal technique. If I don't unlock it, he won't be able to use chakra, so don't worry. As soon as he wanted to leave, Kushina remembered what happened to Laozi, and hurriedly said to Nara Lukisa, regarding the sealing effect of the forbidden spirit, Juxinai put 100 hearts on it. Anyway, when she tested it, it was impossible to crack it through violent means. Without violent means, would anyone ban spirits? Not to mention anything else, just the starting point of the fairy mode, it has eliminated 99.9% of the people. And the rest of those who know the fairy mode, except for the fellow students, others can no one teach. And even if someone sits down for a meeting, Kushina is proud to say that they can't. Because relying on her seal technique accomplishments, the forbidden spirits displayed cannot be lifted by learning. Of course, if it was Wang Ran, Juxina would take back what was just now. However, Wang Ran is idle and okay. Why do you have to help Yannian? Therefore, Laozi's sealing technique is absolutely foolproof. Facing Kushina's reminder, Narashikaji made a gesture of knowing, and was busy sorting out the battlefield. After the explanation, Juxinai and Bo Feng Shuiman did not stay much, and set off to the Wuian battlefield with their own team. Although Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto are close friends in her boudoir, to be honest, they are still quite worried in letting Uchiha's group of people command the battle in the fog-hidden battlefield. After all, not everyone Uchiha is as reasonable as Mikoto and others. What if their brains get hot on the battlefield and directly launch an attack regardless of the cost? According to the understanding of the Uchiha tribe I Namifing Mizuman and Kansina, they may not be able to do such things. Therefore, the two led the team with the fastest speed towards the hidden battlefield. This has caused the worst Saruto Biasma and Nohara Lin. Of course, no one in Asma loves it, and it doesn't matter if no one loves it. But Lin Nohara is distressed enough to bring soil, constantly hushing cold and asking warmth along the way. It is estimated that Juxinai taught experience. Compared with Konoha's lively atmosphere, Wang Rank was much lonely. Wang Ran, who was alone, walked to the border of the land of Earth. Looking at the vast ocean, Wang Ran's somewhat exhausted spirit instantly relaxed. After watching the rocks and sand for so long, it is still very pleasant to suddenly look at the sea. Thinking of the map of Ninja World in his mind, Wang Ran looked at the other side of the sea from a distance. Over there, is the land of Thunder Country. Because the development of science and technology in the ninja world is all off the point. Until now, no one has risked their lives to cross this ocean far farther than the country of water to reach the two countries. Purpose. After all, compared to the terrifying ocean, is it not fragrant to travel on land that is easy and safe? But who is Wang Ran? Does he care about this? Totally impossible. Therefore, Wang Ran didn't hesitate at all and stepped directly into the sea. He didn't go to the Thunder Country to the east, although he missed the arrogant apprentice Yumu. However, since he was traveling the world, he did not intend to miss his footsteps somewhere. Therefore, he was still going to see what the northernmost part of the ninja world looked like. Moreover, at the moment he saw the ocean, he seemed to know where the Zongman residence should be arranged. If Zangman want to develop in the future, it is bound to recruit disciples from the outside world. But ordinary people do not meet Wang Ran's requirements, so Wang Ran is not very satisfied with many places that have been optimistic about being suitable as Zongman residences. After all, if the ninjas want to find those places, it won't be too difficult. Of course, Wang Ran can also use large-scale sealing techniques and illusions to hide the entire sect. But in this way, if he wanted to recruit doormen, Wang Ran would spend more energy to arrange specific matters. However, if the sect is placed overseas, the ocean of hidden danger will directly help Wang Ran and screen out some ninjas. Moreover, The biggest advantage of the sea compared with the inland is quietness. Wang Ran now needs a lot of time to cultivate. Obviously, such a quiet and stable environment is what Wang Ran needs. Therefore, Wang Ran happily decided that he wanted to build a sect on the sea as a residence for the Tibetan Gate. Of course, if there is a suitable place in this sea area. Chapter 220 Unknown Creatures of the Deep Sea. Walking on the surface of the sea, Wang Ran quietly felt the depth of the ocean. Although the Naruto world is only a low-level world, even so, Wang Ran still can't perceive the full picture of the ocean. However, he found that if he used his spiritual sense to perceive the underwater world, his mental power would be consumed very quickly, so he could cultivate his mental power very well. It is precisely because of this that Wang Ran did not rush on the road in a hurry, but hurried slowly, and by the way, consciously tempered his mental power. At this moment, Wang Ran, who was slowly moving toward the north, suddenly changed his face, because his divine consciousness had sensed it. There was a huge wave of energy coming from this sea area under his feet. It was a huge creature, and Wang Ran's divine consciousness just now had disturbed it. Therefore, the creature reacted immediately, and a terrifying shock came from the bottom of the sea. As long as you have a brain, you can understand that this is an attack by an unknown creature on the seabed. Facing the attack of the huge creature, Wang Ran did not choose to fight back immediately. He wanted to see what this creature was. Ninja world. What secrets are there that haven't been discovered? Therefore, he just used the technique of shrinking the ground into an inch, and instantly moved away from the place. Of course, even if Wang Ran wanted to counterattack, when his attack reached the bottom of the sea, he probably wouldn't have much power. When Wang Ran left for less than 2 seconds, a column of water that could be hugged by dozens of people rose up into the sky where Wang Ran was just now. The water column has been rushing towards the sky for several tens of meters before www.baiku.xyz slowly stopped. The powerful force of the water column made the entire ocean turbulent. With such a huge water column and such power, if it hit humans just now, it would definitely not end gracefully. Seeing the turbulent scene of the ocean being hit by this water column, Wang Ran raised his brow solemnly. Under the ocean of thousands of meters, launching an attack, and then after the resistance of the sea water, still has such a power. This unknown creature is not easy. But also, such a huge size and the energy fluctuations it emits are not something ordinary creatures can have. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Wang Ran shot his divine consciousness directly into the depths of the ocean, wanting to explore the whole picture of this unknown creature. Following Wang Ran's divine sense exploration, this creature seemed to have been offended, coming toward the sea at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ran's expression changed. Although he hadn't ascertained what kind of creature it was, his huge size and terrifying energy fluctuations could not be easily dealt with. What's more, being able to be so sensitive to divine consciousness at least shows that this creature also possesses divine consciousness. But don't forget, the world of Naruto is a world with incomplete cultivation system. Coupled with the suppression of the world's creatures by the law, if it doesn't reach the level of the 6 realms, or find another way, things like divine consciousness are the existence in the legend. Of course, if you can always remain in the state of the fairy mode, you can also be born and develop the consciousness. However, although this road is a bit simpler than breaking through 6 levels, it is still extremely difficult. Therefore, Wang Ran now has enough reason to suspect that this creature on the bottom of the sea is a 6-level existence. However, if there is still a 6-level creature in the ninja world, why is it not mentioned in the original work? Moreover, even if this is the secret of the ninja world, then the 6th immortal Otsuki Uie should have heard of it. When you broke through, Otsuki Uie discovered it the first time. However, having communicated so much with Datongmu Uie, Wang Ran never heard him mention this unknown creature. This can only show that even Datongmu Uie doesn't know the existence of this creature. Did you avoid the induction of Otsuki Yukata, or was it for other reasons? Wang Ran was meditating in his heart. But instead of standing still waiting for the attack from the creatures on the seabed, he floated directly in the air. Since this is a sea creature, deal with it in the air. If it lacks a long-range attack, Wang Ran doesn't mind hitting a live target. Of course, although the ability to fly is very precious in the Naruto world. But for the current Wang Ran, flying physically is not difficult at all. He doesn't have the size of unknown creatures, so he is still very simple to overcome gravity at the level of 6. Moreover, even if it does not break through the 6 levels, it can be done with a variety of weird ninjutsu. After all, among the piles of ninjutsu rewarded by the system, most of the ninjutsu in the ninja world has been collected. Although there are no evil spells that have touched the law, there are also many treasure-like spells. Wang Ran has now figured out this so-called system, which is a large-sized Buddhist scripture pavilion. It's just that for myself, this Tibetan scripture pavilion has the experience transmission function. Floating in the air, Wang Ran stared at the sea with a serious expression. Although the sea area where the unknown creature was located was deep, he could feel that the seabed creature was coming towards the sea at a very fast speed. Moreover, under the action of ocean buoyancy, its speed has been improved again. Boom! With a sound of water, a huge body instantly jumped out of the water. The huge body, with an unparalleled impact, rushed towards Wang Ran. He has a huge size, plus this sudden attack. As a result, Wang Ran didn't have time to observe the whole picture for a while. He could only see his dark blue skin. As he gathered up his strength, the energy in Wang Ran's body was running wildly. No bells and whistles. Of course, facing a creature of this size, bells and whistles are useless. Wang Ran hit the huge body of the sea creature. Wang Ran's fist looked very slow, but through the twisted space around his fist, it could be seen that this fist was not that simple. Boom! Above the already noisy sea, a dull roar suddenly sounded. This sound was formed by the collision of Wang Ran's fist with the huge body of the sea creature. Wang Ran's tiny body formed a clear contrast with the huge body in front of him. It's like an ant, forcibly withstanding a human punch. It shocks people's vision. Woo! Exclamation mark. As Wang Ran hit the bottom creature with a fist, the huge creature also screamed deafeningly. Although he was not injured, the penetrating force on Wang Ran's fist caused pain in his body. Chapter 221 6th-level giant whale. With the roar of that huge creature, Wang Ran's head also seemed to have been hammered by a heavy hammer. The penetrating power of this voice is too strong, and even Wang Ran can't stand it for a while. Hurrying to hold on to his mind, Wang Ran felt that he was relieved. Thinking of the voice just now, Wang Ran raised his brows slightly. This sound is familiar. It seems to be the sound of a whale, right? Boom! While Wang Ran was still thinking, due to the huge impact, the huge creature suddenly fell into the sea. The huge body, the flapping sea splashed a towering wave. And Wang Ran didn't have the mind to think about it at this moment, because his body, and because of the huge impact, went into the air. Using his energy, Wang Ran tried to stabilize his body. After regaining his body shape, Wang Ran finally saw the appearance of the huge creature. Just as he had guessed, that seabed creature was just a huge whale. This whale is not the kind on Earth, although the largest whale on Earth can be called a monster in the ninja world. However, compared with this whale, that is really insignificant. Even the size of the 9 tails is not enough to see in front of this whale. But it is understandable. After all, in the ninja world, a toad can grow so big, and no matter how big a whale grows, it can be accepted. Wang Ran looked at the whale in front of him solemnly. He didn't expect that after he stepped into the 6 realms, he would be invincible in the world, but the existence of the same level appeared one by one. First, the 6 immortals, and then such a big whale. Through the punch just now, Wang Ran has determined that a whale floating on the sea is definitely a 6th-level existence. After all, if it is not of the same level as him, although its size is huge, that punch can definitely make it seriously injured. But as a result, the whale just felt a little pain. Of course, if it was only at the 6 levels, Wang Ran's expression would not be so solemn. Don't forget that this is a whale that surpasses the tail beast. Although the bigger ones are not necessarily strong, the bigger ones are definitely better than the smaller ones. Looking at the giant whale floating above the sea, Wang Ran didn't hesitate, and immediately prepared to launch an attack. Long Yan Hua was ready instantly. The terrifying power of the powerful dragon flames displayed by Wang Ran of the 6 levels. Even the surrounding space became a bit blurred. The whale floating above the sea also felt the threat of the dragon fire. Therefore, just as Wang Ran shot, a jet of water spouted out of the giant whale's mouth. The dark purple fire dragon composed entirely of flames. The dragon head violently collided with the jet of water from the giant whale. In an instant, a large amount of seawater turned into steam, making the entire sea surface misty. After all, Wang Ran's dragon flame fire was a technique that touched the law, and it was not the law of a certain world, but the law of the origin of the universe. In contrast, the power of the water jet ejected by the giant whale is somewhat insufficient. Therefore, although the giant whale's attack was very strong, it was quickly wiped out by Wang Ran's attack. At this time, the fire dragon, which had shrunk in half, led due white towards the giant whale. The giant whale is not stupid, countless years of life, so that it has no less than human wisdom. Therefore, in the face of an attack that is not easy to provoke, it wants to head towards the bottom of the sea without even thinking about it. But at this time, its huge size became an obstacle for it. The huge body made him unable to avoid Wang Ran's attack at all. The remaining half of the fire dragon directly hit its body. In an instant, a large amount of flames directly covered its body. Woo! Under the pain of eating, the giant whale roared again. It has not known how long it has not felt the pain, and has forgotten the feeling. However, just now, it felt pain twice in a row. This made it feel a little scared in its heart. Although the giant whale is in pain, the sound of its roar is more penetrating than last time. But this time, Wang Ran had already prepared, so he did not receive any influence. The painful giant whale stopped trying to escape. Using the energy in the body, the giant whale is quickly killing the flames on the body. And Wang Ran, taking advantage of this period of time, also launched another attack. Forbidden Spirit. A large amount of energy was consumed from Wang Ran's body, and the giant whale that had just wiped out the flames on his body was directly imprisoned in place. Although Wang Ran has entered the 6th level, it is still difficult to instantly seal a creature of the same level with such a large body, unless this creature has lost the power to resist. The giant whale at this time just wiped out the flames that made it feel painful, and felt that it had fallen into chaos. This feeling of emptiness and darkness made his heart panic. Although it always sleeps, the feeling of being about to dream is very similar to this. But it is very comfortable, with little sense of autonomy. And now, his whole person, no, the whole whale is awake. This feeling made his heart scared tight. In fear, the spirit of the giant whale burst out in an instant. Even if Wang Ran used the forbidden spirit with all his strength, there was no way to keep it under control. What's more, this time Wang Ran only wanted to control the whale for a while, ready to perform the next attack. Therefore, Wang Ran did not use all his strength. This time the power of the forbidden spirit was only able to control it for a few seconds. Of course, if it goes well, this time is enough for Wang Ran to release a big move with all his strength. However, why is the brain circuit of the giant whale not normal? That burst directly caused the giant whale to break free from Wang Ran's seal. But after breaking free, the giant whale discovered that although it was able to control its body, it also discovered that the energy in its body was also sealed. Although it was easy to rush away, the time was obviously too late. Regardless of the consumption of the powerful dragon flames, Wang Ran is already ready to go. As for the giant whale, because it suddenly lost the energy in its body, it even felt a little awkward to control its own body movement. Before he could break the seal inside his body, Wang Ran's attack had already been taken. The giant whale closed its eyes in horror, and its mental fluctuations also instantly passed towards Wang Ran. Don't hit me, it hurts, I'm afraid. Chapter 222. Hailing One. Originally, Wang Ran was still a little nervous in his heart now. After all, the giant whale smashed through the seal violently, which had already exceeded Wang Ran's expectation, making him less time to prepare. But he didn't expect that this giant whale would give up resisting and begged for mercy. Therefore, as the giant whale's begging for mercy sounded, Wang Ran raised his eyebrows in surprise. Because with the mental fluctuation of the giant whale, an ethereal voice rang in Wang Ran's mind. The voice was very crisp, like the voice of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Ran would definitely think that the owner of this voice was a young girl rather than a terrifying giant whale. As for why whales speak human language, is this weird? A creature of this level, not to mention his strength, has lived for so many years, so he should have learned it. If this choice is given to an ordinary person, in this situation, it must be to continue attacking regardless of the idea of the giant whale. However, Wang Ran did not. He now demonstrated in person what it means to be bold in a high-level art. As the spirit condensed, the fire dragon, who had already taken action and headed towards the giant whale, instantly froze his body. Wang Ran looked at the giant whale with his eyes tightly closed, his mind moved slightly, and finally the condensed attack slowly turned into energy and dissipated in the air. At this time, the giant whale also sensed that the terrifying energy fluctuation had dissipated. Carefully opened his eyes, and found that the flame that could make him painful had indeed dissipated, not his own illusion. Until this time, it was relieved in its heart. Looking at Wang Ran, who was lurking in the air, he did not understand why such a small human being could be so terrifying. Aren't you hitting me? Breaking through the seal in the body, feeling the body full of power again, the giant whale exuded its own mental fluctuations in doubt, and cautiously asked Wang Ran. Wang Ran looked at the behemoth in front of him with some amusement. He always felt that this giant whale seemed a little innocent. If you didn't attack me first, how could I beat you? Wang Ran shook his head and smiled and explained to the giant whale. At this time, Wang Ran already understood that his choice just now was correct. Although it is still unclear about the giant whale, because he did not launch an attack just now. The hostility of the giant whale has dissipated. But who told you to disturb my sleep? Originally I wanted to drive you away, but you kept disturbing me. Hearing Wang Ran's words, the giant whale said to him a little annoyed. It was also very wronged. Originally, he slept well, but as a result, such a human came and wanted to disturb him. If you don't listen to the warning once, of course you have to teach him a lesson. After all, sleeping is not to wake up naturally, but to be woken up by someone, but it is uncomfortable. As a result, not only did the lesson fail, but he was also beaten by others, which made him go to reason. This is the first time it has been so aggrieved in so many years. Wang Ran admitted that he was a little speechless at this moment. The aggressive momentum just now turned out to be because I disturbed it to sleep. Unexpectedly, a whale of 6 levels could still get up. Looking at the huge body in front of him, Wang Ran was silent for a few seconds. Then, he said to the whale, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your rest." Hearing Wang Ran's apology, the giant whale happily slapped the sea with its tail. This simple action suddenly splashed a wave. "It's okay, I forgive you." Watching the performance of the traveling whale, Wang Ran really wondered how he had cultivated to this point. Get to know again. My name is Wang Ran, the master of Zhangman. What is your name? Wang Ran shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts in his mind, and said to the giant whale, "Really? Your name is Wang Ran, but I don't have a name. How can I tell you?" When the giant whale heard Wang Ran's words, he said with some distress. Wang Ran didn't expect that this giant whale had no name. After a moment of silence, Wang Ran said, "In that case, how about I give you a name?" "Really? That's great. You think about it, think of something nice." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the giant whale's eyes lit up a bit, and excitedly urged Wang Ran. Seeing the appearance of the giant whale that was familiar and invisible, Wang Ran just smiled, and didn't say much. After pondering for a moment, Wang Ran spoke to the giant whale and suggested, "Well, what do you think of the little whale?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, the giant whale, which was still in a state of excitement and slapping its body, was taken aback. Although he is naive, but he is not stupid. The little whale of God's special code. Seeing the appearance of the giant whale, Wang Ran also understood that the name did not suit his wishes, so he suggested, "Why, not satisfied? How about Xialan or Xiahai?" At this time, the giant whale is about to collapse. "What kind of Xialan, Xiahai? Are you sure that is not the name of a kitten or puppy?" "I don't think so." The sound of the giant whale was full of collapse, and Wang Ran felt helpless when he heard it. "Are these names bad?" "Obviously very kind. I remember the pet he raised back then called Xiabai." "Are you not satisfied?" "Then I think about it again." Wang Ran rubbed his eyebrows and said to the giant whale. He really didn't know what to name the giant whale. "How do you feel that it is harder to get a name than to practice? Don't be too serious. Just pick a normal name." When the giant whale saw Wang Ran, he wanted to think again, and said immediately. It was really afraid that Wang Ran would pop up another name like Xiao after a while. Anyway, he has made up his mind. If the name can't satisfy it, then it still doesn't need a name. "Normal?" Wang Ran touched his chin. "Was it abnormal?" "Hey, forget it. Think of a punctual name." It seems that this kind of friendly name of the junior character is unacceptable. Thinking of this, Wang Ran sighed helplessly. "Hey, in that case, how about the name Hailing? You are originally a unique existence in the ocean, just like a wizard in the ocean, so it is appropriate to name you Hailing." After pondering for a moment, Wang Ran spoke again. This time, the name is much more normal. Hearing the name Hailing, a light of joy flashed in the eyes of the giant whale. Chapter 223 Hailing 2. Although he didn't recognize Wang Ran's naming ability, he really liked the name Hailing to the extreme. The wizard of the ocean, isn't that what it means? Hailing. Great. I like this name. From today onwards, I will be called Hailing. The giant whale. No, it should be said that Hailing rolled in the sea with excitement, and suddenly there was a raging wave. Fortunately, the fish in the nearby waters, as early as Hailing awakened, swam frantically towards the safe area, and now they are thousands of miles away. Otherwise, based on Hailing's actions just now, many small fish and shrimps will suffer misfortune. Looking at the childish Hailing, Wang Ran smiled helplessly. This is completely different from the appearance of the attack just now. I really don't understand what kind of existence Hailing is. Shaking his head, Wang Ran asked his doubts. "Hailing, I want to ask you a question." "Just ask what you want." "How did you cultivate to the 6th level?" 6 levels? What is that?" "Oh, It's your current level of strength. Oh, this way, I. After some conversation, Wang Ran's face was full of surprise. He now knew why Hailing had such a naive and childish side. It's really too little life experience, even though it has lived for a long time, but most of the time is really spent in sleep. The sea spirit in its infancy is not much different from other whales. The only difference is that it is more capable. Finally, after trying to eat a plant that floated up from the bottom of the sea, it fell into long sleep and sank directly to the bottom of the sea. However, fortunately, it was not crushed by the pressure of the seabed. Although Wang Ran didn't know what it was eating into his stomach, it was definitely a legendary treasure. Under the nourishment of the genius earth treasure and the tempering of the pressure of the seabed, when Hailing woke up again, he had already possessed decent strength, and had slowly begun to channeling. However, its mother was already far away from the sea at this time. Hailing, who wanted to find her mother, staged a real strategy of seeking her mother. It just wandered in the sea all the time, and it ate everything that attracted him. Then I got sleepy again, then broke through, and then started looking for my mother again, and then, anyway, it has been in a virtuous circle, and finally when it wakes up one time, it has grown to where it is today. To be honest, Wang Ran really envied Hailing's experience. It reached the realm that it took so hard to reach. As a result, it just got there by eating and drinking, and then taking a few more sleeps. This is really better for people to die than people to shop around. However, Wang Ran also knew that Hailing's experience could not be copied, because according to it, since it woke up a few times before, it has hardly encountered that kind of magical treasure in the ocean. However, because it has become a habit to sleep, and there is really nothing interesting in the ocean, it will fall into a deep sleep when nothing is wrong. Regarding this, Wang Ran also expressed his understanding. After all, the world is a bit crippled, and it is normal that the borer cannot be born. But what still puzzled Wang Ran was that the 6 Tao immortals had never looked for Hailing. Therefore, Wang Ran asked again, Hailing, have you ever seen an old man with a white beard, the kind with horns on his head? After hearing what Wang Ran said, Hailing's eyes rolled around, trying hard to recall the person Wang Ran said in his mind. However, after thinking about it for a long time, it never remembered that there was such a person. After all, in its life, the humans that have been in contact with it are actually a bit small. And Wang Ran was the only one who had communicated with him. The other human beings are fine to observe them secretly. As long as they show up, they will run around in panic. This feeling is very boring, so it would rather sleep than find it boring. No, Hailing replied. Before Wang Ran was disappointed, Hailing spoke again, but I was woken up once when I slept. And then, upon hearing Hailing's words, Wang Ran asked in surprise. He silently calculated in his heart, is it possible that there is another 6 levels? Of course Hailing didn't know Wang Ran's thoughts. It said to Wang Ran with some joy, that time, someone was fighting, and I was awakened by the aftermath of their battle. Those 3 fighting are the ones with horns on their heads. But they are very powerful. I just got out of the sea and took a look, and then I hid under the sea. As he spoke, Hailing's voice was a little embarrassed. Although it makes him happy to answer his friend's doubts, it is very embarrassing to be scared to hide under the sea. That's right, after such a long conversation just now, it and Wang Ran have become friends. When observing the humans on the land before, it hoped to have a friend. Now he finally has his first friend, Wang Ran. At this time, Wang Ran, although he heard the embarrassment in Hailing's voice, he obviously had no intention of making fun. Because listening to the meaning of Hailing's words, it had seen 3 people from the Datongma clan fight. If it's Otsuki, they are okay. If not, are they Otsuki Yuki and others? The current world is completely different from the original. The original can only be used as a reference. In the real world, even if the future Datongma trio came to the ninja world countless years in advance, Wang Ran could still accept it. Did the moon appear in the sky since then? Wang Ran asked uncertainly, because Hailing had no idea of time at all when he was sleeping, so he didn't even know how long he had lived. Therefore, Wang Ran could only use this kind of side information to determine who was fighting at that time. This time, Hailing did not hesitate. It loves the moon at night, and every time it wakes up, it was tries to the surface to appreciate the moonlight. Therefore, he was still quite sure when the moon appeared. Yes, when they were fighting, I didn't dare to go to sleep until they finished fighting. When I came out to sea, a moon appeared in the sky. Hearing this, Wang Ran understood in his heart that it was you and the Hamura brothers fighting against Kigayaji. Looking at Hailing in surprise, Wang Ran did not expect that he was actually older than Datongmu Uai. No wonder Datongmu Uai didn't find it. It turned out that the first Naruto world to break through the 6 levels was not the 6 immortals, but the whale sea spirit. Chapter 224 Guardian Beast, the far north. By the way, Wang Ran, you said you are the master of Zangman. What is that? Without noticing Wang Ran's slightly weird look, Hiling asked him curiously. Hearing this, Wang Ran also cleared the mess of thoughts in his mind, and explained to Hiling, Zangman is my sect. You can understand him as a big family, but most of the people in the family are not related by blood. And I am the patriarch of this family. Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, Hiling shook its huge head, and then asked somewhat curiously, oh, yes, can I join Zangman? Upon hearing this, Wang Ran's face showed a surprised expression. Can Hiling join Zangman? Of course it is possible. When Hiling first appeared, Wang Ran had some thoughts to subdue it. After all, it is a 6-level existence. Even if it only supports the facade, it is excellent. However, as the two talked, Wang Ran found that Hiling was too naive, so the thought of subduing he had at the beginning turned into persuasion. It's not because Wang Ran has been asking for news, so he hasn't spoken yet. However, before Wang Ran took the initiative to invite him, Hiling opened his mouth and delivered it. Ahem, you want to join Zangman? Wang Ran said to Hiling with a smile, with a hint of joy in his voice. The joy in Wang Ran's voice was naturally captured by Hiling. My choice can make Wang Ran happy, so he is also very happy. Therefore, Hiling did not hesitate, and said directly, yeah, we are friends, of course I want to be with you. Hearing Hiling's natural tone, Wang Ran's face showed a knowing smile. Although Hiling has been around for a long time, her character is as innocent as a child. Only children can say such things. However, Wang Ran did not dislike this either. After all, who would hate naive creatures? Well, that's okay, you will be the guardian beast of our Zangman from today. Wang Ran had a smile in his eyes. For Hiling, he now likes it very much. The guardian beast? Hiling's surprised voice sounded. It was the first time he heard of this term. However, the term is not difficult to understand. Protecting the sect, isn't it about protecting the safety of the sect? Hiling is quite confident about his own strength. So Hiling figured out what Wang Ran meant in a flash. Moreover, Wang Ran said it was a divine beast, so Hiling was very excited to accept the identity of the Tibetan guardian beast. Great, then I will be the guardian beast of Zangman. You are the master of Zangman, I am the guardian beast of Zangman, and we are friends. While talking, Hiling's body flipped in the ocean. That is to say, this sea area is already far away from the land, otherwise this action will definitely cause a little loss in the coastal area. Well, I still have a task. Do you want to be with me? Looking at the jubilant Hiling, Wang Ran helplessly stopped it from continuing to roll, and said to him. And Hiling, upon hearing Wang Ran's words, immediately asked with some doubts, task? Of course I want to be with you, I don't want to sleep now. But what is the task? Wang Ran explained with a smile, we Zangman don't have a resident yet, so I went to see this time to find a place as Zangman resident. Hearing this, Hiling showed a suddenly enlightened look. He also wondered why Wang Ran went to sea. After all, after so many years, few humans had passed by here. It turns out that he went to sea for the task of finding Zangman residence. That's it, then sit on my back, and I will take you to find it. Hiling said enthusiastically. He also thought this matter was quite interesting, and it could help Wang Ran, which would kill two birds with one stone. When Wang Ran heard this, he was not polite, and directly fell on Hiling's back. Hiling's body was very large, so Wang Ran sat on Hiling's back, as stable as sitting on the ground. The only difference between the two is that Hiling's back is very gentle and slippery. Wang Ran touched Hiling's skin, not to mention, it feels pretty good. Where are we going? Feeling that Wang Ran was already sitting on his back, Hiling asked. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Ran said to Hiling, go north. Hearing this, Hiling directly followed Wang Ran's intention and headed towards the north. In the far north, here is an endless glacier world. The cold temperature has left no human life here. The creatures living here have become accustomed to the quiet and calm here year after year, day after day. However, just today, a small black spot suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance. Moreover, this little black spot is approaching this endless glacier at a very fast speed. Above the glacier, white bears are curiously watching this growing black spot, a little curious about what it is. However, over time, these white bears ran towards the interior of the glacier in horror, because the black spot has revealed its original appearance. It is a huge whale. These creatures of this size have already made these white bears who have not yet activated their wisdom, instinctively feel terrified. As the white bears fled, The huge whale in the distance slowly slowed down. A body that is hundreds of meters long makes it look like a heavy pressure. However, at this moment, there was actually a human sitting on the back of this creature. Yes, these are both Wang Ran and Hai Ling. After a long voyage, Wang Ran finally reached the northernmost point of the ninja world. The scene in front of him did not exceed Wang Ran's expectations. Although he had never been to the far north of the ninja world, he knew what the far north of the earth was like. Planetary worlds actually have a lot in common. For example, the north and south poles are both cold and frozen places. Master, look at it, it's so beautiful here. Hai Ling's excited voice sounded in Wang Ran's ear. The master of the door was what Wang Ran asked Hai Ling to call him. Since he became the guardian of Zangman, Hai Ling naturally couldn't be special. There must be some sectarian concepts. After all, Hai Ling always calls his name. If he is heard by others in Zangman in the future, where does Wang Ran's majesty be placed? Although Hai Ling was not very satisfied with the title of sect master, since Wang Ran requested it, it did not refuse. Hearing Hai Ling's words, Wang Ran was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, the glaciers in the extreme north, seemingly white at first glance, are still very spectacular. If it is someone who has never seen this scene before, he will certainly express such emotion. Chapter 225. Just pull an island over. But when Hai Ling said this, why did it feel weird? According to reason, Hai Ling, who lives in the sea and has existed for so many years, shouldn't have seen a glacier in the extreme north. Hai Ling, you haven't been here, have you? Wang Ran asked Hai Ling in surprise. Yes, why should I be here? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Hai Ling asked in surprise. Didn't you travel the ocean before to find your mother? Didn't you come here? Wang Ran raised his eyebrows. He thought that although Hai Ling often fell asleep, how could he have traveled the entire ocean for so many years? But now it seems that this is not the case. No, I would fall asleep once when I traveled a distance before, and then I became a habit, so I haven't swam here yet. This time, it's the farthest I've swam. Hai Ling said as expected. Although he was looking for his mother at first, he was not a fool either. After so long, it also knew that its mother must have passed away, and, in the final analysis, its mother only accompanied it when it was not psychic. At that time, Hai Ling, who was ignorant, didn't leave much memory at all. So afterwards, it was not keen to find a mother. Eat, drink, sleep. When he heard Hai Ling's words, Wang Ran also felt silent. Life. No, the whale life like this is indeed unique. Sect Master, why don't we choose the address of Zongman here? Hai Ling likes it here. Seeing Wang Ran didn't speak, Hai Ling urged a little impatiently. After hearing Hai Ling's suggestion, Wang Ran also recovered. Don't think about the ones that are there or not. After all, they are meaningless. Looking at the glacier not far away, to be honest, although beautiful, it is not very suitable as a sect address. Not to mention that the temperature here is not suitable. People will not be able to stand this white scene for a long time. However, it is undoubtedly a good place for experience. If you practice in this difficult environment, your progress will definitely increase. Moreover, it was stable and calm enough to meet Wang Ran's needs. So, in this respect, here is a very good choice. Therefore, Wang Ran hesitated slightly for Hai Ling's suggestion. Don't worry, get closer and take a look. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ran said to Hai Ling. Hearing this, Hai Ling didn't say much, and swam directly to the edge of the vast glacier. As Hai Ling approached, Wang Ran also jumped directly onto the glacier from its back. Feeling the chill in the air, the energy in Wang Ran turned on its own, maintaining the temperature of his body. Although the consumption was very small, it was too small or even far behind Wang Ran's own recovery speed. However, this is for Wang Ran. If you change to a Shangran with ordinary strength, under this situation, the strength of the whole body is estimated to be only 6 or 7 points. If it is to sharpen yourself, this is indeed a good choice. Of course, the most important thing is that the natural energy here is very abundant. If you practice the immortal mode, the progress will definitely speed up a lot. After taking a few steps forward at random, Wang Ran saw several white bears not far away, huddling on the ground, as if hiding something. There is no need to ask. Wang Ran also understands that they should be scared by Hai Ling. Although faced with irresistible danger, choosing to hide is a very correct choice. However, the hiding method of these white bears is slightly funny, like a Taihangan. In response, Wang Ran gave a funny smile. Not to mention, the appearance of these white bears is quite cute. Without moving forward, Wang Ran said directly to Hai Ling, "It's really good here, and it's suitable as the address of the Zongman." However, the Zongman cannot be built on a glacier. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Hai Ling asked aggrievedly, Why, isn't it nice here? Hearing the grievance in Hailing's voice, Wang Ran smiled helplessly at Hailing. I said that the sect cannot be built on the glacier, and I did not say that the sect cannot be built here. What's the difference? Hailing said that he was very puzzled. The human words were so difficult to understand. Wang Ran answered Hailing's question patiently. Of course there is a difference. Think about it. If we build a sect on the glacier, these creatures living on the glacier will definitely be greatly affected. After all, most of the members of our Zangman are humans. If you want to make the Zangman suitable for human habitation, then the glacier must be transformed on a large scale. However, as long as it is transformed, these ordinary creatures on the glacier are bound to be affected, and even large-scale deaths are not unexpected. I believe you don't want to see this scene, do you? Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, Hailing was somewhat silent. It certainly does not want to let others lose their lives after occupying other people's homes. After all, it is still kind in nature. It's just that it hasn't considered so much before. What should I do? Hailing asked in distress. It really liked this place very much. If Wang Ran didn't choose this place, it would definitely not stay here as a whale on its own. So Hailing directly pinned all his hopes on Wang Ran. After all, in his previous words, he also revealed a solution. In response to Hailing's question, Wang Ran's face showed a mysterious smile. We directly pulled up an island from nearby, leaning against this glacier, as the address of the Zongman. Wang Ran's words made Hailing a little dumbfounded, so he pulled one over. Who pulls? Do you pull it? Not to blame Hailing for making a fuss. For it living in the ocean, things like moving mountains and filling the sea are still rare, and Wang Ran dared to say so. Naturally he is confident. With his 6 levels of strength, it is still possible to move a small island. If it weren't for fear of natural disasters such as earthquakes and impacts on nearby glaciers, Wang Ran would have planned to directly use soil to escape from the seabed to lift the land up. Don't doubt him. Although the ocean is deep, he can do it if he works hard. Pull an island over? How to do it? Can we do it? Hailing asked in surprise. Wang Ran just laughed, and didn't explain much. Don't worry, you'll know in a while. And I don't need you to go out. I can do it by myself. You wait for me here, and I'll be back soon. After finishing talking, Wang Ran slammed and left the place, ready to carry out his plan to pull the island, leaving only Hailing, staying in place dumbly. Chapter 226 The Snow Bear Clan now pull out the island at the same time. Just as Wang Ran left, there was a palace made entirely of ice in the depths of the northern glacier. There are some large white bears wandering around here. Of course, it is normal to have a white bear, but the size of this white bear is very abnormal, because the white bears here are tens of meters high. The white bears who were frightened by Hailing and fled here were like little chickens in front of them. If the two were not too similar in appearance, no one would think that they were the same species. But if you go deeper, they are indeed not the same species. Because of these huge white bears, spiritual wisdom has been born. In the words of Naruto World, they can already be called a group of psychic beasts. Because I knew that I was no longer an ordinary white bear. Therefore, they gave their race a new name, that is, the Far North Snow Bear family. At this time, the Snow Bear clan, a huge snow bear, was leaning down and listening to the low growl of a little white bear. This snow bear is called Bukit, and it is a master of the Snow Bear clan. Just now, a few white bears that hadn't been born with wisdom ran over here in a panic, which had already attracted the attention of the snow bears. After all, this situation is very abnormal. Therefore, Bukit stopped the little white bear and asked. Although no spiritual wisdom was born and unable to speak, they were all white bears after all, and communication was still possible. At this time, Bukit was a little speechless by the description of the little white bear in front of him. What do you mean by a big fish? Is it possible to be frightened because of this? Please, you are white bears. You shouldn't be born with fear. And big fish? How big can it be? Those fish that the Snow Bear clan usually caught in the sea were no more than 10 meters or 20 meters away. Look at this point of interest. I was actually scared like this by the food. Yukiu, ice platform, you come and have a look with me. Standing up, Snow Bear Bukit did not go to the little white bear at his feet, but shouted not far away. Its voice was very strong and buzzing, causing the little white bear standing on the ground to shake his head. Brother, what's the matter? As Xgsan Bukit's voice fell, 2 strong voices came not far away. Listen to this little guy. There is a big fish at the beach. Let's catch it and improve the food. Although I didn't want to explain, Bukit still said in a loud voice. Hearing what Bukit said, both Yukiu and Bing Tai said lazily, "Oh, big brother, it's just a small fish. You can go there. Why do you call us?" Upon hearing this, Xgsan Bukit gave an angry laugh. Look at the two of you, Both of you are about to be lazy and get sick. Hurry up and go to activities. Or, do you want to coach me? Hearing what Bukit said, Yukio and Bingtai shivered subconsciously. Fight with Bukit? Don't be funny, they will be killed. Therefore, even though they were too lazy to move when they had just eaten, under the threat of weakness, they still followed Bukit honestly and prepared to catch fish. As these snow bears were talking, Wang Ran had already arrived in front of a nearby island. Looking at the slightly empty island in front of him, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Although due to environmental factors, the team in front of them seemed a bit empty. But its area is not small, a full area of about 300 square kilometers. If it is only used to build a sect, it is useless. Therefore, when he saw the island in front of him, Wang Ran had already put a check in his heart. A flash came to the surface of the island, and Wang Ran directly put a hand on the ground under his feet. At this time, he was using Xianzu chakra to perceive the distribution of underground veins, and strive to use the least cost to uproot the island from the bottom of the sea. Of course, Wang Ran could also choose not to have so much trouble, just violently pull it away. But things are not like that. Although Wang Ran is very strong, he is not a fool. The strength of the province still has to be saved. Moreover, if it is violently pulled away, if it causes some ground movement, then Wang Ran will be just busy. How good is it to raise an island directly from the spot? Wang Ran closed his eyes, quietly perceiving the distribution of ground veins several kilometers underground through chakra. Finally, a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ran's mouth, and his eyes opened again. Wang Ran didn't take the hand that was on the ground, but instead put the other hand on it. Following Wang Ran's movements, the energy in his body was also outputting quickly. A large amount of energy was transferred from Wang Ran's hands to the earth. The intense energy fluctuations caused Wang Ran's clothes to sway in no wind. Of course, this fluctuation was also captured by Hailing, who was also at the same level of 6. Although it wanted to come and help, because Wang Ran said to let it wait in place, it didn't act, but looked forward to Wang Ran's side with expectant eyes. As time passed, the small island under Wang Ran's feet began to slowly shake. It's not just shaking on the surface, it's just below the sea surface. The place that is invisible to the naked eye, much wider than above the sea surface, is also shaking. Although it may not seem obvious, this fluctuation has already made the creatures in the nearby sea sensitively feel the change. Therefore, while the islands were still strong, they were driven by the desire to survive and wandered around frantically. Even the many flying birds that stayed on the island shook their wings and flew towards the sky. The island didn't last for too much time. Under the application of Wang Ran's earth escape technique, the veins hundreds of meters below the sea were slowly breaking apart. Finally, as Wang Ran's brows condensed, the whole island suddenly stopped. The shock just now disappeared at this moment. Wang Ran knew that the island had been cut off. All that is left is to drag the island to the vicinity of the northern glacier, choose a suitable place, and get it right now. Xianfa, light and heavy rock art. Thinking of this, Wang Ran directly used the secrets of Yannian village to reduce the area of the entire island. Don't ask how Wang Ran learned it. Do you think the rewards of the previous system were decorations? After Wang Ran's ninjutsu, the gravity of the entire island instantly weakened by a terrifying range. Wang Ran used chakra to wrap the entire island, and then used his hands to absorb the island. With the addition of many conditions, Wang Ran's whole body exerted force and slowly pulled the entire island out of the sea. Chapter 227 To Save Face, Do It. As the island was lifted high, the sky over the entire sea area instantly became dark. The sunlight was directly obscured by this huge island. The islands on the sea are not cylindrical. Although Wang Ran is just an island divided a few hundred meters from the sea, this volume is not generally large. In an image, the islands on the sea are more like cones. The point out of the sea is only the top of the cylinder. But just like this, the area of the island is 300 square kilometers. It is conceivable how huge the part under the sea should be. It can be said that now Wang Ran is holding up this island, giving people a visual feeling like he is holding a piece of the mainland. The feeling of covering the sky and the sun is incomprehensible without seeing it. It is precisely because of this that Wang Ran did not choose to pull directly from the sea. Let's not talk about the impact of this road on marine ecology. This is very troublesome in case of any obstacle. It's better to just use your strength and move over in one go. Because he was carrying an island, Wang Ran didn't use the method of shrinking the ground, but chose the safest way to drive. A jade for seeking Taoism was released from the body, and it was directly transformed into a disc shape, stepped on by Wang Ran, and then led Wang Ran towards the northern glacier. Wang Ran couldn't help sighing in his heart while controlling the jade-forsaking Taoism under his feet. No wonder people in Naruto world like to use this thing as a weapon. This is not too easy to control. It is a jade-forsaking Taoism condensed by the laws of the Hokage world, and it will naturally save users a lot of effort. Wang Ran sighed and moved quickly towards the far north glacier. At the same time, the three Snow Bear brothers also staggered to the periphery of the glacier. Because there is no glacier to block the display, the whole view of the sea can already be seen from here. However, despite seeing the whole picture, the lazy mind of the three brothers just now became serious. Because they saw a very big whale. How to put it, it is much bigger than them. They were originally giant psychic beasts. Even if they were not as big as the tail beasts, they would not be too different. With a height of tens of meters, they can easily crush most psychic beasts. However, the whale in front of me is too big. Visually, the size of this whale was at least 200 to 300 meters long. Fortunately, it is not a psychic beast yet. The three Snow Bear brothers at this time, because they did not feel the chakra fluctuations inhaling, they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, it is a pity that the three Snow Bear brothers made a mistake, because hailing is already 6th-level existence, so if it does not want people to perceive its realm, ordinary creatures can't find out its details. Although the three Snow Bear brothers are all proficient in chakra, to be honest, their strength is at the mercy of Shangren. Of course, because of their size, they can also be regarded as shadow level. Although among the psychic beasts, Shangnin's strength is already very difficult to see. But to be honest, this kind of strength really wasn't in Heiling's eyes. Therefore, although these three little white bears were discovered early in the morning, Hailing didn't think much about it. After all, even if Hailing wanted to break his head, it would not have thought that these three little white bears were so bold that they wanted to catch it back and eat it. However, it was Heiling's behavior that directly gave the three Xshin brothers great confidence. Big brother, this big whale doesn't seem to care about us, Xshin said in surprise when Hailing didn't respond to them. But Bukit showed an expression that he had anticipated. Normal. After all, I don't know how to use chakras. No matter how big my body is, my wisdom is limited. Xshin and Xshin table nodded in agreement when they heard what Xshin Bukit said. Indeed, although those who know how to use chakras do not necessarily produce spiritual wisdom, but if it doesn't work, then it will definitely not give birth to spiritual wisdom. The most significant difference between them and ordinary white bears is that they can practice chakra. Of course, this is only for non-human creatures. After all, human beings are the darlings of heaven. Even if they can't practice chakra for a lifetime, their spiritual wisdom has been activated early. Brother, shall we still catch this fish? Although it does not have a chakra, it is really big. What if it is dangerous? After nodding his head to express his approval, the Snow Bear Ice platform said to Snow Bear Bukit, yes, brother. And even if we catch this fish, we can't transport it home. Xshin echoed the words of Xshin Ice platform. The two of them really didn't want to catch Hailing, although laziness was also the reason. But the big whale in front of me is not easy to deal with. After all, the power of a whale is very strong, and it is not comparable to a white bear. Although they are not ordinary white bears, are they just ordinary whales? The most important thing is that if his three bears want to catch the sea spirit, they must go into the sea. And the sea is the home of others. It's not easy to think about this matter. And will Snow Bear Bukit let go? Just kidding, it is the first bear of the new generation of snow bears. If you don't even dare to see this whale is big, how can it see bears in the future? What's more, if it succeeds in catching this big whale, its prestige will also increase a lot. Of course, prestige and everything are small things, and the most important thing is to have face. Originally, it had an advantage on the road to pursue the most beautiful snow bear of the snow bear family. After all, the first bear of the new generation is not self-proclaimed, but punched out. If there is such a face-saving thing, its future will be bright. So, do it. Gritting his teeth, Xshin Bukit said to the two bears behind him. Grab. Why don't you grab? Let's do it now. With that, the muscles on Xshin Bukit's body tightened, and he started to rush through. When Xshin and Xshin Ice platform saw this, they had no choice but to prepare. After all, Big Brother's footsteps must be followed. But before the three bears could do anything, Hailing on the sea shouted in surprise from afar, Sect Master, you are back. In the eyes of the three snow bears, only a floating continent was moving in the distance. Upon seeing this, Sang Tsung's body suddenly stiffened, and the steps he was about to rush out came to a halt abruptly. "Brother, are you still doing it?" The humble voices of Gzhibukyu and Ice platform rang in Gzhibukit's ears. Chapter 228 Bear, there should be something wrong. Hearing the words of the two, Snow Bear Bukit's face instantly froze. Bukit's expression at the moment, even with a bare face, can make people see its embarrassment at a glance. "Hands on? What do you do? Are you two tigers? Didn't you hear everyone talking? Is this what a whale who doesn't know how to use chakra can do? I didn't notice it before. It can only show that my strength is not good." Now that the situation is clear, the bears of my own are still catching up to deliver food. This is not the first time. Besides, haven't you seen any other accomplices? Although it is still unclear what kind of creature it is, judging from the floating continent in the sky, it is not a good match. So, let's admit it. There is nothing wrong with being a bear. Ahem. I suddenly felt that harmony should be the most important thing. After all, people are also psychic creatures. Let us also pay attention to the image of the Snow Bear clan. Bukit said in a somewhat embarrassing manner. These words directly relaxed the bodies of the two Taihanhan behind him. Although I don't know why, Bukit's words are always a little weird. However, as long as you don't let them do it. This whale feels so dangerous to them. Isn't it because it doesn't smell good to sleep? Why do you have to find yourself unhappy? At this time, Wang Ran, the island in his hand, had already come near the northern glacier. From a distance, he heard Hailing calling himself. Therefore, he flew directly towards Hailing. He didn't release his mental power, so he didn't notice the slightly tiny figure of the three Snow Bear brothers at first. However, as the distance gradually shortened, the three snow bears on the glacier came directly into Wang Ran's sight. The three of them have extraordinary body shapes that directly attracted Wang Ran's attention. He can feel the abundant chakras in the three snow bears, so he can know the identity of their psychic beasts without guessing. Generally speaking, this level of psychic beast wisdom is not too low. Therefore, Wang Ran's hands that originally held the island directly vacated one. He beckoned to the three snow bears not far away, motioning them to come over and chat. The three bears who had already retreated at this time had already planned to leave slowly, and went back to discuss with the bears in the clan. However, Wang Ran's speed was too fast. Before they retreat, they have already come to the front. As Wang Ran approached, they also saw Wang Ran's figure. Seeing Wang Ran holding a piece of the mainland, the three snow bears were suddenly speechless in surprise. The contrast is too obvious. The small human figure is no different from an ant in front of the entire island. To describe it in terms of image, Wang Ran's image now looks like an ant holding Mount Tai. The three snow bears living in the extreme north have never seen humans. Therefore, when they saw Wang Ran, they didn't recognize what kind of creature it was. But it doesn't matter if you don't know it. In nature, many body language are universal. For example, the current Wang Ran waved to the three of them. "Brother, do you know what kind of creature it is? He seems to be calling us over." Seeing Wang Ran's movements, Gzhibukyu said to Gzhibukit unexpectedly. Snow Bear Bukit's face condensed. Of course, he understood what Wang Ran meant, but because he didn't know what kind of creature Wang Ran was, he couldn't figure out Wang Ran's path. Therefore, it is still tangled inside. But it definitely won't work if it doesn't. Wang Ran's deterrent power holding the mainland in his hands really makes it very stressful. The existence of this kind of strength, if you anger him, you can still have good fruit. So, after tangling for a while, Gzhibukit said to the two bears behind him, "We will go over, but if there is danger for a while, you run quickly and I will resist for a while." Bukit also knew that if there was danger, he might not be able to hold on for a few seconds. But if you can't persist, you must persist. Since you are the eldest brother of the bears, you must have some responsibilities. However, although Bukit thought well, but for Bukit, neither Ukyu nor the ice platform is concerned. It's not that the two of them are big-hearted, but that they leave Bukit behind and run on their own. They simply can't do it. They are not stupid, they just don't want to use their brains. Now that Bukit is so serious, I also know that something might happen next. But if there is danger, it is better for everyone to face it together. However, the two of them obviously also know Bukit's temperament, and if they refute it now, it will definitely attract Bukit's curse. Therefore, the two just nodded, and did not say much. It's just in my heart, silently made a decision. The three bears slowly walked towards the beach, watching the three snow bears approaching slowly. Wang Ran looked at them curiously. However, Hailing, who was regarded as the target by the three bears at the beginning, had no attention at all on the three bears. In its current phase, all the islands held by Wang Ran's hands. This is the post-Zangman residence. Isn't it more interesting than the three little white bears? Although the little white bear is also very cute. As the three snow bears approached Wang Ran, they could see the whole picture of Wang Ran, the very small one. If it weren't for the fact that he was holding a piece of land too conspicuous, they wouldn't necessarily notice. Well, what do you call us to do? Xsun Bukit asked a little nervously. During the short journey just now, it has been struggling with how to call Wang Ran. But after much deliberation, I didn't even think about how to call it. So, let's just ask things directly. Although it is not very polite, there is no better choice. After that, Xsun Bukit glanced at Wang Ran with some anxiety. Fortunately, Wang Ran did not look unpleasant, with a smile still on his face. Oh, I see that you have been standing there, so I want to call you over to talk. After all, I will be regarded as neighbors in the future. Wang Ran said. He didn't feel strange that Sanction was able to vomit. Neighbor? Sanction said with some confusion. That's right, little white bear. Our Tibetan gate will be built here in the future. Before Wang Ran spoke, Hiling said with some excitement. In response, Wang Ran smiled and nodded, and said, yes, I am going to build a sect here. You should be a group of psychic beasts living inside the glacier, so we will be considered neighbors in the future. Zongman? What is that? Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, Xsun Bukit made a surprised voice. Chapter 229 Zangman was built and the isolated island entered the sea. However, it soon realized that it was a bit of a turtle, so it quickly said, ahem, our race is the Snow Bear clan. It is indeed a group of psychic beasts living in the glacier. Although Snow Bear Bukit concealed it quickly, Hailing had caught its doubts just now. As an insider of Zangman, it felt it necessary to give little white bear some knowledge. Therefore, Hailing took a proud look at the Snow Bear Bukit on the glacier, and then spoke proudly, little white bear, don't you know what Zangman is? It doesn't matter, I'll tell you. Zangman is a family with no blood relationship, but most of them are humans. I am the guardian beast of Zangman. Wang Ran looked at the proud Hailing with some helplessness. Do you have anything to be proud of about this? Didn't you just know it not long ago? Moreover, your explanation seems to be a bit problematic. It's different from what I told you. Sure enough, although he is not young, it is still a child's character. Shaking his head, Wang Ran did not add anything. After all, Hailing just tried to force him. How could he go to tear down the stage? However, Wang Ran did not move, but that does not mean that the three snow bears did not move. The three snow bears at this moment looked at Wang Ran in unison, all shouting with surprise. What? Human? Are you human? Hearing the words of the three snow bears, Wang Ran's face instantly turned dark. What do you mean by talking with you for so long? What do you mean by being a human? Why, don't I look like a human being? Sure enough, the three bears who lacked social beatings were all Tai-Han in nature. Is there any problem with that I am a human being? Wang Ran asked stiffly, but the three bears who were in confusion at this moment did not hear it at all. All they are thinking about now is, Wang Ran is actually a human being. Don't the elders in the clan say that humans are all very weak creatures? But the person in front of him has nothing to do with weakness. If you have to say that they are weak, they are relatively weak. Not to mention anything else, as far as the piece of land he held, none of the Snow Bear clan could lift it up, let alone lift up and fly. Let me add another sentence stiffly, none of them can fly. Is it possible that the elders in the clan are afraid of their inferiority, so they deliberately lied to them? The more the three snow bears think about it, the more likely it becomes. At this time, the thinking of the three bears has become more and more divergent, so for Wang Ran's words, they subconsciously said, no problem, it just feels a little strange. Strange? Question mark. What's weird? Exclamation mark. At this time, Wang Ran was a little speechless. He could feel that the three snow bears didn't mean to provoke him, so he was not angry. But now he really didn't know what to say to these three stupid bears. They were originally called here to communicate and talk. Let them know that they have their own neighbor. Had it not been for the difficulty of entering the glacier with a piece of land, he would have said it himself. But now, hey, it's more important to build the sect. Ahem, since we all know each other, then I'm going to establish a sect, so I won't disturb the three. With that, Wang Ran stepped back for a while, quietly looking for a suitable location on the sea. The three snow bears glanced at each other, all with doubts on their faces. They really didn't know how to face this sudden human neighbor. If Wang Ran's attitude is not friendly, it's okay to say, the big deal is to fight desperately. But they are quite kind. They really have no experience in this. Moreover, even if they have any ideas, They can't decide, there are so many elders in the clan. So, just for a moment, Snow Bear Bukit said to his two brothers, Yukio, Bingtai, go home first, explain the situation to the patriarch and them, and ask what to do. Then what do you do? Big brother Yukio and Bingtai asked. In response, Bukit directly rewarded them with a big bear paw. Nonsense. Of course I am waiting here, in case something happens, we should be prepared. Hearing what Bukit said, Yukio and Bingtai were a little moved, because in their opinion, Bukit was afraid of danger and was unwilling to let them stay. After all, isn't a bear enough to inform about this? Therefore, with this mindset, Yukio and Bingtai both said moved, brother, it's better for you to go, we are here to guard. Pong. After two muffled noises, Wuku and Bingtai rubbed their heads with a bit of pain, looking at Bukit with a puzzled expression. Stop talking nonsense and go quickly, Bukit said with a threatening look. Wuku and Bingtai were moved to cry, nodded heavily, and ran away without turning their heads. They have decided not to let brother down. However, in order to prevent accidents, they must use the fastest speed to come back to accompany the older brother. Does Bukit think so? Of course not. It didn't think so much at all. Originally, he planned to report the letter with the three bears. But when he thought of what Wang Ran said about establishing a sect, as the first bear of the new generation of the Snow Bear clan, it felt that it should broaden its horizons. After all, Wang Ran didn't know what Wang Ran said just now, and it looked a little bit earthy. But can you say this? Of course not. As the wise eldest brother of Shenwu, how can he tell his younger brothers that he feels like a turtle and is ready to broaden his horizons? So, it just found an excuse, but it didn't expect that Yukio and Bingtai, who had always been Taihanhan, thought too much. However, Wang Ran was about to take action. Although there were some doubts about Yukio and Bingtai's performance just now, Bukit obviously couldn't control that much. Save this kind of thing and think about it later. At this time, Bukit, with two bear eyes staring at Wang Ran, wanting to know what he was going to do. Of course, Hailing also had such a posture at this time. It's just that Hailing was too big to be observed, so Bukit didn't notice it. Wang Ran also didn't let Bukit and Hailing wait for a long time. It was just a moment before he had chosen a suitable position. At a location not far from the far north glacier, Wang Ran stepped on Kudo and slowly put the island into the sea. His movements are not fast, this is also to allow the creatures under the sea to have enough time to leave. However, even if it is slow, the descent will be completed quickly at a height of a few hundred meters. With a muffled noise, the entire island instantly stayed in its original position, unable to move down. Chapter 230 Zangman begins. After the soil on the island and the bottom of the sea overlapped, Wang Ran directly increased the energy output in his body, and controlled the soil in the combined part of the two to completely merge into one. All this is not difficult for Wang Ran, but Hailing and Bukit, who had been by the side, looked at them with brilliant eyes. Hailing is fine, but Bukit Nei is really eye-opening. After all, it was the first time I saw something like this stuffing an island into the sea. At this time, Wang Ran, who had already solved the island problem, ignored Hailing and Bukit. As the island was completely integrated with the ground under the sea, Wang Ran stood directly on the island. Wang Ran folded his hands together, and the energy in his body burst out instantly. At this time, all the rocks and gravels that survived on the island surface were swept away in an instant. The entire island surface instantly became clean. For this spectacular scene, Bukit was very excited. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with the choices left this time. Just this one hand is enough to make Bukit slide back to its original value, even far beyond it. Because you have to know that this is not a small place of 1 to 200 square meters, but a medium to large island with an area of hundreds of square kilometers. As for the rocks that were pushed into the sea by Wang Ran, none of the creatures that cared. After all, there is no pressure at all to digest such a thing. After finishing all this, Wang Ran smiled satisfied as he looked at the bare island. Although there is nothing now, but this is convenient for him to operate. Xianfa. The ground is sinking. As Wang Ran came to the center of the island, his hands were directly on the ground. In an instant, with Wang Ran as the center, the ground within a radius of a few miles instantly sank. As the ground sank, Wang Ran directly stood up and floated. Xianfa. The art of the big waterfall. A large amount of fresh water was condensed by Wang Ran using chakras, and instantly filled the entire sinking pit just now. In just a few breaths, a lake within a radius of several miles was born out of thin air from the center of this small island. Of course, Wang Ran did not stop his actions either. At this moment, he is like an imaginative painter, swaying his pen and ink on this empty island. Wang Ran, who has seen countless magnificent buildings and scenery on the earth, has no shortage of materials at all. Lakes, streams, stone bridges, evening courts, woods, palaces. Wang Ran didn't leave behind everything that a sect should have, and combined with Wang Ran's experience in the first half of his life, the whole island now has a sense of simplicity. If a modern person comes here, it is estimated that at first glance, he will think that he has come to the territory of the celestial immortal family. And creating these things is not difficult in the world of Hokage world, which has a magical and unique cultivation system. Of course, the entire island now looks extremely shocking, but only Wang Ran who is in it can feel it. The anger here is too lacking. Yes, it is lack of anger. Although because of Wang Ran's evasion technique just now, the entire island is full of vitality. However, apart from Wang Ran, there was not a single living thing on the island. There are no animals on the land, no birds in the woods, no fish in the lakes, and no people in the palace. There were even no bugs on the entire island. These are not surprising. In the Sea of Naruto world, this type of island abounds. What's more, it is the island near the northern glacier. It's just that the island is slightly larger. No matter how magical the Naruto world's escape technique is, it is impossible to create creatures with souls out of thin air, because that is already the authority of the god of creation, and it is simply not something humans can do. But it doesn't matter, there will be a lot of time to solve these problems in the future. What Wang Ran needs to do now is to ensure that the creatures that will be moved over in the future can live steadily. After all, the temperature here is not so friendly to ordinary creatures. Therefore, Wang Ran floated in the air, looking at the island in front of him that had changed its image, and did not stop. Instead, he concentrates on controlling the natural energy around him, slowly enveloping the entire island. Then, Wang Ran set up a sealing circle around the island, guiding the surrounding natural energy to flow non-stop around the island. And with the enveloping of natural energy, the chill in the air was instantly isolated from the island. But inside the island, under Wang Ran's control, the temperature quickly rose to a suitable level. The plants on the island that had just been spawned by Wang Ran using chakras were gone because of the cold environment and the lack of chakras to maintain the sluggish appearance. They are all looking alive now, and Wang Ran, looking at the scene before him, also showed a satisfied smile. My design is not bad, and from now on, it is suitable for living creatures, isn't it? From now on, this is the sect of my Tibetan sect in the ninja world. Moreover, this is also my first step towards the 10,000 worlds. Wang Ran whispered. No, it should not be whispered, but should be said in his own heart, silently, because although his lips moved, the voice was so small that no one in the room could hear it. Of course, even if his voice is not small, it is estimated that Hailing and Bukit will not understand what he is talking about, because the attention of both was completely attracted by the newly built Tibetan gate. Hailing's eyes were full of likes. Although because of the many buildings in Zhangman, Wang Ran absorbed many well-known historical buildings from Earth China. And the most common point of the well-known buildings in ancient China is that they have enough weight. Therefore, the Zhangman building complex is also easily intimidating at first glance. However, this does not affect its beauty, especially with those lakes, creeks, waterfalls, forests, and stone bridges in the evening garden. They are simply beautiful. Besides, with the size of Hailing, facing these buildings smaller than his body, no matter how solemn he was, he didn't feel anything at all. But Snow Bear Bukit is different, although it doesn't have any other feelings because of the thick Tibetan buildings. But Wang Ran's operation just now was enough to shock him. If it were replaced, let alone whether it could be built or not, it would be destroyed. It would not be destroyed in such a short time. That's it. Or because of its size advantage. Chapter 231 The Snow Bear Clan. We hope to be your psychic beast clan, so, in addition to the shock in its size now, there is only awe for Wang Ran. In this situation, Bukit wanted to sigh with emotion. Whoever stepped on horseback said that humans are all weak creatures. Believe it or not, if you stand here, Uncle Bukit would dare to kill you. At this time, God seemed to hear Bukit's heartfelt voice, and there was a heavy footstep in the distance. Upon hearing this, the owner of these footsteps was a bit heavy. Indeed, in addition to the two brothers Yukio and Bing Tai who had just reported the letter, there were also three slightly smaller and slightly older snow bears. Looking at the three slightly older snow bears, Bukit quickly threw the scary thoughts into his mind. If this is seen by these three ancestors, will it still be alive? Three patriarchs, you are here, Bukit said in surprise. These three slightly old snow bears are officially the patriarch of the Snow Bear Clan. That's right. The patriarch of their Snow Bear Clan is three bears. Wadu, Xmaru and Bingzi. The three are the patriarchs of the Snow Bear Clan, and they are also the leaders of the Wu, and Ice Bears. The Snow Bear clan is not a small clan, and the number of their clan members is not less than the number of the so-called three holy psychic beasts. The only difference between them and the three holy places is that they do not have the so-called fairy mode, and cannot reach the strength of the ceiling of the ninja world. However, Wudu, Xwan, and Bingzi now feel that the opportunity for their Snow Bear clan is coming. The so-called three holy places may soon become the four holy places. Therefore, when facing Snow Bear Bukit, the three didn't even pay attention to them, and ignored the past. Master Ninja, we are the Patriarch Wadu, Xmaru and Bingzi of the Snow Bear clan. After running to Wang Ran, Sansung slowly stopped, lowered his head and introduced himself. Don't wonder why they are called adults. In the ninja realm, strength is the uncle. Although I didn't see Wang Ran transforming the island and establishing the sect, but through the descriptions of Bing Tai and Yukio, coupled with the horrible energy fluctuations that I just felt, Wadu, Xmaru, and Bingzi clearly realized the natural form. He is not Wang Ran's opponent, and even the entire Snow Bear clan is not Wang Ran's opponent. Of course, the most important thing is that they all perceive the abnormal flow of natural energy just now. This shows that Wang Ran is bound to enter the fairy mode. Only the fairy mode can make a human being so powerful. For the Snow Bear clan, the attempts of countless ancestors did not find out the fairy model of their Snow Bear clan, but the method of perceiving natural energy is still involved. Moreover, the most important thing is that Wang Ran is not a psychic beast, and there is no conflict of interest between them and Wang Ran. Yes, there are many factions inside the psychic beast. The Snow Bear clan, as the tribe with the most qualifications to attack the Holy Land, was directly targeted by the three Holy Lands. If it weren't for the three holy places, the Snow Bear clan would threaten their status and affect their plans. Not only did he not get assistance and guidance, but from time to time, people from the three holy sites disrupted the flow of natural energy intentionally or unintentionally. How could it be possible that they could not even study a broken version of the fairy model? The deaths of countless tribesmen were caused by the interference of natural energy from the outside world at critical moments. And they have no way to expel natural energy on their own, and they can only watch their people dying to death. It is for this reason that the study of the fairy model was completely abandoned when Wudu, Xmaru, and Bingzi were young. Therefore, the appearance of Wang Ran is tantamount to giving them a hope to break through the blockade of the three holy places and continue to make progress. Faced with this kind of opportunity, even if you lose all face, you must firmly grasp it. After so many years, they have had enough oppression. They are snow bears. The existence at the top of the food chain has been suppressed by things like toads and snakes for so many years. Therefore, facing Wang Ran, they put their status very low. But at this moment, facing the ignorance of the three patriarchs, Bukit felt a little bit in his heart. Could it be that his bold idea just now was discovered? No, I just met now. Fortunately, with the concern of Yukio and the ice platform, Bukit's attention has been diverted a lot. Otherwise, he could frighten himself and expose his flaws. At the same time, facing the three patriarchs of Xishan who made such a gesture, Wang Ran was also at a loss. Wang Ran is not an overbearing person. It is impossible to empty the neighborhood directly, let alone to slaughter these intelligent creatures and take the northern glacier as his own. So, thinking that everyone will be neighbors in the future, Wang Ran showed a humble smile. Besides, the three patriarchs of Xishan surpassed the smiley person and became a stooped person, so Wang Ran is even more unlikely to know what is good or bad. With a modest smile, Wang Ran said, "Hello, three patriarchs, Wang Ran, the master of Xia Zhangman. Do you have any advice?" Faced with Wang Ran's modest attitude, Wudu, Xmaru and Bingzi were relieved. What Yukio and Bing Tai said just now was a bit alarmist. Of course, they are also worried about Bukit. However, this buried the nails for the three patriarchs of the Xishan clan. They thought that Wang Ran was not easy to contact, but it turned out that it was not easy to contact. As for the identities of Zhangman and Wang Ran Zhangman, they also learned from Yukio and Bing Tai, so they didn't have any doubts. August 1st Chinese website www.zdu.me. But for them, the merits and demerits are not equal. When I get free, I must teach these two boys well. At the same time, Sanction thought in his heart that if Yukio and Bing Tai knew about this idea, they would definitely cry out injustice. Isn't this caused by Bukit? And they didn't say anything. It's all your own brains. So why don't you care about them? However, it is obviously impossible to know Yukio and the ice platform now, and the three patriarchs of Xishan understand what is the most important thing. Therefore, after Wang Ran's voice fell, Sanction made a slight eye contact, and then decisively said to Wang Ran, "My lord, we, The Snow Bear Clan hope to become your group of psychic beasts. Ahem. The violent coughing sound was not from Wang Ran. Although Wang Ran was surprised, he was only a small family of snow bears, and he was not going to lose his temper. The owner of this coughing sound was Buket, who was whispering to Wang Ran just now. Of course, even though he was muttering, Buket's attention was still paying attention to Wang Ran's side. Therefore, when the three clan chiefs of Xing spoke, it directly choked. Chapter 232 The Little Welfare of the Snow Bears, Tibetan Disciples. Of course, Buket didn't want to be Wang Ran's psychic beast. After all, Wang Ran, a strong man who became his psychic beast, would be greatly improved even if he was reduced to a mount. What's more, seeing Wang Ran's earth-shaking methods just now directly made it surrender in his heart. What surprised it was the attitude of the three patriarchs of Xing. Is this still the usual three grumpy patriarchs who are beating them more on their way? Why is it so humble, even humble? With regard to Buket's gaffe, the three clan chiefs of Xing gave him a somewhat annoyed look. Haven't you seen that they are working hard for the rise of the ethnic group? What are they making trouble here? I really don't have any vision. But Buket, seeing the three-headed ancestor staring straight at him, he shrank his neck in fear. Wang Ran was not dissatisfied with this. He could only say that the three patriarchs of Xing were too cautious. But there is no other way around this. Who calls the situation better than people? At this time, Wang Ran looked at the three patriarchs of Xing with some confusion, and then asked, "You Snow Bear Clan want to become my psychic beast clan?" Why? Hearing Wang Ran's words, the three patriarchs of Xing looked at each other, and then Xuan in the middle said, "That's it, Lord Wang Ran, we want to be your psychic beast because we want your help." Help? What help? Wang Ran raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. These snow bears, although their strength is very weak compared to Wang Ran, but in the ninja world, he is also a very good master. Especially for these three patriarchs, their strength is already at the shadow level. Especially with their huge size, it can't be said that ninja is invincible, but they can live a stable life. Therefore, Wang Ran really didn't know that the Snow Bear family, who lived in the far north glacier, needed him, a human being, to help. Fairy mode. Faced with Wang Ran's doubts, Xuan did not hesitate to say the purpose of the Xing clan. They didn't waste time talking about it. The time of the strong is very precious, especially the strong like Wang Ran. For this, the three clan chiefs of Xing, who were old and fine, knew very well. Therefore, they directly speak to the bright side. In this way, maybe you can still get a hint of favor from Wang Ran. It is also true that Wang Ran's clean and neat style of doing things gave Wang Ran a good impression of the Snow Bear family. Therefore, after hearing Patriarch Xing finished their appeals, Wang Ran thought for a while in silence. Wang Ran was not surprised by the fact that the Xing clan knew that he would be in the fairy mode. When I did it myself, I used Xianzu. For a powerful and mysterious group of psychic beasts, it's normal to feel the difference. However, what he did not expect was that the Snow Bear clan wanted to learn the fairy mode through him. According to Wang Ran's inertial thinking, shouldn't all the powerful psychic beasts have their own unique fairy mode? After all, Miyomu Mountain, Long Dai Cave, and the Messy Fanatics are all described in this way. Of course, this is the real world after all. For the ninja world, there are only 3 holy places with the fairy model. Wang Ran didn't know the battles between the psychic beasts, so it was understandable to have some doubts. However, Wang Ran quickly put aside his doubts about this matter. Does the psychic beast have its own fairy model? What matters to him? What he is considering now is whether to help the Snow Bear clan. Although Wang Ran doesn't need the so-called psychic beasts, he will be neighbors after all. Besides, Wang Ran doesn't need psychic beasts. It doesn't mean that his disciples don't need them. For ordinary ninjas, even at the shadow level, it is necessary to have a powerful psychic beast. After all, it's better to play 2 against 1 than 1 against 1. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Wang Ran made a decision. Sorry for the 3 patriarchs, I don't need psychic beasts. Wang Ran first spoke apologetically, but the 3 patriarchs who heard Wang Ran's words all had a disappointed and regretful expression on their faces. To be honest, the result that Wang Ran refused was also in their expectations. After all, Wang Ran's strength is indeed much stronger than them. If there really is a fight that needs help, their Snow Bear clan can't help. Under such circumstances, why should people choose them as psychic beasts? And for this, a precious cultivation method should be used. The reason they want to say it is just to gain a chance. However, although they were prepared in their hearts, they were still inevitably disappointed after they got this result. Obviously there is hope, but they don't know how to grasp it. The deep disappointment and regret on the faces of the 3 patriarchs of Xing were naturally caught in Wang Ran's eyes. However, He believed that the next second the three clan chiefs of Snow Bear would show an expression of ecstasy. After all, the greater the disappointment of failure, the greater the joy after success. After a short pause, Wang Ran continued to speak, but as soon as the turning sound came out, the eyes of the Xing patriarchs instantly lit up with surprise. No matter what comes after, as long as there is talk, it is good news. Wang Ran didn't let the Xing tribe wait for a long time. He barely paused, and continued. I can promise to teach you the fairy model. Of course, you naturally need to promise me one condition. What are the conditions? Please mention everything. As soon as Wang Ran's voice fell, the excited voice of the three patriarchs of Xing sounded. Not to mention one condition, that is, 3 or 10 conditions. There is no way to match the fairy mode to the Snow Bear clan. So, as long as they can do it, no matter what the conditions are, the Snow Bear clan naturally has to spare no effort to complete it. I hope you Snow Bear clan can join Zangman and become our Zangman Psychic Beast group. If we Tibetan disciples need to sign a Psychic Beast contract in the future, we can directly sign a contract with your Snow Bear clan. In addition, although I don't mind you looking for contractors outside the sect, however, you cannot teach them the fairy model. After all, this is our Tibetan practice. Of course, you don't have to worry. Even Tibetan disciples who want to sign a Psychic Beast contract need to pass the sect assessment. Wang Ran opened his mouth and said to the three clan chiefs of Xing, although the conditions he proposed seemed to restrict some things of the Xing clan. For example, as long as the disciples who pass the sect assessment, they can sign the Snow Bear clan, and their Snow Bear clan cannot refuse this result at all. Chapter 233 Wang Ran's method. However, compared with what the Snow Bear clan got, these conditions were not at all domineering. Using psychic techniques to summon giant psychic beasts like the Snow Bear clan is a very consuming task for chakra. Therefore, for the safety of the Tibetan disciples, those who can pass the Tibetan assessment and obtain the qualifications to sign the Psychic Beast contract are bound to be not too weak. In this respect, the Snow Bear clan will not suffer at all. Moreover, Wang Ran did not restrict them to the Snow Bear clan looking for contractors outside of Tibet. This was already a very loose condition. Isn't it normal to not teach the fairy model to outsiders? As for joining Zangman for the Snow Bears who have been living in the northern glaciers, what is the difference between joining or not? Even after careful calculation, it was the Snow Bear clan who had the big light to join the Tibetan gate. The wisdom of the Snow Bear clan is not low, although they don't like to use their brains. As the patriarch, the Snow Bear is naturally not a fool. So for these things, Wadu, Xuan and Bingzi Sanch, who are the patriarchs of the Xing clan, almost understood them in an instant. We promised. Without hesitation, as Wang Ran's voice fell, the three clan chiefs said in unison. Wang Ran didn't feel anything unexpected about the performance of the Xing three patriarchs. Therefore, after the Xing clan agreed, Wang Ran pointed directly at the three patriarchs of the Xing clan. In an instant, the powerful Xing patriarch, his body instantly stiffened in place. This made the bodies of the three brothers Bukit, Yukiu and Bing Tai who had been watching them stretched. Didn't you talk about it just now? Why did you start suddenly? Under normal circumstances, they would have already rescued the patriarch when faced with such a thing. But now, they stand where they are, but don't know what to do. First, what I just said was pretty good. The second is that Wang Ran's strength is too abnormal, and they can't interfere. Fortunately, the struggle between the three Bukit brothers did not last long. The three patriarchs of Xing quickly recovered from the unconscious stiff state. At this moment, their faces were full of ecstatic expressions. Just now, in their minds, countless information about the cultivation of the fairy mode appeared. Among them, there is a complete cultivation method. Under the impact of such a surprise, the things that Wang Ran had controlled with just one finger, they didn't feel embarrassed at all. Is there anything more important than having the ethnic group's thousands of years of pursuit? Opening his mouth, the three patriarchs just wanted to talk about the fairy mode. However, they were horrified to find that their minds were blank at this time, and they couldn't tell any specific information. The three bears' minds turned quickly, and they knew that this should be Wang Ran's restriction on them. After all, they have not yet truly integrated into the Tibetan gate. Indeed, although Wang Ran is not overbearing, he is not an ignorant Xiaobai either. Although the possibility of betrayal by the Snow Bear clan is unlikely, what if? Although Wang Ran is confident that the Xing clan will follow Zangman with all their heart, but this kind of fundamental problem related to the sect is better than being a villain before a gentleman. Therefore, Wang Ran combined the seal technique and the illusion technique to directly place a restriction on the three bears. As long as the illusion technique is met, the illusion technique in the head of the Snow Bear tribe will be activated instantly. The seal technique is always in operation. Illusion makes them unable to think of anything about the Taoist immortal mode, while sealing technique protects their brain memories from being forcibly accessed by outsiders. And the starting condition of this illusion is that they want to talk about Tao Fa Fairy mode. The Snow Bear clan was only the first to enjoy this treatment, but it was definitely not the last. The disciples recruited by Tibetans in the future are bound to experience this threshold. Fortunately before, the disciples that Wang Ran personally recruited could at least guarantee the safety of the cultivation method. But what about in the future? There are so many people, even Wang Ran can't guarantee that there will be people who deliberately enter the Tibetan gate. Therefore, this is a necessary trend discovered by Zongman. Moreover, this is also an important manifestation of proof that Wang Ran is already a mature head. Of course, the so-called villain first, then gentleman. If the villain does it, the gentleman's way naturally exists. Wang Ran couldn't always restrain the people in Zangman, so as long as a certain period of time passed, he would naturally release these people's restrictions after passing the sect assessment. Moreover, from another level, this is also a kind of protection for new disciples. In the future, Zangman's reputation will rise, and the cultivation method will definitely be followed by others. For the weak disciples, possessing the cultivation method of Zangman is undoubtedly possessing a reminder. As the saying goes, Pif is not guilty of guilt. The weak Tibetan disciple, you can imagine what kind of encounters will happen. At this time, Wang Ran's method is undoubtedly a life-saving talisman. After all, risking death, but getting nothing. I believe no one wants to do it. Therefore, facing Sanction's somewhat horrified expression, Wang Ran did not feel guilty. However, the explanation should be explained, and it can't really scare people. Therefore, Wang Ran explained to the three patriarchs of Xushu, you don't have to worry about it. Although there are restrictions on you now, when the Snow Bears are trusted in the future, I will naturally lift this restriction. Everyone is the leader of the same family, and I must be able to understand my difficulties. Faced with Wang Ran, the three clan chiefs of Xushu nodded and said yes. They really understood Wang Ran's difficulties. Wang Ran was already generous enough. If they were replaced, they would definitely have done more. Seeing that the three patriarchs of Xushu also understood his approach, Wang Ran nodded with some relief, and then continued to speak. Very well, after the three patriarchs return, arrange the clansmen who need to learn the fairy mode, and I will teach them personally. Hearing this, the three patriarchs of Xushu were overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth were almost reaching the sky. Although they can't talk about it, they can clearly understand the characteristics of Zangman's fairy model. The biggest point of this is safety. As for the Snow Bear people who meet the requirements of the Taoist immortal mode, let's put it this way, as long as they are adults, they can basically cultivate. It is precisely because of this that Sanction is so excited. After all, whether it is Myomu Mountain or Long Dai Cave, the cultivation of the fairy mode is extremely dangerous. Therefore, their number of immortals is simply pitiful. Of course, the Wetbone Forest is the same. It's just that there is only one big slug in the Wetbone Forest, just ignore it. But they are different from the Snow Bear clan. Although the Tao Fa fairy mode consumes a long time period, it is nothing to the psychic beast. Chapter 234 Emergency. As long as their Xushu clan successfully cultivated, then the number of immortals in their clan. Horror. When the time comes, the three holy places will never be able to suppress them again. Moreover, they didn't need to be called the Xushu clan at that time, and directly called the Xushu fairy clan. Therefore, Sanction agreed without hesitation about Wang Ran's words, for fear that Wang Ran would regret it. Regarding the performance of the three bears, Wang Ran just smiled and didn't say much. It's just that a strange idea suddenly popped out of his mind now. After humans have practiced the fairy mode of psychic beasts, they will inevitably possess the biological characteristics of that race. So, after the psychic beast has cultivated the human fairy mode, what changes will it have? After all, the Taoist immortal model is ultimately the method of human cultivation. Wang Ran was really curious about this. However, before Wang Ran was curious for too long, his brows were suddenly locked together. He felt that in a Tibetan gate, the jade pendant belonging to his disciple was triggered. And the owner of this jade pendant is with soil. As Wang Ran frowned, the three clan chiefs of Snow Bear, who had been extremely excited, instantly calmed down. They didn't know what happened, which made Wang Ran show this expression. 3. I need to deal with some things now. You first arrange the people who need to practice the fairy mode, and when I come back, you will teach them. Wang Ran opened his brows and explained to the three clan chiefs of Xushu. In this regard, The three patriarchs of Xishan did not dare to have any opinions, and even said yes. Wang Ran didn't stay longer. After arranging the Snow Bear clan, he immediately opened his mouth and said to Hai Ling, "Hey Ling, Xin is waiting for me here. I will be back soon." After finishing speaking, he immediately disappeared in place. For Wang Ran, who was leaving in a hurry, Hai Ling was completely puzzled at this time. However, there was no opportunity to ask questions at all, and Wang Ran had already left. In response to this, Hai Ling had to dive into the sea, gurgling bubbles, passing the boring time. Following Wang Ran's departure, the three families of Xishan looked at each other, and took Bukit and went back. Back inside the glacier, before the ice and snow palace, the people of the entire ethnic group were gathered. At this time, Wang Ran appeared on the land of Thunder Country in the next instant after leaving the northern glacier. Then, he continued to dodge and walked towards the position where he brought the earth to inspire the jade pendant. In the process of moving, Wang Ran also felt some inconvenience, although the effect of shrinking the ground into an inch is also very powerful. But for this kind of long-distance movement, it is really not as convenient as the instant moving space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Ran decided to wait until the matter was resolved, and study the application and development of the technique. After all, only relying on system rewards is somewhat limited after all. However, what Wang Ran didn't know was that within a short period of time, the mystery of the system would gradually be revealed. Time advances, the soil and red in the misty hidden battlefield, under the sign of Juxinai, before the battlefield, have a small-scale battle with the Misty Ninja. Konoha's people have no idea how many times they have experienced this level of battle. Under this kind of battle, the strength of Taito and Hong is also rapidly improving. With the soil of the three jade writing round eyes, he completely controlled his own strength. Originally, in everyone's expectation, there is no difference between today and the past. However, with the soil on the battlefield, I always feel a sense of panic in my heart. This made him make frequent mistakes in today's battle. Fortunately, he and Hong are together. When he makes a mistake, Hong can help to deal with it. However, this is not a long-term solution after all. Therefore, Hong directly opened his mouth and said to Daitu, "Take soil, what's wrong with you? If it doesn't work, go back to the camp first." Facing Hong's concern, he grinned with dirt, forcibly put the panic behind his head, and said, "Don't worry, Red, I'm fine, I will pay attention next." Seeing the performance of Daitu, Hong didn't say anything, only nodded in response. Since bringing the soil to say, she will naturally choose to believe that this is self-cultivation as a qualified teammate. However, after a while, the soil was stunned on the spot, and then directly hidden by a fog. He cut his arm with Kumu, causing minor injuries. Had it not been for Hong's rapid reaction, this time, the injury suffered by the soil would definitely not be so light. Looking at the dirt in this painting, Hong said in annoyance, "Bring soil. What's the matter with you?" However, in the face of Hong's irritation, he didn't even feel the dirt. On the contrary, he still asked in a daze towards Hong, "Red, did you see Lin being taken to the water country just now?" That's right, there are always three Gua Jade riding wheels with soil, with strong dynamic vision. So, even though he was in battle just now, he still caught Lin being taken away. This is also why he was stunned just now. When he heard the words "with soiled red," his brows frowned. Her observation ability is far inferior to bringing soil, so Lin was not seen at all just now. Moreover, as a medical ninja, Lin was assigned to the logistics department. How could she be caught on the battlefield? Therefore, when faced with the soil, Hong just replied doubtfully while fighting against the Misty Ninja, "Take soil, are you wrong?" How could Lin appear on the frontal battlefield? Facing Hong's doubts, Taito did not feel at ease. At this time, the panic in his heart has become more and more serious. Moreover, he was so familiar with Lin. Although it was just a glimpse, he didn't believe he would be wrong. And if he read it correctly, then it proves that Lin is in danger. Therefore, in a panic, Bring Earth said sharply towards Hong, "Impossible. It is definitely Lin." "No, Lin is in danger. I want to save her." "Hong, please go and explain to senior sister Juxin. After speaking, he brought the soil and didn't give Hong a chance to speak, and chased him directly into the distance. "Hey, bring dirt." Looking at the fiery belt soil, Hong felt helpless. He lifted his footsteps and wanted to catch up to help, but calmly thought, if Lin is really in danger, then there is really no way to rely on them alone. So, after gritting his teeth, Hong turned around and headed towards Konoha's camp. She wants to tell Juxinai and Prachinam about this matter, and tried to resolve it as soon as possible. At the same time, lurking underground, seeing that the soil had been hooked, The corners of his mouth slowly opened, and then he laughed silently. Chapter 235 Abnormal Fog Hidden Village. Although taking Lin away quietly in Konoha's camp used a lot of his strength, but fortunately he succeeded. Next, the plan that took several years to prepare has come to close the net. With soil in his heart, he was madly following Lin's figure at this time, and he didn't care at all. He had already left Konoha's strength far away. At this time, his thoughts were all put on Lin's body, because, under Chu's intentional control, Lin always appeared looming in the field of vision with soil, and this also allowed Zeta to confirm that Lin was captive in front of him. Therefore, he has no thoughts at this time to think about other things, that is, speed up, and speed up again. With the crazy acceleration of the soil, Lin always has a lot of distance from him. This is very strange, but I didn't even think about it with soil. As time goes by, the belt soil has been moving at high speed for more than half a day. Even just now, he had already crossed the sea and came to the scope of the water country. However, these belts didn't care at all. All he wanted to do was to save Lin. Of course, the action is not limited to soil. After Hong returned to Konoha camp and explained the situation to Watergate and Kushina, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Subsequently, the news of Lin's disappearance was completely confirmed. After the news was confirmed, Watergate and Jixinai didn't dare to delay time at all, and went straight out to pursue the trail of soil and red. And the Uchiha clan also sent a lot of clansmen to sneak into the land for support. After all, anyway, Daito is from their Uchiha clan. Moreover, he was a genius tribe who started Sangha Jade at a young age. His own strength has reached the level of Shanron even more steadily. Although there is still a gap with Shisui, he is also a top figure in the Uchiha clan. However, everyone in Konoha was a step slower after all. At the moment when they set foot on the land of water, they finished searching the land and were preparing to go to sea to explore the land of water. Therefore, under this situation, bringing the soil is still fighting alone. Lurking quietly outside the Uin village, Daita's face was full of exhaustion at this time. He is not an absolute kind of creature, consumes a huge amount of soil, and can't suppress his fatigue at all. But there is no way. If you can't suppress it, you must suppress it. Because not long ago, he saw Lin was taken to the interior of Uin village with his own eyes. He is now looking for an opportunity to sneak into Uin, one of the 5 largest villages in the ninja world. Finally, after a long wait, he finally seized the opportunity and sneaked into the misty hidden village quietly. However, did he really seize this opportunity? Shuttle quietly through the Uin village. The heart with the soil is full of tension. However, he could not show it. He needs to calm down now, because he doesn't know what the purpose of Uin is. The defense inside Uin village is not as tight as imagined. It may be the reason why the ninjas were all sent out to perform tasks. The defense of the entire Misty Village is not like the level that a big ninja village should have. It's not even as good as some small villages, so I easily explored most of the fog with soil. However, Lin was never found. Titus' heart became more and more anxious, and no one knew what was going on in Lin's body. Fortunately, it didn't take long for him to find Lin in a secret room. At this time, Lin was lying on a bed with her eyes closed. Beside her stood many misty ninjas wearing white coats. It was easy to take the soil to see that Lin was in a coma at this time. Although I don't know what happened, I didn't dare to waste time with the soil. A dashing body entered the secret room, brought the soil towards the nearest ninja, and pierced kunai fiercely. With the sound of Kyujinshai, the ninja groaned and fell to the ground. This movement also attracted the attention of other people, and their eyes turned towards Daito. Without giving everyone a chance to speak, he brought soil close to his body and cut a child with one blow. Daito is very fortunate that these people are not strong, otherwise he might not be able to do so cleanly. With the fall of all the misty ninjas, Daito long exhaled. Although these people are not strong, they are already tired with soil, and after the high-intensity battle, they are even more tired. Not daring to stay longer, brought the soil and quickly picked up Lin, who was in a coma, and quickly walked towards the outside of Pick Fun Pavilion www.bike2.xi's Uin village. However, what Taida didn't know was that after he left, the ninjas who fell to the ground and died slowly changed their bodies from human beings with different appearances to strange white humanoid creatures with the same appearance. Along the way, the tense heart with the soil has not relaxed. I don't know how many ninjas I have encountered on patrols, but he almost exposed him several times. But fortunately, the hard work paid off, and the soil still brought Lin to the entrance of Uin village safe and sound. This time there is no way to avoid it. I believe Lin's disappearance will soon attract Uin's attention. At that time, Yuan will definitely arrest them with all his strength. After all, Yuan used so much energy to catch Lin back, how could he not care? Therefore, I decided to bring the soil, bring Lin, forcibly break through the misty defenses, and quickly return to Konoha's sight. Without hesitation, he took the soil and pulled out a steel wire, and forcibly fixed Lin behind him. Then, supporting Lin's body with one hand, the soil quickly absorbed the natural energy around her. With the passage of time, Daito also successfully entered the fairy mode. However, the fairy mode with soil lasts for a short time, and is even worse than Zishui. Therefore, the belt soil that entered the fairy mode did not stop at all, rushed out of the dark, and rushed towards the outside of the Yuan village. The action of bringing the soil naturally attracted the attention of the Misty Ninjas, and the soil was not his own. Therefore, the people in Yuan immediately launched an attack, wanting to stop bringing dirt. But how could it be possible to bring the soil to follow their wishes? The writing wheel in his eyes turned, and the Wu Yin crowd who was about to launch an attack immediately stiffened. The attack that was about to be shot was also forced to stop. This is the illusion of writing round eyes, used in the fairy mode. At the same time, bringing the soil did not stop. The energy in the body was running out again, and a small purple fire dragon appeared in the air. Tao Fa, how long Yan Huo? The four mists that had been under control were immediately ignited by the little fire dragon under the rapid attack with soil, and there was no room to escape. A small fire dragon, facing the four mists, directly transformed into four, and then directly burned it to ashes with incredible power. No matter how they put it out, there is no way. Chapter 236. Girl's mind. As early as the moment the pain came, several people had already woken up. However, under the threat of death, they can take care of the intruder. Therefore, after leaving Yuan village with the soil, they are still struggling in pain. Unfortunately, any struggle will not help. However, their painful screams still attracted the attention of the Misty Ninjas. With the rapid arrival of several mists, the few people who were ignited by the dragon fire art completely lost their lives. Underground, in the dark cave, Kuras stood in front of Uchiha Madara with a strange smile on his face. Master, Bring the Soil has successfully rescued Lin, you see? Facing Hage, Madara just glanced in the distance flatly. Then, looking at Haju in front of him, Madan said lightly, send someone to chase them, and then control Lin well and let the plan continue smoothly. Yes, Master, Gigi. With a weird smile, Hage retreated. As Hage left, Madara closed his eyes again. I don't know how long it has passed, and the dirt on the road frantically suddenly showed a surprised expression, because he felt that Lin behind him moved a bit. Sure enough, Lin's exclamation sounded in the next second. Bring Soil. What's wrong? Where are we? Facing Lin's panic, Bringta hurriedly explained. Before, you were taken away by Yuan, but now it's okay. I will take you to escape now. But don't you remember these? Following the explanation with the soil, Lin's mind slowly emerged from the previous experience. Lin, who was treating the wounded in Konoha camp, suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Before she could see clearly, she was plunged into darkness. Then, when she woke up again, she felt that she was surrounded by many people. Moreover, a huge monster was not far away from her. At that time, her spirit was not particularly sober. But vaguely, she heard those people talking. Went well? Very smoothly. The preparations will be completed soon. At that time, Sanwai will soon be able to seal the little girl's body. Very well. We must make sure that Mitsuo can break out in Konoha without fail. Yes, my lord. When the memory reaches this point, it has begun to blur again. However, Lin's face has changed drastically with this only part of his memory. Three Tails, Transplant, Konoha, Burst. A few keywords kept spinning in Lin's mind, making this gentle girl look very pale. I quickly explored the situation inside her body, and a huge chakra was hovering quietly in her lower abdomen. If there is no accident, this is the three-tailed chakra. At this point in the matter, Lin already understood what was going on. Grab yourself, and then seal the three tails in your body. After you return to Konoha, you will use a special method to open the seal at one stroke. Let Maya cause deadly damage to Konoha. The kind little girl. At this moment, I don't dare to think about what will happen next. No way. Can't go back to Konoha. At this moment, Lin said firmly in her heart. She wants to explain the situation with the soil, and then let the soil go back for help. After all, although she loves the village, she does not want her village to be hurt. However, she also cherishes her life. I believe that whether it is Prajanam or Jukusinai, there are ways to solve this matter. Bring Soil. Boom. However, before Lin's voice could be spoken, A fierce attack rushed towards both Geto and Lin. Although most of the attention of bringing dirt was on Lin's body, he still retained sufficient observation power to observe the surroundings. So, the moment before the attack came, the soil had already reacted. Although carrying Lin on his back, Daito has escaped this sudden attack. However, before the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, the figures that appeared one after another made their faces become serious. Dozens of Misty Ninjas, although they are not too strong, they are also difficult enemies for the exhausted soil. What's more, standing with the soil, but also with the weaker Lin. If there is no Lin, even if it is not defeated by the ninja in the mist, he can easily escape with the soil. However, there is no if in reality. Lin also knew that she would definitely not be able to escape with soil and herself. Moreover, he was carrying this misty conspiracy on his back. So, looking at her dignified face with dirt, Lin lay on her back and said softly, "Bring the soil, put me down. You break out by yourself." And, "Lin, what are you talking about? How could I leave you behind? Don't worry, we will definitely stand out." Before Lin finished speaking, she was interrupted by the soil. With dirt showing his iconic smile, his eyes are full of determination. In any case, Lin must be brought out of the siege. After speaking, Bring the Soil did not stay at all, and directly rushed towards the Misty Ninjas intercepting in front of him. Since things cannot be changed, let her act first. Lin, who was lying on her back, looked at her firm face, and rushed straight to Yuren's belt, and her heart throbbed. Lin naturally knew how Taito felt about her. However, she is not clear about her true thoughts. To be honest, she felt that she liked Kakashi. After all, no matter what aspect, Kakashi is so good. However, when facing Kakashi, she felt far less comfortable than when she was with the soil. This made this little girl who had just started to feel very puzzled. Therefore, she has not made up her mind after so long. But now, lying on her back with dirt, Lin suddenly found that she was also very handsome with dirt. Inexplicably, there was a smile on Lin's face. Unfortunately, this scene has not been brought into the eyes of the soil. Standing with soil, single-mindedly thinking about breaking through. Facing the interception of many Misty Ninjas, he tried his best with the soil, but he was still stuck in place. His face with dirt became paler and paler with the passage of time. Wounds slowly appeared on his body. In this scene, Lin, who was brought on her back, caught the eye without any difference. Looking at the soil who still didn't choose to give up, Lin showed a relaxed smile on her face. In any case, I am one of the most important people in my heart, right? Chapter 237. Who do you think you are? Using the little strength she recovered during this time, Lin mobilized chakra and directly stretched the wire on her body. At this moment, she was already in her heart, ready. Therefore, just as the soil took another unreserved shot, Lin directly moved from the soil back to the front of the soil. At this moment, even if Lin's thoughts have been captured in his mind, he is full of soil. However, the body with soil has no time to react. Therefore, bringing his fist with anger was too late to stop. Boom. Following the sound of the physical collision, the fist with soil slammed into Lin's chest. This was supposed to be a charming scene, but at this time, it made the soil dumbfounded, because in the next second, Lin's mouth spit out blood. Immediately afterwards, under the effect of the penetrating chakra in her hand, Lin's heart burst directly. In this situation, no matter how smart a medical ninja is, there is no way to save Lin back. www.bikush.xyz no. The earth yelled frantically, and the three gua in his eyes were also turning frantically. Soon, the three gua completely disappeared in his eyes. Instead, there is a dart-shaped pattern. Daito knew that he had opened the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. However, he didn't feel happy at all at this moment, because Lin, the girl she likes most, is about to die in her own hands. Bring soil, don't blame yourself, this is my own choice. Break out and live well. Lin's lips moved, and said weakly to Daito. There was a smile of relief on her face. After that, Lin's body was completely limp. Chuoto hurriedly held Lin's body, feeling Lin's weaker breathing. Chuoto murmured in panic, "No, it won't." "Lin, hold on. I will take you out." As he said, bring the soil back to help Lin's body. His eyes swept across the Misty Ninja who intercepted him, and the dart pattern in his eyes quickly turned. Immediately afterwards, Daito felt a sting in his eyes, and couldn't help but shed 2 lines of blood and tears. But he didn't care, and he still activated the pupil technique that comes with the writing wheel eye. He couldn't calm down at all now. He wants to kill all the culprits who killed Lin, and then heal Lin quickly. Therefore, in the next second, the space beside the Misty Ninja suddenly distorted. With the bleeding and tears in the eyes with soil, the bodies of those Misty Ninjas, one by one, the distorted space, shattered. This is a pupil technique with soil, the same as the one in the original, named Shinwai. At the moment when he brought the earth to awaken the kaleidoscope and right the wheel, everyone in Uin realized that it was not good. However, there is no time for them to think about their next move. Bringing the soil with great power, the battle was quickly resolved. No one can escape, and as far as the soiled eyes can reach, there is the realm of death. However, even if she killed all the mist shinobi, Lin's situation would not get any better. As Lin got weaker and weaker, even if her eyes were sore and unbearable, she still didn't dare to blink and pay attention. Holding on to Lin's body, the soil madly transported chakra towards her body. However, even with such a crazy act of bringing soil, there is still no way to save Lin's life. Lin's vital signs were declining crazily, and with just a few breaths, Lin completely lost her vitality. What? Holding Lin's body, she screamed wildly with dirt. At this moment, his heart collapsed. An unspeakable sense of pain filled his heart. In the panic, a flash of aura suddenly flashed in the earthy mind. Yes, Master. Master must have a way to save Lin, for sure. Bringing the soil panicked and whispered in a low voice, and as he spoke, he quickly took out the jade pendant representing his identity from his arms. For this jade pendant that is enough to save his life, Daito and others have always carried it in his arms for so many years. It's just that, under normal circumstances, they never use it. Take out the jade pendant. Bring the soil and use his trembling hands to move the chakra frantically towards the jade pendant. And at this moment, Haiju, who has been hiding in the ground, also officially debuted. Just now, Lin's behavior certainly had her own consideration, but it was also inseparable from Haiju's spiritual guidance. With a lot of preparatory work in the early stage, High Absolute Yulin's spiritual guidance was simply not smooth. Lin's emotions have been thoroughly used by Haiju. Moreover, the result was not unexpected. Bringing the soil smoothly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and also had a rare spatial pupil technique. As Haiju's eyes opened, a flash of joy couldn't help but flash in his eyes. However, at that time he knew it was not his chance to play. He will be used by himself only when he is most helpless and give him hope. So, as Lin completely died and brought the soil into madness, Haiju appeared. With the appearance of Haiju, the subconsciously consciously wanted to give Haiju a law, which shocked Haiju. Space ninjutsu is not just for fun. Even if it was him, he would be buried in it. He was the mother's last hope, and he couldn't die before her mother broke the seal. Therefore, before taking the soil to start, Haiju hurriedly said, "Take soil, do you want Lin to reappear in front of you?" In a short sentence, the attack with soil directly stopped on the string. Although Haiju looks strange and doesn't know him, what does it matter? What he meant was that there was a way to save Lin. It doesn't matter who he is, as long as Lin can survive, he can say anything. Therefore, facing the problem of Haiju, Taito said with some excitement, "Can you bring Lin back to life?" Hearing this, Haiju shook his head. Seeing this, the hope in my heart sank again. Yes, how could it be possible that anyone can resurrect a dead person? But before bringing the soil to speak, Haiju showed a weird smile. At the same time, Haiju also said, "He is dead. This is the fact that there is no way to change it." However, the inability to resurrect does not mean that there is no way for Lin to reappear in front of you. What do you mean? Taito asked anxiously. He still wants to save Lin. How can he have time to listen to Haiju nonsense? We have a plan. As long as the plan is successful, Lin will reappear in front of you. In other words, you can create a beautiful world with Lin. This plan is Moon Eye. The so-called Moon Eye is... Before Haiju's words were finished, he was kicked out by a figure who suddenly appeared. "What are you, my disciple? When is your turn to abet?" Chapter 238. Give it to me. That's right, the person here is Wang Ran, who just felt the need to ask for help. Because it wasn't the reason for the arrival in an instant, there was a time difference between the call for help with soil. However, it was precisely because of this time difference that Wang Ran had this unexpected joy. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw Haiju instigating the soil to deceive his master and destroy the ancestor. Is it paid? The tragic fate has only just changed. How can a black ch be broken? Therefore, there is no nonsense at all. Wang Ran just kicked Haiju. Seeing Haiju, who was lying not far away, was completely dark, Wang Ran's expression was serious. Haiju and Madara are deeply hidden. This is the first time that Wang Ran has seen Haiju with his own eyes since he came to the world of ninja. Haiju got up from the ground with difficulty at this time. Although his body is not a physical body, Wang Ran's heavy foot still made him feel the pain that he couldn't breathe. He knew Wang Ran was very strong, but because he didn't dare to follow Wang Ran, he didn't know Wang Ran's specific strength. However, based on that kick just now, He knew that Wang Ran was not weaker than Ban's heyday. He really didn't understand why Wang Ran would be so strong without reincarnation eyes or writing round eyes. If Wang Ran hadn't come so quickly, he would be confident that Jaidu would obey his wishes. Unwillingly, he glanced at the soil. Haiju immediately prepared to escape. The plan can be reworked, but Wang Ran must not be allowed to know something he shouldn't know. Seeing such decisive Haiju, Wang Ran was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Haiju to be so embarrassed. He was ready to escape without saying anything. But how could Wang Ran follow his wishes? It was a failure to catch the wild Haiju and not knock out their lair. Therefore, Wang Ran directly restrained Haiju's figure. Although Haiju's reaction was quick, but under Wang Ran's strength at the 6th level, there was no chance to resist. A sealing technique directly caused Haiju's body to stiffen in place. Feeling his uncontrollable body, Haiju showed a flustered expression for the first time. Although his face was so black that he interrupted him, there was no expression at all. However, it gives people a sense of panic. He has existed for thousands of years, and for the first time I feel that I cannot control the development of the situation. What are you doing? Haiju, who was controlled by Wang Ran, forcibly stabilized his flustered mood, and asked Wang Ran. Wang Ran smiled lightly at Haiju's lean, and then said, "What am I going to do?" "No, what should you do? Tell me, what are your plans?" "Master, don't worry about it. Come and save Lin. Please, I believe you will have a way." As soon as Wang Ran's words fell, bringing the soil interrupted Wang Ran's laughing Haiju behavior, crying bitterly and begging towards Wang Ran. After being disrupted in this way, Wang Ran had the intention to observe Taito and Lin. Looking at Lin's body and the soiled kaleidoscope, Wang Ran secretly sighed in his heart for the power of world trajectory. However, even if the trajectory of the world is strong and there is a variable like myself, the result can be changed. As for letting go, of course it is impossible. Therefore, facing the bitter tears and the soil, Wang Ran rubbed his hair directly, and silently comforted the soil. Following Wang Ran's movements, Daito also raised his head slightly, looking at Wang Ran expectantly. In his eyes, the glittering tears never stopped. The traces of blood and tears saved just now are about to be erased. Bringing the soil now, I am really afraid that Wang Ran can't help it. If this is the case, then his world will really collapse from then on. After all, if you kill your favorite person with your own hands, anyone will sink. Fortunately, Wang Ran did not disappoint him. He was still the almighty master. "Don't worry, I will save Lin," Wang Ran said softly to Daito. To be honest, Wang Ran was still very distressed when he saw the appearance of the soil, regardless of the original work. But now, Taito is his disciple. Taito's worship and respect for him cannot be faked. As Wang Ran's voice fell, a light of surprise burst out of his face with soil. The tears in his eyes had not stopped, but a relieved smile appeared on his mouth. "Really? Thank you, master. Thank you, master." With that, Bringtus' eyes stared at Wang Ran motionlessly, for fear of missing anyone. "Silly boy." Seeing the appearance of Daito, Wang Ran shook his head helplessly. After speaking, Wang Ran cast a glance at Haiju, who was under control. It was not the time to repair Haiju, so Wang Ran only glanced at it. However, Haiju still had to guard against him, and no one could touch his back. Therefore, Wang Ran didn't even think about it, but another seal technique greeted him. This made Haiju's already black complexion even more black. He wanted to make a complaint. He was already unable to move just now. "Do you have to do this kind of cruelty again?" He wanted to say that it was too difficult for him, but he did not dare to say it without being noticed. "Maybe I can find a way to escape." Even if you can't escape, it's great to observe Wang Ran's methods. If Wang Ran directly solves this problem when he speaks, won't he lose a lot? No longer caring about Haiju, Wang Ran, who had set up multiple backups, looked solemnly at Yuan Lin, who was completely dead. Although Lin had just died, his soul had been sucked away by the Pure Land. Wang Ran closed his eyes tightly. With Lin's remaining soul energy, Wang Ran directly searched for Lin's complete soul in the Pure Land. There are necessary conditions for resurrection, and a complete soul is an indispensable thing. That is, relying on Lin's remaining soul power, otherwise there is no guide. Even if Wang Ran wants to search for a person's soul from the Pure Land in a short time, it is difficult to do it. Pure Land, as the world in the cracks of the Naruto world, broke through the 6 levels of Wang Ran, although it could be easily sensed. However, there are too many souls of the dead, and Wang Ran cannot accurately identify Sumion's soul. However, if there are some guidelines, then don't worry. With Lin's remaining soul power, Wang Ran quickly found Lin's soul, wrapped Lin's soul with spiritual power, Wang Ran directly forcibly broke through the barriers of reality and Pure Land. And Taita looked at Lin's translucent soul, who was brought back from Pure Land by Wang Ran. The tears that were under control just now flowed down again unconsciously. In the same way, Haiju, who couldn't move not far away, was staring at all this in amazement. Chapter 239. Haiju stood up again. Wang Ran actually broke the barrier between Pure Land and reality forcibly. Is that human being? Exclamation mark. Similarly, Lin, who had just died, was at a loss after being pulled back into the world by Wang Ran. Wang Ran ignored the various mental states of the three. After pulling Lin's soul out of the Pure Land, Wang Ran put his hands together. A large amount of energy gushed out from Wang Ran's body, all covering Lin's cold body. Differ, beautiful and beautiful. Around Lin's body, huge energy was interfering with the surrounding time and space. Lin, who was in the state of soul, also felt a strong attraction from her body. This force made Lin's soul involuntarily approach her body. Even now Wang Ran no longer wraps Lin's soul with energy. However, the strong suction of Pure Land still had no way to affect her. Over time, the energy in Wang Ran's body was rapidly consuming. The energy consumed, even if it is Haiju, feels terrifying. After all, pay and return are directly proportional. If you want to reverse life and death, what you need to pay is naturally extremely scary. However, this terrifying consumption was nothing in Wang Ran's eyes, because the energy he consumes is really not worth mentioning, for his total energy deep as the sea. Even with the recovery of his own energy, more than half of the energy consumed by Wang Ran has been recovered. Only a moment later, Lin's cold body had begun to slowly recover its temperature. The cracked heart also slowly recovered its beating. If you can see through, you will find that Lin's originally broken heart has returned to its original shape. Moreover, Lin's soul returned from the Pure Land has also officially merged with the body. After a few more breaths, Lin, who was still in a coma, suddenly opened her eyes. Lin, it's great that you are fine. As Lin became sober, brought the soil to hug Lin's body fiercely. In that short period of time, he was scared of abnormalities. But Lin, who was still in confusion, was hugged by the dirt at this time. Her cheeks flushed fiercely. However, for some reason, Lin did not push the soil away, but comforted him softly. Watching this scene, Wang Ran smiled unconsciously. The emotional situation of my apprentice has now become clear, and I don't need to worry about my elders. Turning his attention away from the whispering Jitu and Lin, Wang Ran scanned Haiju again. Haiju, who was scanned by Wang Ran, trembled unconsciously. What are you doing? Haiju asked in a panic. At that moment, he racked his brains, and there was no way to escape. Wang Ran took a look at the first dutiful son of the ninja world with interest, and then said, "What are you doing? Shouldn't you tell me about your plan?" Gudong. Haiju swallowed deeply. Does he dare to talk to Wang Ran? How many Wang Ran's disciples were designed in the so-called Moonai project? Leaving aside the soil, Nagato, Wang Ran's earliest disciple, was regarded as a chess piece by them. It's just that they haven't found a chance to attack Nagato for so long. However, they didn't start, but they did have ideas. Even if he said that he had no idea, Wang Ran had to believe it. After all, the reincarnation eye on Nagato's body is not his. I never believed it. Wang Ran couldn't tell. Therefore, in the face of Wang Ran's problem, he must use silence to deal with it. Facing the silent Haiju, Wang Ran pretended to be angry, and then threatened. Don't say it. It's okay, I don't want to know. But if you don't say it, then you don't need to exist. With that said, Wang Ran started with a fire dragon condensed, pretending to attack. As for being angry, it is impossible to be angry. He knew exactly what Moon Eye Project was. To make this gesture is nothing more than to suppress Haiju's nerves. However, I never knew Wang Ran's thoughts. Feeling the terrifying power in the fire dragon, Haiju was now terrified. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Wang Ran's words. After all, Wang Ran don't know him. There was no need to lie to him. Therefore, he really felt the threat of death now. As the fire dragon approached, Haiju panicked completely. Stop. I am the incarnation of Master Madara's will. In a panic, Haiju could only move out Uchiha Madara, hoping that Madara's remaining reputation could deter Wang Ran. As for telling the truth, it is impossible to tell the truth. Even if you die, you can't let your mother receive threats. But Wang Ran, hearing Haiju's serious nonsense, didn't mean to break him. Anyway, his purpose was only to find out where Madara was hiding. It's really a pity that this kind of heroic character doesn't see each other. Therefore, Wang Ran is also happy to cooperate with Haiju's careful thinking, decisively stopping the fire dragon drifting slowly towards Haiju. Wang Ran showed a tangled appearance. Madara Uchiha? Wang Ran asked dignifiedly. Haiju was relieved to see Wang Ran's solemn look. Fortunately, Although Wang Ran is also very strong, Ban's remaining power can still deter him. Yes, it's Uchiha Madara, Hage said proudly. How is it possible? Isn't Uchiha Madara dead long ago? Hearing Haiju's words, before Wang Ran could speak, Chuotu and Lin spoke in surprise after they had exchanged their heartfelt opinions. Hearing the surprised shouts of the two, Haiju's voice increased by another degree. What kind of character is Lord Madara? How could he die easily? As he said, he glanced at Lin with disdain. In Haiju's heart, he was praying crazily at this time, and he must shock Wang Ran. As long as this catastrophe passes, he will never appear in front of Wang Ran again. However, even though Hage was uneasy, his face was still slightly arrogant. Wang Ran, who was watching from the side, wanted to applaud Hage in his heart. The image of this dogleg is really extraordinary. If it wasn't for Wang Ran to know the facts, he would have been deceived. Hage's birth in the ninja world is a waste. If he were on Earth, he could take a few celebrities. Listen to you, Madara is still alive? Wang Ran frowned and asked, looking a little worried. Upon seeing this, Haiju's tension slowly disappeared. Of course, Lord Ban is naturally alive. Haige floated, and he felt that he was standing up now. As long as Wang Ran was slightly shocked, he would be safe. However, Wang Ran's change in the next second directly blinded his 24K pure dog eyes. Chapter 240 Madara's mysterious base. Really? Then you take me to see him. The jealous expression on Wang Ran's face disappeared instantly, revealing a relaxed expression. Seeing Wang Ran, who suddenly changed his face, Hage felt that he was directly stuck in his throat. It was not like this just now. What? Why isn't Madam's UI useless? Suddenly, Hage didn't even know what to say. And Wang Ran, looking at Hage, opened his mouth, and then fell into silent. Hage, once again condensing a fire dragon, hovering around Hage. Hage was afraid of death, and Wang Ran knew this thoroughly. After all, people have tasks that are more important than life. If the task is not completed, how can you die? Therefore, threatening him with his life is the best choice. Can't it? If that's the case, then there is no need for you to exist. I will find it myself. As he said, the power of the fire dragon rose instantly, causing Hage to twitch. Stop. I will take you. I will take you. Hage said hurriedly, his voice a little sad. Think of him as Black Ch, the famous man behind the ninja world. In many earth-shattering events, there is his impetus behind it. But today, he actually allowed a human being who had been practicing for decades to be bullied like this. All the tactics and the backstage are of no use. Under Wang Ran's behavior that would kill you at every turn, Hage had already abandoned his dignity. In order to save the useful body and save the mother, everything is worth it. As for Madara, Hage could only silently say sorry to him in his heart. Although Madara is very important in his plan, it is not impossible to give up. He has been waiting for 1,000 years, and it is acceptable to wait for a while. However, out of humanitarianism, Hage silently prayed to Madara in his heart. Hope Madara can handle Wang Ran and let the plan go smoothly. Hearing that the calculation was realized, Wang Ran also dispersed the fire dragon beside Hage. The fire dragon's eruption just now was naturally intentional by Wang Ran. If his strength is intentionally restrained, he will not let the power of the technique leak out. Oh, wouldn't it be alright? Wang Ran clapped his hands with satisfaction, and then continued, come on, where is Madara? Fu. As the death threat disappeared, Hage let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Looking at Wang Ran with fear, Hage said bitterly, he'll take you there. Although it is temporarily safe, in Hage's view, the danger is far from disappeared. Therefore, he proposed to take Wang Ran to see Madara instead of telling him the place directly. If he delays for a while, he has a better chance of fleeing. Wang Ran didn't care about Hage's careful thoughts. He was not in a hurry, so he readily agreed. He temporarily lifted his control over Hage, allowing him to lead himself. As Wang Ran lifted his control over himself, Hage did not make any move to escape. Because he had no confidence right now, he ran away from under Wang Ran's nose. Only on the next journey, see if there is a chance to escape. Therefore, the current Hage honestly led Wang Ran in front. It's just that this speed is far worse than his usual speed. It's a little faster than ordinary ninjas. Regarding Hage's delaying time, Wang Ran did not break him, but had followed Hage's birth at the same speed. As for Taitu and Lin, Wang Ran did not let them follow, but instead sent them to meet Konoha. After all, the relationship between the two has gradually become clear, and Wang Ran is still planning to create more opportunities for them. I believe that after getting along this way, the relationship between the two will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Along the way, Hage thought he had found two excellent escape opportunities. It's a pity that I escaped twice, but none succeeded. Every time it was Hokage who acted, Wang Ran directly controlled him. Next, there was a threat of intimidation. Hokage can accept a severe beating of Hokage once, but after 2 times, Hokage directly gave up the unrealistic idea of running away. Therefore, apart from these 2 episodes, Wang Ran was still very peaceful on the road. Under Hokage's leadership, Wang Ran soon came to a mountain range in the water country. Then turning left and right, an underground cave appeared in Wang Ran's line of sight. I scanned the barren environment around me. In the surrounding mountains, there were not too many animals except for more trees. As a result, the hunters here simply do not have enough food and economic sources. Coupled with being in the Naruto world, an underdeveloped farming world, there is really no trace of human presence here. It's no wonder that after so many years, Ban even didn't get any news. In such a remote place, it would be weird if a message could be heard. For a plan, Madara can do this. Secretly sighing with emotion, Wang Ran walked into the cave with Hokage directly. Click. With the sound of footsteps, Madara in the darkness did not open his eyes, but directly asked, "Absolutely, how are things going?" At first, Madara thought that Hokage had returned. But, the next moment, Madara felt wrong, because he felt a strange breath. He opened his eyes violently, even if he was old, but his eyes still burst out with a terrifying light. The current Hokage was held by Wang Ran. So, Madara knew what was going on without guessing. Although he had never seen Wang Ran, Madara knew that the only thing that could cause a change was Wang Ran. Therefore, after opening his eyes, Madara stared at Wang Ran, and then spoke word by word. "Zangman Sect Master, Wang Ran?" Wang Ran didn't feel surprised when Madara said his identity. For the Black Hand in the ninja world, it is definitely impossible not to notice such a change in himself. Madara's reaction also made Wang Ran confirm his thoughts. At the same time, I am also thankful for Milo's strategy, because from all the signs, when Madara really noticed him, he could no longer threaten him. But if he was spotted by Madara when he was weak, then he was definitely in danger. Nodding lightly, Wang Ran directly admitted his identity. In this case, lies are meaningless. Moreover, this is Lord Banner. Although he was deceived, Wang Ran still agrees with his thinking. For this kind of person, he deserves due respect. As for Uchiha Madara, seeing Wang Ran nodded and acknowledged his identity, he fell silent for a while. Then Madara continued to speak. "Do you know my plan?" Chapter 241 Wang Ran, fishing for fame and reputation? Eye of the Moon? Then I think I should know. A relaxed smile appeared on Wang Ran's face, and he couldn't see the true thoughts in his heart at all. Hokage, who was controlled by Wang Ran, gave Wang Ran a surprised look, because he hadn't said the content of the Moon Eye project. Wang Ran shouldn't have known it. But why does Wang Ran say that he knows? Could it be that he wanted to deceive Madara? However, although various thoughts flashed in his mind, Hokage did not dare to say it. His life is still in Wang Ran's cell phone, he doesn't want to die young. Besides, cheating spot is cheating. Anyway, I have already sold Madara, and it seems that it's okay to add some damage. As for Madara, after hearing Wang Ran's words, he was silent again. He glanced at Hokage in Wang Ran's hands. He thought that all the information Wang Ran knew was obtained from Hokage. Hokage narrowed his neck with some guilty conscience after being stared at by Ma. This made Madara very speechless and at the same time affirmed his thoughts even more. Raising his dry palm, Ma weakly rubbed his old face. Although he really wanted to solve Wang Ran's accident, from the day he noticed him, Madara knew deeply that it would be difficult for him to do it. Because he was too old, his strength was less than a tenth of his heyday. And Wang Ran, even if he was not comparable to his heyday, it is estimated that he would not be much different. Therefore, in Wang Ran's body, Madara felt the powerless feeling again. "Then are you here to stop me?" After rubbing her face, Madara put down her withered palm, looked at Wang Ran's young face, and said calmly. Looking at Madara's eyes, Wang Ran said, "I don't want to stop your plan, and even help you in some ways." Following Wang Ran's words, Ban was visibly stunned. He thought about many answers, but he never expected that Wang Ran would say that. However, Wang Ran's next sentence directly made Madara's complexion cold again. "However, are you sure that your so-called Moon Eye project is really the same as you imagined?" Wang Ran looked at Madara seriously. He was going to tell Madara the truth. But Uchiha Madara, who heard this, didn't think so. After so many years, he believed in the Moon Eye project. Now, how could it be possible that Wang Ran overthrew what he had insisted on for decades because of these simple, unfounded words? In his opinion, Wang Ran must stop him. However, Wang Ran is the same as those who fish for fame. Even if he wants to stop others, he must stand on the moral high ground. Therefore, he didn't believe what Wang Ran was going to say next, and even sneered at it. Since I don't want to listen, there is no need to listen. Therefore, Ban directly interrupted Wang Ran's words. Enough. I don't want to know the truth of your so-called. If you want to stop me, just do it. Although I am old, it is not something you can underestimate. With that, Madara's body burst into violent chakra fluctuations. Wang Ran really had a headache for Madara's stubborn attitude. You don't believe it, but at least let someone finish the sentence. He hasn't explained it yet, so you have to decide. No wonder it was so miserable in the end. It's only strange that this temper is so attractive. However, Madara was obviously not ready to explain to him. I had long recognized Wang Ran's hypocritical character, and as chakra exploded, a blue skeleton instantly formed all over his body. The cave that was tens of meters high was instantly pushed to the top by the Suzuo Nenu, who had only the upper body skeleton. Just by relying on the skeleton of Suzuo Nenu, you can see the power of Madara. If someone from the Uchiha clan saw this scene, they would probably have their eyes staring out, because this pupil technique dedicated to the kaleidoscope writing round eyes was actually used by a bad old man who only had 3 good writing round eyes. As not all Suzuo no performed, Madara directly controlled Suzuo no and hit Wang Ran with a punch. There was no pause. Knowing that he was at the point of explanation, he directly chose to shoot. Only by taking the lead to get the first chance can you have a chance to win this round. As for Haju was also involved in his own attack. Oh, an incarnation of one's own will is nothing more than death. And Wang Ran naturally knows Madara's power. As a person who can single-handedly challenge the existence of the ninja allied forces, even if he is old, his attacks are not something ordinary people can withstand. However, this level of attack could not attract Wang Ran's attention. If it was the heyday of Ban's heyday, it might be possible to make Wang Ran more serious. However, Wang Ran still hopes to let Madara know the truth. After all, Madara has made unforgettable contributions to the world in this life. Wang Ran still admires Madara. However, if you want Madara to listen carefully to what he said, even hear it in his heart, then the most direct way is to beat him directly like the original Hokage. Therefore, for this kind of weak attack, Wang Ran didn't deal with the matter hastily, but used half of his strength. Don't underestimate Wang Ran's full strength. If it is used for comparison, these strengths shown by Wang Ran are already much stronger than Madara in his heyday. Of course, it is the spot of the heyday, not the Ludao spot. Therefore, as Wang Ran gently raised his hand, a large amount of energy exploded from Wang Ran's body. Madara Susano's heavy fist, at this time, seemed to be fixed in midair, and he didn't have to save it. Wang Ran did not suppress the coercion of his own energy, so just for a moment, the entire underground cave was gone. With Wang Ran as the center, strong winds blew all around. Hokage, who was held by Wang Ran in his hand, was as rigid as a wooden stick at this time. This coercion had only been felt by his 2 chief brothers, Otsukiyu and Otsukiyu Mura. An incredible thought sounded from his mind. Could it be possible that Wang Ran actually broke through to the 6th level, but without 10 tails? Is this possible? And he was as stiff as Kurojutsu. And there was also the spot that was wrapped in Susanna. Although he had the protection of Suzuo Nenu, the terrifying coercion still allowed the chakra inside Madara to flow and stagnated. This is also the cause of Madara's body stiffness. He doesn't know how many years he hasn't felt this kind of feeling, just relying on coercion to make his chakra flow stagnant. Looking at Wang Ran with fear, Madara knew that Wang Ran had surpassed himself in his heyday. This time I have already lost. Wang Ran, who was fishing for fame, would not allow himself this kind of scourge in the shinobi world to exist. Chapter 242. Good listener, Uchiha Madara and Wang Ran, the culprit who caused all this, didn't take Madara and Haju into consideration at this time. With the force of his body, Madara's controlled Susanoo's iron fist directly turned into energy and dissipated in the air. At this point, Wang Ran did not stop his hand, but stretched out a hand to aim at Ma's body. Following Wang Ran's movements, Madara felt tremendous pressure all over her body. You know, he has the protection of Suzuo Nenu. Shocked in his heart, Madara looked up at the huge Susanoo around him. Sure enough, Suzuo Nenu, who was originally extremely hard, slowly appeared cracks under the pressure of terror. You know, Wang Ran hasn't made any effort yet. Looking at the embarrassed spot, Wang Ran showed a relaxed smile on his face. With the palm of his hand, the whole Suzuo Nenu suddenly burst. Although Wang Ran had been merciful, but the shocked spot still spouted blood. The old spot, After this injury, the body has already suffered irreversible damage. Feeling that Wang Ran did not continue to make a move, Madara held his chest and raised his head with difficulty. Looking at Wang Ran with a plain face, Madara asked with a complicated face, "You won't continue to kill me?" When Wang Ran looked at the complex spots on his face, he suddenly felt a sense of sadness as a heroic twilight. Shaking his head lightly, Wang Ran said, "I didn't intend to kill you, let alone, I don't use it now." Your body. Wang Ran didn't finish what he said, but Madara understood what he meant. He didn't have a few days to live, otherwise, how could he start the plan in such a hurry? Coupled with the forced shot just now, it has already hurt the origin. So, even if Wang Ran didn't take the spot, it didn't take long. Seeing Wang Ran's somewhat sad and pitiful eyes, an absurd feeling was born in Madara's heart. Originally, according to Madara's personality, if he was pitied by others, he would definitely be extremely embarrassed. However, in Wang Ran's pure eyes, he actually felt that Wang Ran understood him. Self-deprecating laugh. He would actually agree with the enemy's mercy. Does this lose my original ambition? Throwing this absurd idea out of his mind, Ma looked at Wang Ran in silence. You have already broken through the realm of 6 Tao immortals. After adjusting his mentality, Ban said to Wang Ran flatly. From Madara's face, there was no thought at all. It seems that he is not a loser who is about to die. Wang Ran looked at Madara's appearance and couldn't help but sigh at Madara's psychological strength. Nodded, Wang Ran did not deny his realm. After confessing, Wang Ran said, "You should understand that I have no need to deceive you. Everything I said just now is true." After hearing this, Madara nodded gently. Although Wang Ran was able to break through to the 6 realms, he had not yet set foot in the realm. However, he did not mean to be jealous. Everyone has their own opportunities. Whether a person is truly strong, his heart and beliefs are the most important. Please tell me, what do you mean by that? Madara closed his eyes and said to Wang Ran. Wang Ran had some strength to kill him easily, but he did not kill him. From this point of view, no matter what kind of plan Wang Ran has, there must be hidden secrets behind Moon Eye. Besides, Wang Ran is too strong. As long as he wants to speak, even if he doesn't want to listen, he can't help it. Therefore, Madara would take the initiative to ask. Of course, Ban didn't trust Wang Ran at all. That's why he closed his eyes and listened carefully to Wang Ran's words. A person's facial expressions, language, and actions are all deceptive. But only sincerity will not deceive people. By closing your eyes, Madara can better feel the truth in Wang Ran's words. Wang Ran didn't care when seeing Madan closed his eyes. I just want this Naruto world, the rare Xiao-Sun to die clearly. It can be regarded as making up for the regret that I had at the beginning. Your so-called Moon Eye plan is to collect the 9 big-tailed beasts and then merge them into 10-tailed beasts. Then, let yourself become the 10-tailed persons you lie. With the power of 10 tails, let the latter break through 6 levels in one fell swoop. Then use the reincarnation to write the round eyes and use the moon to activate the infinite moon reading technique, so that the entire ninja world is trapped in illusion. Is not it? Hearing a few words from Wang Ran, he gave a general idea of the Moon Eye plan, and Hage was completely panicked. Who is Wang Ran, and why does he know so clearly? Hage's brain was running frantically, but no matter how he guessed it, he couldn't guess that Wang Ran was not a person in this world. However, it doesn't matter if you don't know the reason. But Hage understood that Wang Ran absolutely couldn't let Wang Ran go on. Although he hasn't explained yet, Hage was convinced that Wang Ran absolutely knows most of the secrets. He might even know his identity. Therefore, Hage wanted to interrupt Wang Ran's thoughts of continuing. However, after opening his mouth, Hage was horrified to find that he couldn't make a sound at all. How could Wang Ran not be guarded against Hage, a shitcutter in the shinobi world? Therefore, Wang Ran made restrictions on Hage early. It's impossible to open the mouth and spoil the situation. Hage gave Wang Ran a desperate look. Hage was full of regrets now. Why, when Wang Ran was weak, he didn't even pay attention to him. If he died early, his plan would be very smooth. Wang Ran didn't care about Hage's anomaly, and Madara, because he closed his eyes, didn't even notice. Hearing Wang Ran breaking through his plan, Madara nodded gently. It was also from this moment that Ban's trust in Wang Ran's words suddenly increased a bit. After all, what the other party said about his plan was not bad at all. After Wang Ran finished talking about the Moon Eye project, he paused for a while. Seeing the blob confession, Wang Ran continued to speak. Since I'm right, do you know what will become of those who fall into illusion? Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ban was stunned for a while, and then said, what is it like? You are worried about the lives of those people. Don't worry, although they are trapped in illusion, The ten-tailed body will always send energy to them to maintain their lives. Hearing Ma's explanation, Wang Ran gave a disdainful smile. Maintain their lives? Do you know how Beige was born? Didn't it mean that he was in the ancient times using the infinite moon reading technique, and then he was controlled by the tree? Oh, the ten-tailed body? Is it made by humans? Chapter 243. The old man. How is it possible? Isn't Beige made it out of the cells between the pillars and the shell of the ten-tails? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Madara's complexion finally changed. For so many years, because of Beiju's characteristics, he has always believed in the birth process of Beige. Hearing this news suddenly, even with his state of mind, he couldn't accept it safely. Looking at Madara, who opened his eyes, Wang Ran chuckled lightly. The intercolumn cells? Perhaps the addition of the intercolumn cells made Beige learn to use Mudun? But Beige was definitely not made by the intercolumn cells. Hearing Wang Ran's firm words, Madara's brows wrinkled tightly. Haju roared wildly in his heart. Unfortunately, no matter what Haju is, no one cares about it. Wang Ran saw Ma frown and said again, "Let me tell you a story." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Madara narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Ran, looking forward to his next words. Wang Ran did not sell Guanzi either, and immediately said, "Thousands of years ago, a person from outside the star came to the land of Ninja World. Her name was Otsuki Truya. At that time, before the Ninja World, the extraordinary power had not been revealed. Hokage quickly won the title of Goddess Ozu with her powerful strength. However, her purpose in coming to the Ninja World was not simple. She planted a seed of the sacred tree in the Ninja World, and as long as he eats the mature fruit of the sacred tree, he can obtain most of the original power of the Ninja World. However, Hokage also has a serious enemy. In order to resist the coming enemy, Hokage continued to use the sacred tree during the growth of the sacred tree to make the humans who worshipped the sacred tree into a war machine. Beige. As for the sacred tree matured. However, on this day, Hokage's two sons were also dissatisfied with Hokage's dictatorship and prepared to seal her. After Hokage ate the fruit of the sacred tree rioted, and turned into a ten-tailed to launch an attack on the world. Hokage's two sons, Hokage and Toyo, fought for several days and nights, and Hokage was sealed at noon. Her two sons, one island called Otsuki-ha Village and the other is Otsuki-u, that is, the legendary six immortals. Hearing what Wang Ran said about this, Madara's eyes had already exploded with a shocking light. Although Wang Ran's description is very simple, the magnificent battle that had emerged in Madden's mind. Moreover, according to family records, the six immortals Otsuki-ui are the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. With that said, this Datongma-ui is still his ancestor? Of course, Madara was also aware of a deep taste of conspiracy. Sure enough, in the next moment, Wang Ran spoke again. However, Hokage is Hokage after all. As the pinnacle of ninja realm's strength, Hokage has left behind for herself after all. That is the embodiment of her will. Haju. Hearing what Wang Ran said about this, Madara burst into a strong pressure. Although he didn't believe it all, but Wang Ran's words, he already believed 8 points. If you don't know for sure about this secret, Wang Ran's voice cannot be so sincere. As his gaze moved, Madara's gaze shifted directly from Wang Ran's body to Haju's body. Haju, who was stared at by Madara, was already desperate at this time. Sure enough, Wang Ran knew everything. So, after knowing his true identity, is there any hope of survival? Haju's desperate aura emanating from the inside out could not be concealed, and Madara felt clearly at this time. Madara's momentum disappeared instantly, and the whole person felt a lot more decadent. Judging from Haju's reaction, Madara understood that what Wang Ran said was true. I'm really stupid enough to be fooled by such a simple way. So, what is the meaning of everything that he insisted on for the rest of his life? At this moment, he was no longer the ninja Azura, but an old man who had been miserable all his life. What is the real purpose of the Moon Eye project? Is it to release Hokage? Madara spoke bitterly, now that he knows the truth. His heart is very cold. Regarding Madara's performance, Wang Ran was silent for a moment, and then said, yes, but not all. Perform unlimited moon reading, although the main purpose is to release Hokage. However, at the same time, there is also the recovery of chakra from the ninja world. After resignation, the humans in the ninja world were made into Baiju to resist her enemies. Recycle chakra? Madara asked with some suspicion. He didn't understand what it meant to reclaim chakra. Wang Ran nodded gently. Yes, chakra was not born in the ninja world out of thin air. Datongma Keiya is known as the ancestor of chakra because the so-called chakra was brought out in the ninja world because of the stimulation of the sacred tree. And Datongma Huai, who ate the fruits of the sacred tree, naturally called himself the owner of chakra. Therefore, to reclaim the chakra plan is to reclaim all the power of the sacred tree to itself. After listening to Wang Ran's explanation, Madara's face showed a bitter smile. Hearing this secret of shinobi, he didn't mean to be happy. In that case, we ninjas should also be grateful to Kaguya. Madara's mouth was slightly taunting, and she said bitterly. Wang Ran shook his head. Thank you. Although Kaguya brought chakra, she also took away your future. If there is no so-called sacred tree, this world is still intact. Then, it will be a lot easier for human beings to break through the so-called 6 levels. After listening to Wang Ran's words, Madara raised his head and glanced at the top of the cave. In this damp space, he has been curled up for too many years. Immediately afterwards, an indifferent smile appeared on his face. No matter what, these have nothing to do with me. After all, he is already a loser. Really, it doesn't matter. So many years of persistence is really a joke. Madara murmured. His voice was very low. Even if it was Wang Ran, he had to listen carefully to make it clear. Rather than saying this to Wang Ran, it is better to say that he is making an evaluation for the rest of his life. Wang Ran looked at Madara with a complicated expression. Although Madara looked free and easy now, the sadness in his eyes could not be concealed anyway. Although your plan is wrong, your idea that the ninja world only needs a voice is correct. Wang Ran slowly said. Although Senzu Yujin's idea of using love to influence the world is great. However, for a world full of hatred and scattered rights like Naruto world, that is too unrealistic. Chapter 244 Hokage and Ban's dictatorship is more suitable for this world. Since ancient times, chivalrous people have been banned by martial arts, and Confucianism has been chaotic by writing. Don't talk about freedom and democracy. In a world where the power of Naruto world is scattered, only use absolute power to let all forces hang a knife above their heads. Only then can we use the established rules to achieve maximum peace. After hearing Wang Ran's words, Madara's mouth also showed a relieved smile. Although he wasted half of his life, Wang Ran's approval let him know that he still won. One around between Kai and Zaozu. Peace without deterrence is only a mirror image after all, and it cannot last forever. Really? Do you want to use absolute power to integrate the ninja world? Madara asked, expecting a little in his voice. And Wang Ran, after hearing Madara's words, shook his head gently, and then said, I am not interested in things like the ninja world. However, if I can, I still hope that the world will be more peaceful. Therefore, I am going to include maintaining peace in the admonition of the sect. Ban heard this, with a free and easy smile on the corner of his mouth, and a touch of death in his eyes. Zangman, the things that I didn't do between the pillars and I depend on you. Madara said with some emotion that although the process is different, the world will still develop in the way he once imagined. Madara doesn't doubt whether Wang Ran can do this. For Wang Ran, who has 6 levels of strength, using force to suppress the world is nothing more than simple. Want to drive? Looking at the death will in Ma's eyes, Wang Ran asked such a question without thinking. In response, Madara smiled, with a relieved smile on his face. I want to start. There is nothing I can't think of. After so many things, he was really tired. Don't you want to know how I deal with Haju? Wang Ran asked with some curiosity. You know, Haju is a person who has spent half his life. He can be so free and easy. Hearing this, Madara gently shook his head. Looking at Haju, Madara said, after I die, it's a flood. But I want to ask you one thing. Destroy my corpse, and don't let people call my soul out of the Pure Land. In return, my eyes will be given to that kid in Nagato from now on. I will cut off the connection between the reincarnation eye and the soul, so that Nagato can completely inherit it. In other words, because of worshipping you as a teacher, the development of that kid in Nagato was really beyond my expectations. At the end, Madara couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Madara didn't explain Nagato's eyes with Wang Ran, because with Wang Ran's strength, it was a strange thing not to find out. Seeing Madara's appearance, Wang Ran nodded helplessly, and agreed. He could see the spot that has been fascinating all his life. At this moment, his heart is really tired. And Madara, seeing Wang Ran accept it, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Without saying anything more, Madara moved the chakra in her body and moved towards her heart. He could not stand this old and feeble body for a long time. If he hadn't had a dream to support him, he would not have wanted to continue living in the world. However, now that he knew that the dream was false, although it was a bit sad, he finally could not endure this feeling of procrastination. Just for an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Madara's mouth. The look in his eyes was rapid, and it was obvious that Madara's life had come to an end. Looking at Madara's corpse, falling to the ground feebly, Wang Ran sighed silently in his heart. Then, Wang Ran stretched out his hand to condense a flame. In Haiju's desperate gaze, the flame lightly fell on Madara's body. The flame, which didn't seem to have much power, suddenly swelled when it fell on Madara's body. Madara's body was instantly swallowed into the flames. However, after a few breaths, Madara's body was completely turned into ashes, and there was no trace of existence. After solving Madara's matter, Wang Ran also released part of his control over Haiju. Haiju, who was able to speak, did not speak at this time, because facing Wang Ran, Haiju's heart at this time only has a deep sense of powerlessness in xbox.com. He knew that no matter what he said, his fate was always decided by Wang Ran. Facing the silent Haiju, Wang Ran didn't say much. He had already given Haiju a chance to say his last words. If he didn't say it himself, Wang Ran would not take the initiative to remind him. He didn't want to waste too much time on Haiju. Therefore, Wang Ran stretched out his palm directly and aimed at Haiju. Haiju's eyes shrank instantly when he saw Wang Ran's movements. A sense of speechless fear was born directly from his heart. A heavy pressure directly wrapped Haiju's body. At the same time, a purple and blue interlaced flame directly enveloped Haiju's body. Do not! Haiju shouted in pain. Burned by the flames, he not only felt physical torment, more importantly, he felt that his soul, under this weird flame, was quickly being wiped out. Facing Haiju's roar, Wang Ran didn't care. Regarding Haiju's disgusting things, Wang Ran didn't want to keep him and continue to harm people. Therefore, Wang Ran directly combined the Great Dragon Flame and Underworld, and achieved a double blow from the body to the soul. Even with Haiju's special physique, Wang Ran only took a moment to make Haiju completely disappear in the ninja world. For Haiju, the old Yinbi who had been in the ninja world for thousands of years, Wang Ran, who had been extremely jealous of him, finally realized his original dream. He not only lifted the ashes of Haiju, but also burned his soul. Following Haiju's complete death, Wang Ran stretched his waist slightly, and casually took the dentailed golem from the outer shell of his sleeve to receive a kind of cuff. Although this thing looks ugly, it has some vital effects on Wang Ran's breakthrough in the future. After all, Wang Ran wanted to make a breakthrough, so he must borrow the power of 10 tails. After putting away the outgoing golem, Wang Ran paced directly out of the cave. It might be psychological. After Haiju died, Wang Ran felt that the sky in the ninja realm suddenly became clearer. Looking back at the empty hole, Wang Ran raised his foot and stomped lightly. Of course, although Wang Ran didn't use any strength in his body, the energy was actually penetrated into the ground. Therefore, as Wang Ran stomped down, the neighborhood felt like an earthquake, and there was a violent vibration. And the cave at the beginning collapsed as the earth shook. Chapter 245 A Sign of Peace. Soon, the place that collapsed was also covered by gravel. After finishing all of this, Wang Ran headed away without looking back. From this moment on, there was no trace of mass lingering life. Wang Ran, who had left, did not know what impact his actions had on Yuan Village. Just after Madara's death, the third generation Shuai Ying who was in the office of Yuan Village's Shuai Ying at this time suddenly shuddered. The dullness in his eyes disappeared instantly. In the eyes, Qingming reappeared instantly. The third generation of eye water shadow that lost the control of the illusion, was a little sluggish and now in place. Although he was controlled, it did not mean that he had no memory of the events of this period. He was only controlled by Madara after he became a water shadow. And everyone who can become a shadow is a person who loves the village. 3 generations of Shui Ying kept coming up in his mind during this period of time. One by one, ridiculous orders were issued from his own mouth. Only Yuan's high-level officials knew what kind of consequences these orders had on Yuan. Now the overall strength of Yuan village has dropped by nearly a third. Thinking of this, the 3 generations of Shui Ying felt a burst of anger. A violent squirt of blood stasis. The 3 generations of water shadow that had just recovered from consciousness, only felt black before his eyes. The whole person instantly fell on the floor and lost consciousness. The abnormal sound instantly aroused the vigilance of the Mizila guard who had been guarding the door. Before he could think about it, the guard rushed into Shuai Ying's office. Seeing Shuai Ying who had fallen into a coma, Yuan's guard hurriedly set up Shuai Ying's body and quickly walked towards the hospital. After 3 generations of Shui Ying came to his senses, he forcibly suppressed all the different voices in the village. In a word, the order was forced to retreat and sign a peace agreement with Konoha. 3 generations of Shui Ying understood that Konoha had now locked in a victory. Instead of making senseless struggles, pay a greater price. It is better to take action early and recuperate as soon as possible. However, the misty hidden village, which has slowly formed the rudiment of the blood mist, has too many discordant sounds. They long for battle, longing for blood, longing for victory. Now, The 3 generations of Shui Ying who have issued the surrender order are obviously not a qualified leader in their hearts. Although there are still a large number of sober people, this is not the Yuan village that has had enough of oppression in later generations. Those who are sober, under the pressure of a large number of blood succession families, can't make a splash. Although under the strength of the 3 generations of Water Shadow, the general situation has been settled. However, under the circumstances that the whole village opposed, after the order was issued, the 3 generations of Shui Ying also made an explanation for her retreat. Under the operation of all parties, finally as the patriarch of the neutral clan of Jujube, Jujioro became the new Water Shadow of Yuan village. Of course, as the citrus fruit became the Water Shadow, he also stepped down as the patriarch of the citrus fruit. In the same way, the 3 generations of Water Shadows, who were already unhappy, finally ended their lives at home 1 month after the 4th generation of Water Shadows, Takebana Yagura took over for various reasons. With the death of 3 generations of Shui Ying, the entire Yuan village suddenly fell into a sad atmosphere. However, because of the various reforms of Gokuyukan, the busy Yuan people quickly suppressed the heavy heart and plunged into the reforms of Yuan. At the same time, during this period, Yuan village also made a survey of Madara's hiding place. After all, Wang Ran made a lot of noise in order to erase the traces. It's a pity that no matter how to explore Yuan village, what you get is always caused by natural movement. As for why the scene was so severely damaged, the power of the ground movement is so powerful. Anyway, this kind of natural disaster is the most unclear explanation. Even if an island was sunk directly by the earthquake, it was not impossible. Of course, although Wang Ran's relationship has greatly improved the progress of the Ninja World War III. However, Wang Ran didn't care much about it. After leaving, Wang Ran collected some creatures suitable for living on the island from various places, and then returned to the far north. Regarding Wang Ran's action, the Xing clan knew nothing about it. But Hailing asked a little curiously. However, Wang Ran did not want to talk too much, just said one thing, and the disciples who went to help him exposed the matter. After teaching the Xing family the Taoist fairy model, Wang Ran boarded the island of Zangman alone, put all kinds of creatures on the island, and the whole island burst into vigor in an instant. Wang Ran was very satisfied with this. On the newly born sect residence, he calmed down and practiced with peace of mind. In this vast far north, only a huge whale accompanied him. Of course, this is ignoring the snow bears sitting cross-legged like people on the northern glaciers not far away. Because Wang Ran is cultivating, the natural energy near Wang Ran is extremely rich. It is precisely because the practice of the fairy mode near Wang Ran will get twice the result with half the effort. So there will be several white-headed snow bears sitting on the periphery of the northern glacier and cultivating the magnificent landscape. Of course, because of the traction of natural energy by many snow bears, the concentration of natural energy here has become more intense. Under this kind of virtuous circle, even Wang Ran's cultivation speed has accelerated a bit. This situation has been maintained for 3 months. Of course, because of Wang Ran's current strength problems, the 3 months of cultivation time, for him, was just to sleep. The reason why this situation would stop was because he felt that Jixin used the jade pendant to find himself. Feeling the signal from Juxinai, Wang Ran, who was practicing, frowned in doubt. With the strength of Juxinai, encountering danger is impossible. After all, besides Wang Ran, those who could pose a threat to her, the seal of the seal, the death of the death. The only one who can move freely is the 6 immortals. However, how could the 6 Tao immortals' temperament intervene in Ninja World? As for the remaining shadows in the Ninja World, it was not that Wang Ran looked down on them. Although Juxinai may not kill them, they are absolutely impossible to threaten Juxinai. Let alone how violent the Zangman cultivation method plus the 9 tails mode is. Just the fact that there is a wife guardian mad wave Feng Shui gate, there is no danger at all. After all, can't we run if we can't beat it? Who can run faster than Bo Feng Shui men? Joke. In terms of speed alone, even the supernatural power with soil is slightly inferior to Bo Feng Shui men. Chapter 246 Reason so. Since it is not an external factor, then the only internal factors that can make Jixin call himself. Is it because Kushina has something to ask for her help? Wang Ran thought silently in his heart. Slowly standing up, Wang Ran glanced at the Naphaling and the White Bear clan who were all immersed in the cultivation state. Without speaking, Wang Ran disappeared instantly. After a while, Wang Ran suddenly appeared in front of the Yaramen restaurant in Muine village, Country of Fire. Although he only came here once many years ago, Wang Ran is no stranger to it. Looking at the familiar figures in the Yaramen restaurant, Wang Ran paced directly in. Welcome. This lord, it's you. As soon as Wang Ran entered the door, There was a beating sound in his ear. Although Wang Ran has only been here once, his hands will be remembered for his guests. What's more, Wang Ran originally came with Konoha Sannin. Moreover, Sannin's attitude towards him is very respectful. This made the impression of Wang Ran even more profound. Although the so-called Konoha Sannin has long since fallen apart, ran away, defected. However, the legend of Sannin is still circulating. Wang Ran also nodded slightly when he heard the sound of the hand beating. But at this time, Kushina and others, who were sitting in the Yaramen, turned around suddenly when they heard the hand beating. Sure enough, just as they thought, the person here was Wang Ran. As for Wang Ran's arrival so quickly, no one was surprised. "Master, you are here. Would you like something to eat?" Juxinai said in surprise. Upon hearing this, Wang Ran nodded slightly, and then said, "Give me a tonkatsu ramen." In fact, since Wang Ran broke through the 6 levels, he has reached the realm of Baigu. But everyone has a desire for appetite. Wang Ran also wants to taste the flavor of Yaramen again. Hearing Wang Ran's order, he slapped his hands and went to prepare. But Wang Ran, after finishing speaking, looked at Jixin and others. "Bring soil, red, stop water, Kai." The guests in the entire Yaramen, except for Bo Feng Shuimen and Kakashi, are all Wang Ran's disciples. And Bo Feng Shuimen and Kakashi, although not Wang Ran's disciples, are also Zangmen. After Wang Ran found a bench at random and sat down, he said to Juxin and others, "Speak. What are you looking for?" Regarding Wang Ran's directness, Juxinai did not hesitate, and directly explained, "It's such a master." Just a few days ago, all the villagers except Union had signed peace treaties with Konoha. Although Union did not sign a peace treaty, the death of 3 generations of Hokage also indicated that he would not launch a large-scale war with Konoha. In other words, the Ninja World War is over. "So I hope you will help us prepare for the initiation ceremony soon, Master." After listening to Juxinai's words, Wang Ran raised his brows in surprise. Although it is now Konoha's 47th year, it has just entered Konoha's 47th year. The Third Ninja War in the original historical trajectory did not end until the end of Konoha's 47 years. This is more than half a year ahead of the original historical trajectory. "It's over so soon. It's a lot earlier than I expected," Wang Ran said with some emotion. And indeed, it took about a year from the official outbreak to the end of the Third Ninja World War. Compared with the Second Ninja World War, it has shortened the time. I don't know. 9 Xinai and Bo Feng Shui men, hearing Wang Ran's emotion, also said with some happiness, "Yes, the situation is still going to be deadlocked for a while." However, 2 months ago, the Misty Third Dame suddenly announced his withdrawal and signed a peace treaty with Konoha. And Yannian village, who had long since stopped fighting Konoha, suddenly gathered 20,000 ninjas and launched a surprise attack on Union village. Had it not been for the 3rd generation of Liang to drag the entire Yannian troops alone, Union would definitely be hit hard. However, it was precisely because of this battle that the 3 generations of Raking died of exhaustion after 2 days of persistence. As for the Sandy village, Konoha was under the command of the Nara clan, but the fight went smoothly. After Naradir had gone for a long time, he even planned to leave a hidden army. Had it not been for Cheyenne that Yikang suddenly appeared, he might have succeeded. Fortunately, Cheyenne village was difficult to sing alone. After several villages had ceased war, they soon signed a peace treaty with Konoha again. After speaking, everyone looked at Wang Ran with complicated expressions. They all knew that Yikang was also a disciple of Wang Ran. It was precisely because of Wang Ran's teaching that Yikang made Konoha's plan fall short, and even suffered a lot of casualties. But Wang Ran didn't care about everyone's complicated eyes. His attention was focused on what Jixinai said just now. Wang Ran was not surprised that 3 generations of Hokage died under the siege of Yanyan's Hong. Just a little sorry for that, the black and strong man. What surprised Wang Ran a little was that Yuyin suddenly retreated. However, he soon reacted. Yuyin has been under Madara's secret control since the 3rd generation of Water Shadow. Now that Madara is dead, it is no accident that Yuyin is awake. But the news of Yikang made Wang Ran a little relieved. After so many years, the little girl who secretly worked hard has grown into a pillar of the village. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Ran shook his head lightly, and then brought the matter back to the topic. There is no problem holding the initiation ceremony, but the ninja world has just settled down. Konoha will let you out collectively? Wang Ran asked with some doubts. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Juxin and Watergate looked at each other. The helplessness in their eyes flashed away. In this case, they, as the Pillar Ninja, naturally cannot go out at will. However, due to special circumstances, Watergate must strengthen its bargaining chips. Looking at Wang Ran again, Juxinai said helplessly. No, there is no way. Originally this matter was not in a hurry. After all, the location of the fourth generation of meme Hokage, Watergate is not much hopeful. But now the situation is different. The loudest Lord Oshimaru defected, and Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama, who were the biggest voices left. One is traveling everywhere, but the other is not here. Therefore, the opportunity for Watergate is still quite large. But Watergate is still young after all, and his prestige is too low, so he needs stronger strength and background to strengthen his bargaining chips. Watergate just stood silently aside, and did not speak. In this case, as the person involved, he is really not very good at explaining. Chapter 247. Before getting started, Wang Ran also understood the cause of the incident after listening to Juxinai's words. Indeed, now the time for the end of the Ninja World War is much earlier. Although peace came earlier, but for Bofeng Shuiman, there is no time to ferment, and his prestige in Konoha is greatly inferior to the prestige of competing in the Naruto period in the original historical trajectory. What's more, when he was labeled as a hidden gate, the competitiveness of Watergate was once again reduced. It can be said that as long as any one of the three ninjas has the mind to compete for Naruto, then there is nothing to do with the wave of wind and water. But now, Sanin gave up all due to various reasons. In the face of the remaining people, Watergate's competitiveness is still very great. Moreover, if Watergate receives Wang Ran's support, even if it is the third generation of Naruto ape flying slash, it is inevitable to consider Wang Ran's ideas. After all, let alone Wang Ran, just the few disciples of Wang Ran were also wealth that Konoha could not lose. After understanding, Wang Ran nodded slightly, and then said, well, that's all. If you have eaten in a while, you can leave with me. After receiving Wang Ran's affirmative answer, joyful expressions appeared on everyone's faces, especially Bofeng Shuiman. He is confident that soon, he will be able to realize his dream. The time for a meal soon passed. During this short period of time, Wang Ran learned the specific information about Dashwin's defection from everyone's mouth. It is similar to the original history of Oshimaru. Obsessed with seeking truth, Dashwin finally embarked on the road of human experimentation. In fact, this is nothing, but the point is that Daishiwan is too unscrupulous. Under the lure of Shimura Danzo, he studied the interpillar cells. After that, Sarutobi Hizen, who discovered the secret of Oshimaru, was directly furious. Directly ordered the arrest of Oshimaru personally. Of course, Sarutobi Hizaki means to do superficial work. After all, Oshimaru is also his most proud disciple. It is not a big deal to study the interpillar cells. If the news is not known to the high-level people, he will not necessarily pay attention to it. He did this to protect Konoha's face. It's a pity that no matter how good his thoughts are, he can't stand the villain stabbing a knife behind him. As the instigator, Shimura Danzo, in order to eliminate the powerful competitor of Oshimaru, directly ordered his people to spread rumors about Oshimaru in Konoha. In desperation, Oshimaru had no choice but to defect to Konoha. Of course, his ability to escape so smoothly was inseparable from Sarutobi's release of water. Although Oshimaru defected, the angry Sarutobi Hizen went directly to Shimura Danzo. But facing Shimura Danzo, who is not me, don't slander me, Sarutobi Hizaki has no good way. When this matter develops to the end, it can't be stopped. After a meal, Wang Ran paid the bill and walked out of Yale Ramen. The money he brought with him at the beginning was useless at all. In line with the principle of making the best use of everything, Wang Ran paid for the ramen by himself when everyone strongly expressed his intention to treat guests. Everyone can only look at each other helplessly. Following Wang Ran out of the Yale Ramen, Wang Ran directly wrapped the people in chakras and swiftly headed towards the far north. The people who were wrapped in Wang Ran only felt that streams of light flashed in front of them. Those who are proficient in space art, such as the wave wind water gate, bring soil, and stop water, know very well that although Wang Ran uses it, it can be regarded as space art. But this kind of folding space technique is much more difficult than pure space movement. Only those who have a deep understanding of space can use it. Therefore, the eyes of several people showed ecstasy, especially the same practice of Shishui, who shrinks to an inch. The surprise on his face is even more unstoppable. Although Wang Ran led him across the road like this at the beginning, can his strength at that time be compared to now? At that time, apart from experiencing it, there was no gain at all. But now they have the strength. As long as they can see through it, it will be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. Therefore, it is indispensable to say that the few people who are proficient in space ninjutsu all have full perception and want to learn something from them. With soil and still water, the writing wheel eyes in the eye sockets turn crazily, trying to analyze something. But even so, The surrounding scenes were still blurred in their eyes. Regarding the actions of a few people, Wang Ran naturally caught them all. Regarding this, Wang Ran did not hide any personal matters. On the contrary, it slowed down the speed, allowing a few people to have a good understanding. Several people were obviously aware of Wang Ran's behavior. Although I want to be grateful, now is not the time to speak. This opportunity is very precious. Although this is nothing to Wang Ran, however, they can't let Wang Ran serve them exclusively. Therefore, all of them were attentively following Wang Ran's technique, feeling their own things, and didn't dare to be distracted at all. However, even if Wang Ran walks slowly, this journey will be over. After everyone recovered, they had already appeared on an overseas island. Feeling the warm temperature around, just when a few people were still guessing which sea area it was in, suddenly a huge creature appeared in front of them. Seeing the huge whale that suddenly appeared, everyone in Konoha felt a sudden shock. However, as the whale spoke, everyone's heart settled down again. Sect Master, where did you go just now? Hey, who are these people? Hearing Hailing's voice, everyone in Konoha understood that they were their own. And Wang Ran also spoke to Hailing. This is our Zangman Dorman. Except for these two, the rest are my apprentices. I went out this time to bring them back for the initiation ceremony. With that, Wang Ran pointed to Bo Feng Shui Men and Kakashi. Of course, Wang Ran introduced Hailing to Konoha. After the introduction, Wang Ran said to Hailing, Hailing, you can tell them about the distribution of the Tibetan islands. I will bring back my other disciples. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, Hailing nodded and agreed. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran flashed away and left the place. After Wang Ran left, Juxinai and others, under Hailing's introduction, carefully observed the station of Zangman. The beautiful scenery and magnificent buildings impacted their hearts. After all, how can the study of scenery and architecture in the ninja realm, which has a short history and has been in the chaos of war, compare with a civilized world that has developed for thousands of years? Chapter 248. Xia vigorously upward. Of course, the hundreds of huge snow bears on the far north glacier were also caught in the eyes of several people. Feeling the waves of chakra waves emanating from them, even the most powerful Juxinai couldn't help but become jealous of them. Of course, after learning that the Snow Bear clan was a group of psychic beasts in their Tibetan gate, the few people who did not yet have psychic beasts all showed surprise expressions in their eyes. After all, a powerful psychic beast that can help itself is not so easy to find. But now, among the hundreds of snow bears, there is always one suitable for them. In the same way, although everyone is happy, their awe and recognition of Zangman have become more and more profound. Ignoring the thoughts of Konoha's people, Wang Ran, who had left Zangman Island at this time, appeared again in the rain country. Not far away, countless houses stood in the rain. Thinking of such a huge building complex is not common in the land of rain. In particular, many of these rooms exude chakra fluctuations. If it is a person who does not understand the situation, he may even make a bold guess as to whether this is Uian village. However, Wang Ran knew very well that this was not, because he came here after the jade pendant of Nagato, Yahiko and Xionan. Moreover, he could perceive that the three of Nagato were in the middle house. What's more, he had been to Uian village. So, not surprisingly, this is the Akatsuki organization base established by the three of Nagato. Compared with the original book, this is no longer known how many grades better. Of course, Wang Ran didn't care about these. Exuding his own breath, all the members of the Xia organization base instantly sensed Wang Ran's existence. An unspeakable shock rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts. The ninja who couldn't tell whether they were friends or enemies, whether they were inside or outside the house, all rushed out in the first place. Although it was shocking, the Akatsuki organization embodies their dreams. For them who have died a long time ago, even if they sacrifice their lives, they must protect this place. However, compared to the people who didn't understand the situation, Nagato, Yahiko and Conan all show joyful expressions at this time. They were naturally familiar with Wang Ran's breath. Chakra exploded, and all three of them rushed towards Wang Ran at the fastest speed. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization saw their three leaders rushing towards the unknown person with an invincible aura as soon as they left the house. At this moment, everyone's hearts were excited. In their hearts, although Wang Ran was very strong, the Nagato trio were obviously stronger. They don't know how many years they haven't seen the three of Nagato shoot together. Even the most powerful ninja, in the hands of any one of their three leaders, seemed slightly weaker. So, at this moment, seeing the three of them attack together, all the members of Akatsuki's organization stood in place with excitement. The leader took the shot. Even if they went up, it would be unhelpful. However, things will always be unexpected. Just when everyone thought there would be earth-shattering battle, The three Nagatoro who rushed in front of Wang Ran, snapped, and knelt directly to the ground. In this scene, the chins of the Akatsuki members who were not far away were almost dropped. However, the Nagato trio couldn't pay attention to everyone's thoughts at this time. In terms of the feelings between Wang Ran, these three of Wang Ran's disciples are the deepest. No one can compare the 3 spring and autumn days and nights. Coupled with the reasons for the origin of the 3 people, their respect for Wang Ran is even more innate. This is something Wang Ran's other disciples cannot match. Therefore, after such a long time to meet again, the 3 of them couldn't help but bow down to Wang Ran. Wang Ran was also very pleased with the behavior of the 3. Raising the 3 people who were kneeling on the ground, Wang Ran looked at them with a chuckle and said, "The organization you founded is developing well. Did Hanzo trouble you?" Regarding Wang Ran's question, the 3 of them give a relaxed smile when they looked at each other. Has Hanzo ever troubled them? It was naturally found. Moreover, the 3 of them did not have the current strength at that time. The 3 of them worked together to deal with Hanzo, although they didn't fall behind. However, the ninjas under them are not the opponents of the elite ninjas in Uin Village. More importantly, Hanzo still has the help of a group of mysterious people, making their situation even worse. However, not knowing if it was the blessing of fate, Hanzo's thoughts of loving talent rose again. When Akatsuki's organization fell into a disadvantage, Hanzo directly asked about the situation of the 3 of Nagato. The 3 of them remembered clearly. After the 3 blew themselves up, they were half obviously taken aback. Then, Hanzo changed his position directly and ordered all Urenbu to attack the mysterious group of people. His command stunned everyone present, but Han Zhang's prestige in Uin Village was not covered. Just after the order was given, the Uren men turned their guns for the first time, and caught the mysterious guy by surprise. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization will naturally not let go of this good opportunity, and they will also beat the dog in the water. However, it is naturally not easy for Hanzo to make the small country of Rainy Country stand tall and not fall. Although his position was reversed, he did not offend the mysterious gang to death. After the victory, Hanzo chose to let them go after confiscating their weapons. After that, it was Hanzo and Nagato who explained his fate with Wang Ran. Of course, these are all after Hanzo's beautification. After all, in front of so many subordinates and younger generations, he still wants to give himself a little more face. After hearing Hanzo's explanation, the memories that were in the 3 people's minds were slowly remembered. Indeed, Wang Ran had obtained supplies from Uin Village. It's just that, because this matter is too small, it makes them gradually forget. In the light of Wang Ran's light, the Nagato trio and Hanzo soon chatted easily. During the chat, the 3 also learned from Hanzo that the mysterious group of people was Konoha Danzo's men. Considering that Konoha is a big village, the few people didn't go into it. Of course, they did not suffer a lot from this. As for Danzo, because this action was a private action, and because Hanzo's strength was not blown out, he didn't want to offend Hanzo and cause him to stand on Konoha's opponent. Therefore, although I suffered a big loss, I could only break my teeth and swallow in my stomach. Chapter 249. A very different Tibetan man. Hearing your words and my description of the 3 of Nagato, Wang Ran's face showed a strange expression. He never expected that his influence on Hanzo would be so great. How many years have passed since? He is still so cautious. But this is good, at least it saves a lot of unnecessary trouble. Wang Ran shook his head, and then said to the 3 of Nagato, in that case, in the future, if necessary, try to help Hanzo as much as possible. It can be regarded as my Tibet's help to him. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded and said yes. Then, Nagato gave Wang Ran a tangled look and asked, Master, I have something to ask you about. Upon hearing this, Wang Ran nodded lightly, and then said, what is it? You can ask. Taking a deep breath, Nagato adjusted his inner thoughts, then said, Master, it's like this. 2 years ago, I realized that my eyes and my soul didn't blend well. You have also said before that I have hidden dangers, and this is what Xiang must say. So, I spent nearly 2 years to solve this problem. However, no matter what I do, there is always a gap between my eyes and my soul, and they cannot be integrated. For this reason, I have rarely used the eyes of reincarnation in the past 2 years. But strangely, just 3 months ago, the gap between the eyes and the soul suddenly disappeared. After listening to Nagato's words, Wang Ran gave him a weird look. Wang Ran was not surprised that Nagato could see the strangeness in his eyes. As for the disappearance of the barrier 3 months ago, isn't it because Madara cut the connection between the eyes of Samsara and his soul? What made him feel speechless was that Nagato was surprised by this sudden surprise. After a brief explanation, Nagato also understood the general course of the matter. Although he was a little surprised that the eye of reincarnation was not his own, he was also able to accept it. Besides, now the eyes of reincarnation are not completely part of his body. For Nagato, whose strength is in the eyes of samsara, this kind of ending is already very good. As for the conspiracy in childhood, it doesn't matter. He has now found like-minded partners and relatives. For those things also slowly let go. The most important thing is, hasn't his enemy already paid the price? Looking at the shocked Akatsuki members in the distance, Wang Ran spoke to the Nagato people. You go to make arrangements first, and I will take you back to the sect for a while and hold the initiation ceremony. Initiation ceremony? The three of Nagato yelled in surprise. It was the first time they heard about this after so many years. However, this is easy to understand. With excitement, the three quickly arranged the specific matters of Akatsuki's organization. Of course, the current Akatsuki organization is already a full-scale ninja organization. On weekdays, even if the Nagato three are not present, it will not affect the development of Akatsuki organization. After arranging the affairs of Akatsuki's organization, the three of Nagato followed Wang Ran and disappeared in an instant. Seeing the four disappeared masters and apprentices, all the members of the Xiao organization showed an appearance that they had never seen the world. I have always heard that my leader has an amazing master, but they have never seen him before. Today, I saw it suddenly. Although Wang Ran only released a trace of his own breath, it has already made them feel unspeakably shocked. Moreover, judging from the performance of the three leaders, it is enough to see how strong Wang Ran's strength is. They were still thinking just now, if Wang Ran were the enemy, even if he sacrifices his own life, he must stop him from destroying Akatsuki. Now it seems that this is a ridiculous idea. Presumably, tying them together, Wang Ran's dealing with them is just a matter of breathing. The shock on the face flashed by, and then the faces of everyone showed joy. There were originally three powerful leaders, but now it is confirmed that the leader's master does exist. Then, the development of the organization when they knew it was beyond description. Their seemingly out of reach dreams seem to be not far away. Although holding the thigh sounds a bit uncomfortable, but I can't bear the smell of the thigh. Of course, Wang Ran and the others were not aware of the psychological activities of the Xiao organization. After leaving the country of rain, Wang Ran went to Union Village in the country of wind. As the two-tailed man's Yulai Mujin, in the Third Ninja World War, he also made an indelible contribution. With the support of the two-tailed brigade, coupled with the existence of the Tibetan heritage, the strength of the wooden men only forced the 8 people who have grown up to be an adult. You know, the strength of the 8 tails is among the tail beasts, but it is second only to the existence of 9 tails. And Kairabi, who was able to make a beast with a perfect tail, was able to bring out the strength of Yao to the fullest. The powerful Yu Muren, directly on the battlefield between Union and Yannian, led the victory of several small-scale battles. Although Yannian dispatched five-tailed humans Yulai to stop him, it was obvious that five-tailed man was not the opponent of Mujin. This allowed the prestige of Yu Muren to rise in a straight line in Union Village. Coupled with her youthful and beautiful appearance, she has countless fans in Union Village. At this time, Yu Muren was no longer the monster that was rejected by the villagers. However, Yu Muren's character, cold outside and hot inside, has never changed. Yumu, who had already stayed in the village enough, after chatting with Wang Ran, when he heard that he was going to the Zongman for an introductory ceremony, he immediately followed Wang Ran and left. He didn't even mean to inform the village, which made Wang Ran very bitter. Of course, Wang Ran didn't care, and left Union Village with Yumu directly. Similarly, Yi Kang was in a similar situation to Yu Muren. As the Yi Kang who saved countless Shahiden lives, he was directly paid as a hero in the village. Moreover, what surprised Wang Ran the most was that as the third generation of Fenying had already died, and it was extremely necessary to select the fourth generation of Fenying's Shane village, there was a voice in the village that hoped that Yi Kang would be in power. Regarding this, Wang Ran frowned slightly. You know, the selection of Fenying in Shane village is very shady. Every Fenying is a master of magnetic escape. As a master of magnetic escape, Luo Xiao was positioned as the heir of the 4 generations of Fenying early. And as the actual master of Shiak's power, Xiao would never choose an unfamiliar person to inherit the position of Fenying. What's more, Yi Kang is still a woman. There is no precedent for a woman to become a shadow in the ninja world. Chapter 254 Mil entry. Wasn't Yi Kang on the original historical trajectory just because of his prestige? So, although Yi Kang's prestige is very high now, however, the higher her prestige, the more dangerous her situation is. However, immediately Wang Ran shook his head with a chuckle. This situation is not an opportunity for Yi Kang. As long as he rushed past, he might be able to rush towards Fenying's seat. Although very dangerous, the current Yi Kang is not the original Yi Kang. Her strength, I don't know how much it has improved. Therefore, Wang Ran did not interfere with Yi Kang's current situation. After getting some general information, Wang Ran left with Yi Kang. After leaving, Wang Ran went along I wanted to bring the teacher and apprentice Hagaki Tsukumo together. However, when Tsukumo Hajiki heard that Kakashi was there, he refused instantly. Regarding this, Wang Ran did not say anything. He could understand Haki Tsukumo's concerns, so he only took Sara back to Zangman, although a few people scattered all over the ninja world. However, Wang Ran returned to Zangman after only one meal, and Wang Ran spent almost all of the time for this meal in conversations with everyone. When they came to the island of Zangman, like Konoha, Nagato and others also showed surprised expressions. This kind of majestic palace architecture that had never appeared before in the ninja world, it opened their eyes. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Wang Ran led them to the central hall. Standing on the wide square inches front of the hall, the first thing everyone saw was a Chinese character standing in front of the hall. The huge font sculptures are embellished with countless dragon-shaped patterns. Although everyone didn't know the meaning, they were shocked by the stone monument sculpture, because he not only has a magnificent and gorgeous appearance, but also Wang Ran has integrated his own coercive aura. Even if the 6th-level powerhouse comes, there will be a sense of awe. Wang Ran made a tweet at the Chinese character stone tablet, which was his surprise at his homeland. After the worship, Wang Ran turned around and said to everyone, "Kneel all." After hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly knelt to the ground. Wang Ran turned around and bowed in the direction of the sky and said, "I'm Wang Ran, a Chinese person. Today, as the master of Zangman, I pray to heaven and hold an initiation ceremony for my Tibetan disciples." Wang Ran explained to the sky that his identity was the main thing today. Although a little contrived, it was so high that it really shocked everyone who was kneeling on the ground. Everyone who had never experienced such a thing, at this time, dared not even make any strange noises seriously. Honestly kneeling on the spot, waiting for Wang Ran's instructions. Fortunately, Wang Ran didn't look like a leader. He talked endlessly when he spoke. After a total of several minutes, Wang Ran began to get into the subject. Turning around, Wang Ran asked everyone, wait, would you like to join my Tibetan sect and become my Tibetan disciple? We are willing." Everyone did not hesitate, and at the first moment when Wang Ran's relationship fell, they said in unison. Wang Ran nodded lightly, and then continued. First worship at the beginning, worship to heaven. Without Wang Ran's reminder, everyone knocked their heads together. After finishing the business, Wang Ran did not stop, and continued to speak. The second prayer at the beginning, bow down to the earth. After another bang, Wang Ran spoke again. The sky is a lesson, and the earth is a testimony. After joining Zangman, you must take the honor and disgrace of the sect as the first place. Do not bully the weak and endanger all beings. You need to do your best to maintain peace. After getting started, I will take the honor and disgrace of the sect as the first, not to bully the weak, and do not endanger all living beings. Use my best efforts to maintain peace. As Wang Ran's voice fell, and under Wang Ran's guidance, everyone did not hesitate to say this oath. Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction, and continued to speak. Introductory third worship, by Zongman. With Wang Ran's voice, the people who had already fallen into a serious atmosphere solemnly squatted their heads at Wang Ran. This is not only a courtesy to Wang Ran, the master of the Tibetan Gate, but also a courtesy to the Tibetan Gate represented by Wang Ran. With the completion of the three prayers, Wang Ran gently opened his mouth to make everyone stand up. Leading the crowd, Wang Ran slowly walked into the hall of Zangman. While leading the crowd to visit the Zongman residence, Wang Ran began to talk to them about the goal of letting the Zongman stand on top of the heavens. This was the first time that Wang Ran explained the existence of the heavens and worlds to them. Hearing the magnificent worlds in Wang Ran's mouth, what vindictiveness, magic, and even all kinds of weird supernatural powers and abilities. Everyone was fascinated. Although Wang Ran has not really seen this kind of world, what does it matter? Living in a world with a big cultural explosion like the Earth, Wang Ran has never seen those wonderful novels and animations. However, the talks of the people around him also impressed him deeply. Using these things to fool you. To motivate the disciple in the door, there is still no problem at all. Sure enough, following Wang Ran's description, everyone's eyes lit up. This kind of secrecy, even with their current vision, has no way to calm down. In other words, they are more difficult to calm down than ordinary people, because they are closer to that step than ordinary people, and hope is greater. Although Wang Ran said, it is very difficult to break through. However, a detached seed is still planted in their hearts, slowly germinating and growing. At the same time, They could also understand why Wang Ran was so powerful, but he seemed to suddenly appear in the ninja world. A sect master who has inheritance in the heavens and all realms. These are not all routine operations. After Wang Ran informed everyone of the news that everyone could know, they basically finished the tour of the various buildings in Zangman. Although a sparrow is small and has all 5 internal organs, not to mention that Zangman is not a sparrow. Although there is a shortage of talents, Wang Ran still built all the buildings that the sect should have. There are a lot of medicine refining pavilions, equipment building pavilions, etc. All of them were excited in the magnificence of the sect and the secrets Wang Ran described to them. Looking at the excited crowd, Wang Ran smiled. Pursuing is an excellent thing. Naruto world is only a relatively low-level world after all. Wang Ran hopes to see them, to have a better development with their talents and temperament, although they started a bit late. If they really detach themselves to a complete world, Wang Ran believed that they would also write their own legends.